this extended Cambodian food marathon, you're gonna witness the extreme side of dining in Southeast Asia. Cambodia is a rapidly growing country, with more of its population heading to big cities each year. Yet once you travel into the countryside, you'll uncover generations-old foods and recipes you won't find anywhere else. In this video, I'm on a mission to discover the Cambodian foods that are pushing the boundaries of countryside cooking.
These are maggots. Are you actually eating the maggots yourself?
Yeah.
From hunting down,
Okay, I'm looking down into the hole. This is what nightmares are made out of.
then frying up hundreds of tarantulas,
Earlier, the tarantulas were looking quite scary. Now, much less intimidating.
to visiting Cambodia's exotic meat farms.
Oh my God, that is wild.
But first, something a bit more palatable. Cambodian street food, specifically a dish known as crab brain noodles in Phnom Penh's Central Market.
Do crabs have brains?
I think it's a literal translation.
Meet my food adventuring partner, Soria, a Phnom Penh native who dedicates her social media to showcasing Cambodian cuisine to the world.
Over here, she has a little bowl. That's not actually brains. I believe that would be the boiled up crab fat.
Fats, yes.
Ah.
yes.
While crab brain is the ticket-selling name, this bowl of noodles is full of surprises. First, the base layer, blanched bean sprouts and shredded morning glory. Then, the carbs, a handful of rice noodles. Now, a parade of proteins. Steamed pork loaf, succulent roasted pork, a fish cake, and half a freaking pig toe. Next, a dollop of crab brain, followed by more banana flour, princess cornflower, lemon, the broth, blood cake, tofu, straw mushrooms, and okra.
You could say I'm looking to make a bit of a scene.
And all of this costs over 50 cents.
I think we should try something from in the bowl before we get to the noodle. How about that blood
This
cake?
win is ours.
That's a good blood cake. A bit solid and crumbly, lovely texture, and very salty and savory.
It's giving me tofu, but then the
is
more
your
you eat it,
champion.
it's a little bit livery.
It's giving me
You think
tofu.
you're tough?
Oh my God.
Try
You're
fighting
so
in
Gen
6
Z.
inches.
On the periphery here, she has all of her food just laid out in the open. You can look up here and see different sausages, beef balls, intestines, unlaid chicken eggs, a variety of different noodles. This is what I like about Southeast Asia. It's not even 8 a.m. and people are eating stuff like noodles. For this, what you are going to mix it up and just take a bite.
Up and maybe a squeeze of
A
lime.
little bit of lime squeeze. Oh.
That's good.
That's a great flavor. I can't believe how much variety there is in here. There's like multiple different kinds of meat, sausage. There's a random slice of okra. I'm putting that back where I found it. How about those toes? Basically, half of a hook right here.
Cheers.
That's awesome. Pink foot in the morning. This is epic.
It's very good. It's like that. Collagen texture.
I am that fatty collagen texture.
That's why you're young.
I'm
You're 30.
technically 39.
Soon we'll dig our chopsticks into Phnom Penh's legendary
Round
chicken
one.
noodles.
Would you say this is one of the top 3 most popular noodles in Cambodia?
Already in the
Say
next
top
ring.
one.
But first,
Right now we're in
find
Central
some
Market. Could you tell me a little bit about this place?
Central Market in Cambodia is known as Sap Mine. It's basically a heritage because this market has been built during the colonial times in 1930s.
the Central Market was the biggest market in Asia at the time of its grand opening in 1937. Today, it remains a living monument in Phnom Penh with a striking 85-foot high dome with 4 sprawling wings filled with thousands of stalls and goods. Food,
Evo
Fresh.
harvesters are now available.
sweet, savory, whatever you crave, Central Market is the place to find it.
Let's talk about what's in front of us right now. This is Hut Due.
In Vietnam, Cambodia's neighbor to the east, Hut Due Nam Vang is a popular noodle dish that originated here in Cambodia, and it's known for its thin, chewy rice noodles.
This is
There
called
is a
Hue Tiêu
new
Phnom Penh.
kill
This is a Phnom Penh Cambodian breakfast staple.
It starts with steamed pig stomach, a pork ball, shrimp, pork liver, intestines, wonton, noodles, and bean sprouts, all blanched and tossed in a bowl. More coriander and fried garlic join as flavor enhancers. You can opt for a traditional
Nice for
green
me.
tea with broth,
I'm already in the
or
next
dry
ring.
with the broth on the side.
First, I would recommend to put a little broth to loosen up the noodles.
All right, loosen up, guys. Just relax.
And then you want to put a little of soy sauce. Then you can put this a little bit. This is black pepper. If you don't like sugar, then you don't have to put it.
I want sugar for breakfast.
And my favorite is this pickled chili. You eat it with every bite of your meat. I do a little squeeze of lime for myself.
Okay, at some point, do we eat the food?
So now we mix it all in.
Oh my gosh, the noodles look immaculate. They look perfect. So I'm gonna grab some noodles now.
Yes,
Cheers.
cheers.
Why
And then you
can't
take
I
the
get over
chili and
there?
put it.
Oh, insanely spicy and sour. When you break it, you just get a gust of heat and extreme sourness. I feel it all the way from my mouth radiating into my stomach and maybe even my small intestine. So I've got some corn beef salt. Give it a little bit of a dip in the fermented soybean sauce. Get a chili on there. Oh, that's really good. This fermented sauce, it's not peanuts, but it does provide a nutty flavor. Very savory, a nice deep nuttiness. But man, taking on these noodles in the dry form, it's just my favorite because they're not getting saturated in that broth. They keep a nice firm texture to them. And instead of soaking up the broth, they're soaking up the pepper and the sugar, the fermented soybean sauce, all that together. The only thing left to do is cool it down with some broth. Plain broth. Is that a pork bone broth?
Yes.
I live in Vietnam. It's not far from here. And you can see some of the overlap between the two countries. In the noodles, in the fresh herbs, in the different meat selection, and in the broth. The broth, they've taken so much time and care. It's so fatty and porky, maybe a little bit of MSG.
Always.
All the things that make life worth living.
Exactly.
If you're used to noodles and pig organs for breakfast, how about a more adventurous option? Soon, we'll be trying a porridge brimming with dozens of snails.
I want to back up, though, and ask a little bit more about this insane city. You know, years ago when I came here the first time, maybe 10 to 12 years ago, they called this the Wild West of the East.
As Cambodia's capital and biggest city, Phnom Penh has a population of over 2 million, nearly 10 times bigger than the next biggest city, Siem Reap. Locals come here in pursuit of opportunities, leaving the countryside in favor of the only major city that may offer them a new life.
This is our final dish in the market today. Right here we have a porridge with snails. What are your thoughts on snails?
I love snails. It's a pretty common ingredient.
So nobody here is squeamish about snails.
No.
Our porridge begins with bean sprouts, sawtooth coriander, shredded banana flowers, water lily stems, and flowers.
What does it taste like?
Almond?
Water hyacinth and szechuan flowers are two of the many edible flowers commonly found in Cambodian cuisine. The porridge purveyors add some white lead tree leaves, a generous heap of snails, and 2 ladlefuls of porridge with a few more snails on top.
I'm gonna start with just the porridge itself and then work my way up to the snails. Wow, I've been blown away. It's really good. It tastes like the porridge was made maybe with a chicken stock.
Yes.
It has a fattiness to it and then a ton of lemongrass.
We call it krung, so it's a mixture of lemongrass, kaffir leaf, and different types of vegetables.
Krung, a spice paste that forms the base of many Khmer dishes. It's commonly made by finely chopping kaffir lime leaves, kolongo, turmeric, lemongrass, shallots, and garlic, then grinding them together using a heavy mortar and pestle. Later today,
Half the squad's left. And me? Those are fun
I'm
odds.
starting to think everything has krung. Like, do you have krung ice cream?
But first, those snails are calling my name.
That's so good.
I love it. It's a very comfort food.
This is like, it's winter, I've got a cold. I'm like, babe, go out and get me some snail porridge, please. Those snails have such a nice texture to them. They're a little bit chewy, but not super chewy. It tastes like they've been braised or boiled for a while until they become a little bit more tender. Those are some of the best snails I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
This is $2. Most of the food in the market, I would say, is affordable. Why do you think it is that food prices are so cheap here in Cambodia?
Prices more
Round
affordable
2.
because the ingredients
Beginning
are
ring
already
countdown.
easily found. You know, it's all local ingredients.
Cambodia offers abundance of diverse sources of food. Tropical fruits like durian, mangoes, bananas, and coconuts. Aromatic herbs like those we saw piled into our krung. In regards to protein, there's the typical poultry, beef, and pork. But you can also find insects and sometimes even some grilled rats.
Part of our focus today is the impressive range of prices that you can find in Phnom Penh when it comes to street food. By the end of today, we're going to be going to a restaurant that has a menu item that costs $330.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's insane, especially in a country where the average yearly salary is less than $1,500. That's basically 2 to 3 months of somebody's income. Is that something that people in Cambodia would ever be able to afford?
The answer is waiting for us at a restaurant known as Malice, with the most famous chef in Cambodia and his special roasted pork recipe. But
Rings
first,
nearby, and
Cambodia's
there's still 60
controversial
hosts.
snack, known as amok.
When we talk about amok, we often refer to fish amok, a thick curry being steamed in their banana leaf with cream and lemongrass cake.
Celebrity chef Nat is known for
25
venturing
seconds to the
across
next ring.
Cambodia in search of
I
traditional
like the
recipes,
pressure.
bringing them to the international spotlight through 2 award-winning cookbooks. Right now, we're at a local eatery about to make amok. The recipe starts with familiar krung ingredients: lemongrass,
30
garlic,
seconds.
shallots,
Rings
turmeric,
nearby.
lime ginger, galangal, and kaffir
I'm so
lime,
reliable.
joined by coconut milk and water, all swirled in a blender.
Some people argue that this is or that it isn't the national dish of Cambodia. Would you say it's a national dish?
Not yet.
Amok is controversial because it was never actually officially voted as the country's national dish. Rather, it seems the influence of travelers' taste for this unique delight pushed amok to this position.
Deciding on what should be our national dish, I think it's still in the progress because you know why? It is so difficult because there are so many and so different and so diverse too.
The chef cracks 2 eggs in a tray, beats them, and pours in the flavor-packed smoothie. He enriches it with sugar, chicken bouillon powder, fish sauce, fish meat, and coconut milk. Next, the cooking vessel. Square banana leaves are pinched into little molds with fruit that eat the chef. Julienne great arena leaves and enclose each bowl with the prepared mixture.
Why do travelers coming to Cambodia think the national dish of Cambodia is amok?
Because it has all the components that make Cambodian food are very different to others. The fish, especially fish water fish, provide a lot of protein to Cambodians in terms of Cambodian and the presentation used in the banana also comes in the cultural review.
The steaming hot amok sauce is the final touch, even more coconut milk, a shot of almond, julienne kaffir lime leaf, and bell pepper. Dig in.
What we expect to do is to go all the way to the bottom, and what I expect to see is the leaves at the bottom.
Oh, yes.
We supposed to taste the lemongrass taste, but also the sweetness from the sugar.
God, I'm blown away. Everything you said is so accurate. It is so fragrant. I just
My
love
void
the
nexus is
aromatics. In
lost.
order to
Another.
90% of the time they add
And it comes
butter,
with a fancy
mayonnaise, or
upgrade.
cheese, something that has a high calorie.
I've upgraded. Any crashes. Okay, they're coming down.
With those amazing herbs inside. I love it. The coconut cream is so creamy. It's making that fish so tender. And then even just those two strands of caffeine offer a different zesty freshness on top. It's interesting because they're using very powerful flavors here. But they're all working together, like the Avengers.
This is what we call harmonies of flavors, and this is one of the biggest components when it comes to Cambodian cuisine.
Ring closes in 45. I can practically skip right in.
On the Khmer's 2,000-year-old culinary heritage. Fresh herbs and spices. Over centuries, Cambodia has assimilated
30 seconds. Rings nearby. Oh, so reliable. Tossing a thermite.
Countries do a great job marketing themselves. Thai or Tom Yum, Vietnam, Army or Pho. So what separates Cambodian food from the surrounding countries?
It's a technical answer, I would
Rings
say.
nearby. 10 seconds to go.
So you know, our neighboring country uses all the same ingredients. Actually, all ingredients that we have in Krung. Go ahead, enjoy. Much depends on the regional, seasonal, and people cook a lot from the memories. In a family, our parents might teach us the same ways of cooking, but not necessarily that the siblings produce the same dishes. That the differences help me to love to explore.
I finished my amok cut. Here, look in there.
No, you were cheating. You ask us questions and you keep eating.
Oh yeah, that's why I love this show. I get to interview and then just eat the whole time. From here, we're going to one of the most expensive dishes that we could find in Cambodia.
Okay.
Because we're going to be trying roasted whole that costs $330.
The high-end restaurant Malice celebrates celebrates Cambodian traditional cuisine by using solely fresh, organic ingredients with no chemical seasonings or marinades, which means, for better or worse, no MSG. The captain here, culinary author, hospitality entrepreneur, and multi-international award winner, Chef MaN.
Hello,
Put her there.
how are you?
I'm very happy to be here. I'm very good. I gotta say, initial commentary. This is perhaps the most compact rotisserie pig I've ever seen in my life. It's very small. But my wife always says, good things come in small packages. Why does she say that?
The pig was marinated with soy sauce, chicken powder, sugar, and black pepper. Then it was slowly roasted for the last 3 hours.
Me, fight on my head.
7.5 months. The reason
We have no choice but to end the week.
I know what you're talking about.
Not only did this piglet only ever drink mother's milk, but its mother only ever ate high-quality organic plants like banana and potato leaves. The result? Exceptional meat quality that needs minimal preparation to shop.
So
Introducing
we've
your
gone on to the next
champion.
step here. You're putting on the sauce.
yeah, it's a string it to make it more thick. We can continue layer to make the carrot.
God, this sounds amazing.
Pig continues to roast and baste in flavors of blue seasoning. Chef MaN is whipping
I knew you trusted me. I am the jump master. Hey, better run and hide.
Next, long beef. Young jack, Cambodian eggplant, party. MaN lets it boil. Chunks of fish meat, moringa leaves, and vegetable hummingbirds followed by chicken powder. Finally, coconut milk enriches the whole pot.
It is very gorgeous. All right, I'm gonna start with the fish. It's a very different experience.
Let's go there. You could use a portal wraith. A long, boring portal to the same world. First blood. Someone's having fun right
Everything I've eaten.
Attention, either harvesters are online.
45 seconds remain.
through the gate.
I'm going there. You would be wise to follow.
Hold up, recharging shields.
Stand by.
Extreme policies, including
I'm healing.
artifacts and led the largest genocide in Cambodia.
Simple history by Indian during the French cuisine. The gourmet part.
You're outside the ring. Get going. This will bind them.
Some of their recipes is not about lot, it's also create.
I think that's a brilliant perspective.
Target acquired here.
Yeah, it's not about loss, it's just that
Shoot it. I'm under fire.
Broken enemy shield.
Reloading.
evolved and changed into what it needed to
And
be.
a phase there. Use it.
I'm down. Enemy here.
Package coming in. Taking fire.
Let's go here.
Oh my gosh.
Reloading.
I'm excited. So he's going at the neck and
Care package over there.
step one is to just remove the skin.
Hold on. Heal.
The skin that's
Recharging shield.
Any questions? I leveled up and it comes with a fancy upgrade.
some of the tendons
Starting here. Firing.
disintegrates in your mouth. It's like a walking underneath.
Yes, you're right.
This perfect blend of protein and fat. My guy tonight.
That's it.
was too
They
easy.
want to be surprised of their family or their guests. They are more
Cool.
Since the last time I was here, it just seems like Cambodia, and especially it's just growing like crazy. There's high rises
Contact.
where it just seems like there's just been a lot of, it seems like there's
Let's move this way.
more premium or high-end restaurants popping up in Phnom Penh.
It is more and more, especially the last few years. The people
Let's check out that way, friends.
dining, not only the food, the whole ambient, the story.
We already passed the survival stage. Not only eat to fulfill our stomachs, but the experience, the memories, but also the learning the culture. That's why we create an experience that people can learn about Cambodia through the food angle.
Beautiful.
Next, we're trying every bug dish we can find
Oh my God, this is the biggest cricket I've ever seen.
and hunt down and cook up venomous tarantulas for ourselves. To uncover the story behind this tradition of extreme eating, we drove an hour away from Cambodia's capital to a town named Skun, known locally as Spiderville. This place is infamous for its distinctive practice of consuming tarantulas. But first, we're warming up to Cambodia's love for insects with a beef dish that includes a healthy heaping portion of ants.
This is my favorite meal.
You've had ants before.
Hell yeah, I also used to get the ants before.
Meet
Yeah.
Sreymam Mob, an aspiring local filmmaker who will stay by my side no matter how scary this journey gets.
Did you buy these ants or did you collect them yourself?
She go find it herself.
Are you kidding me? You picked these ants yourself?
She said her husband.
Her house. Oh, now it's adding up.
These are the red tree ants that Jaw has for us today.
A long time ago in Myanmar, I went deep into the countryside. We got these ant colonies from the trees, then they would shake it up over hot steel. It would kind of burn the ants' legs off, and then they would fall into a basket. But how were the ants caught here?
They have the bucket with some water. You have to shake them so that it fall into the basket.
That's millions of deaths. 1 cow, 1 million ants right here for this meal.
How do you know it? 1 cow.
That's a good point. It could be 1 million cows.
Let's just say 2.
Okay.
To prepare this traditional dish, she starts by mincing garlic, then frying in a pan of hot oil until it's golden brown. The beef is cut into bite-sized pieces and added to the sizzling garlic.
Do you cook with ants often?
Yes, she often cooked the ants and she said that it's delicious.
Next, oyster sauce, MSG, chicken bouillon powder, and a pinch of sugar are mixed in, setting the stage for our protagonist, or should I say, antagonist. Anyways, I'm talking about the ants.
You've had this type of dish before?
Yeah, it's so many things in your mouth, almost like the whole ants colony in your mouth, like you eat the whole family and the whole culture.
I love it. Let's eat a whole ant culture. Now, one thing you have to know about Cambodian food in general is that every dish is accompanied by rice. Now, I want that full hit. Oh my God, that is so many ants.
And eggs.
Cambodian caviar. Wow, I've never had anything like that. To me, when it comes to eating insects, ants are like a level 1 type of food.
Level 1.
They're not really challenging. You don't have to psych yourself up to eat it. It's just ants.
It's just many families of ants, nothing special, right?
You know, the live ants are very sour, something between a green apple and a lime. Here, they've retained some of that sourness, but they also have a very earthy flavor. I gotta say, it is a distinct, peculiar taste. It's pretty wild.
Ants represent just one of the many types of insects Jha has been dealing in as a bug seller for over 2 decades.
She done this since she was like 5 years old.
Her daily routine includes purchasing insects from local insect hunters and gatherers, then preparing them to be sold at a nearby market.
Her mom used to sell this stuff, so when she got married, she started this business as well.
There are crickets, silkworms, and water bugs, but the item with the highest demand, the tarantulas.
I myself, I've seen tarantulas before for sale. I've seen them at markets, but I've never actually seen somebody hunt them down. And that's what we're gonna be doing today. Except that, if they bite you, especially in the wrong place, you could die.
I mean, I would like to encourage you to give it a shot.
I will absolutely, 60% chance,
60%.
go hunting for tarantulas.
Before risking my life to hunt these formidable spiders, I want to learn more about the local fascination with insects. So I'm jumping into Jha's kitchen to witness her daily routine, processing and preparing almost 100 pounds of insects that will soon be sold at a nearby market.
Welcome to the Bug Kitchen.
crickets, silkworms, and water bugs. All of her bugs are prepared the same way, involving crunchy powder, MSG, chicken bouillon, and sugar.
Right here we have our water bug, basically the biggest edible bug that you're gonna find in Southeast Asia, aside from the tarantula. She takes a huge batch and she puts them into the oil. That is some fiery hot oil. One thing you might not know about water bugs is they can actually bite you or give you a nasty sting. Luckily, their stinging days are long over. But later at the market, I'm gonna be giving it a try.
Welcome to the bug market, which, as it turns out, is less of a market and more of a bus stop, where travelers can choose from an array of unusual items for their road trip.
This is silkworm. It's the worm that produces silk.
Wow, you're like a walking Wikipedia. Look at you. Looks like it's been cooked already. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
Cheers. Interesting. Oh, it's like a crunchy, leathery outside coat, and on the inside, it's like a green pea paste.
This one is my favorite.
Really?
It reminded of my grandma, really. She loved this stuff. Every time she travels, she always stop and buy everything. I used to ask her before when I was young how it's like in Pol Pot regime, the Khmer Rouge. She said that back then, if you can find cricket or any kind of insect, you eat them.
Wow.
Yeah, because there's nothing else to eat.
Consuming insects in Cambodia was common in the late 70s, during the Khmer Rouge's control, when widespread famine forced Cambodians to seek sustenance in the least likely of places.
Sweet, salty,
Crispy too.
and very crispy.
Though the hardest times have passed, the practice of indulging in these little six-legged delicacies hasn't faded.
Why do you think people are still eating bugs today when they don't have to? You personally.
Well, personally, I think it's all about nostalgic feeling of what you used to eat and how important of it to your life right now. Of course, you grow older, you have more options, but your mind keeps thinking, oh, that exotic, I remember it. I want to eat it again.
This is a water bug. It is like layers and layers of wings and keratin. Is there a proper way to eat this where I'll enjoy it?
Take out the wing,
Sure, I'll take whatever I can take out, I will take out.
the hard part of the head.
So far, we're removing almost everything. It's fantastic.
Now let's put in our mouth.
All right.
Yes. Like alcohol smell, kind of
Like a liqueur.
liquor.
To me, it has a very strong, perfumey, kind of apple-y taste to it. Like fruit. The texture, it's like 10 layers of rice paper.
It's good for your teeth.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
You're still chewing.
Gone.
Nailed it.
Alas, it's time to hunt these venomous arachnids. Despite this place's ordinary appearance, one wrong step here could lead to serious trouble.
A lot of people don't really know where tarantulas hang out. At least I didn't. I thought maybe they hung out in
Top of
Gonna be a good match.
come upon a tarantula about 2.5 wide.
To extract the spider, the professional hunter. That's where Miss Ori comes in.
When it go in, it normally use the web.
Stay near the hole. She's got to be careful though, because the last thing you want to do is destroy the tarantula's soft
Introducing your
body.
champion.
If somebody gets bitten in the wrong spot, what's the worst that can happen? It's possible to die.
Yes, there is a dying case from it.
Have you ever been bitten?
Of course, you get bitten before.
Okay.
You get bitten normally in the
Reckon we crash land this puppy there.
yeah, with prayer.
Now, how
He said it depends. Sometimes it can go very big. Sometimes it's not too big.
cool? So anywhere from 6 to 15 feet.
Get ready, moving up.
Head that way, fellas.
Fortunately, there's another tarantula tunnel a few steps away.
Cover with the shovel, digging around the periphery of the hole.
Chug a limit close by.
Oh, it just called all the holes right here. Just sitting there. What's it doing?
It's the baby hutch babies.
Oh, it's a hatched baby?
Hutch baby, they are at least 4
Round
months
one.
baby.
Beginning ring countdown.
Okay, I'm looking down.
Joker over there.
This is
Already in the next ring. The fun can come to us. Oh, out there to play with.
Hatching season, so maybe another month.
Since this tarantula is currently watching over her four
Reload.
newly hatched spider babies, Miss Ari decides to leave it undisturbed.
Evo harvesters are now available.
After a bit of digging,
Reloading.
tarantula. This time, clutching an egg sac.
Now that she's caught it, she grabs it.
Reloading. Setting a gate.
Enemy down. If I
Money.
Hold on. Recharging shield.
we're all inside the city.
Hunting for today is complete. Soon we will follow the journey.
Enemy squad's dead. The men won't inherit the earth today. Reloading.
I thought I would never utter in my life. We just came back to your home. We're about to enjoy some nice tarantula eggs. I'm gonna open it.
Choose an upgrade.
Oh my god!
I'm itching to
I've
use
never
it.
seen anything like this. It's so many baby tarantulas.
Care package being delivered.
There's a care package coming down.
I want
Why, care package over there. Why, care package over there.
mere moments ago hatching from its strand eggs.
Got our fallback plan in place.
Thank goodness. You know, my whole goal is if locals eat it, I do.
Let's make a mess over there.
See what's behind it.
These freshly hatched baby spiders.
Oh wow.
Well, it's just not on the menu for our village hunter.
Okay, that's door number 3. The final egg sack.
Instead, to ensure they
Like this
don't
stuff is
waste,
good this way.
Yeah, you know,
these guys will make a protein snack for her chickens.
I gotta say, I'm feeling a little bit. I was interested in the fact that you could eat tarantula eggs. It seems like something that people rarely
The
get the
ultimate
opportunity.
star.
Weapon supply bin here. Better toys, better kills. The damage will be doubled.
Instead, gonna be eating the biggest you can find. We got a lot today.
Boy, Evo harvester here.
We have finished the hunt. The tarantulas we caught on our hunt we've brought here, but you may notice there are a lot more tarantulas here. That's because this woman is a tarantula wholesaler. This is her gig. Every day she's taking tarantulas, she's cooking them and sending them out. In fact, just moments ago, a man pulled up on a motorbike and he brought this box. Is it Amazon Prime? No. Oh my god.
Each tarantula here fetches a price ranging from 20 to 75 cents, depending on the size. Given that Ms. Soy Lone sells thousands of these spiders daily, she's running a pretty substantial business.
What happened? She got bit? How?
Got an open supply bin here.
As you saw when we were hunting, you're supposed to take the fangs off. She said some of the hunters forget. It just turns out someone could still be bit by this, namely her. Or me earlier when I piled about 50 tarantulas on myself. I thought I was safe. But she's been handling spiders for so long, she told us earlier that these days when she gets
Hear
bit, she
that?
just gets a little bit of a
Enemies
bump, no
there,
big deal.
and a
So maybe she
battle
can-
waiting to happen.
Reckon I'll come along for the ride.
That is how you 86 a tarantula. It's very quick, efficient, wild, and totally bizarre to see. So this is a fun part of the show where I do with the locals.
After watching the spiders, it's time
Half
for
the
some
squads
spider
have
seasoning.
casted, fellas.
Coated
On
with
ya.
lots of crunchy chicken bouillon, food coloring, and sugar. To prevent their legs from breaking during the cooking process, she carefully places them on a dry leaf.
Extended heavy mag
I've
here.
never seen anything
Level
like
3.
this. I gotta say, earlier the tarantula food was a lot more intimidating, quite scary. Now, much less intimidating. From here, we're gonna fry these tarantulas for 10 minutes, and this is gonna be our final course of the day.
Champion out? I don't think anyone will miss them.
We ought to go here.
In a pot of boiling water, she begins by adding fermented fish paste, a staple condiment in local cooking. She follows this with the giant crickets, along with MSG, sugar, and a dash of salt. Next, cucumbers.
Spotted an enemy.
Peppers are added, along with a generous helping of local herbs. Then everything simmers together until it's cooked as perfectly as crickets can be. Time to eat.
Pop your brollies.
On the dish, does it become a garnish?
You know, more protein.
One thing
Upset.
Knuckle buster out.
Nothing of your feet.
Launching me knuckle buster.
Alright, better go now.
Reload.
Replicator incoming.
ability to care. Mine still has 8 legs. It's not been busted apart.
Big shot.
She's showing the legs. That's actually pretty good. That's like I got it. Mentally, a bit of a
Shields recharging. Let's go here.
Boy, gonna use a void nexus.
Down.
Okay, flashback to me 7 years ago trying to eat a tarantula.
Recharging my shields.
It was brutal. It was not that
Prince,
good.
over there. Got a mob.
Clock. Today's coming up 8.
Tarantula. So whenever they get served, they just accept it. And they go, ew, wow, it's a tarantula. They make it.
Spotted a clown. Rings near with 30 on the clock. Let's move.
Reloading.
They're very crispy. I got that.
Enemy over there.
I know tarantulas are they're food that go waste. And it's part of the system to survive.
Over there.
50 years in the
10 seconds and the ring's closed.
Reloading.
We have been eating this.
Spotted an enemy there. Got my eyes over there. Enemy out there.
Listen up, fellas. The ring's moving and we're on the wrong side of it.
Here. Spotted an enemy.
Launching me knuckle buster.
Not used to taking all these ones.
Broke that enemy shield.
Stay with me. And keep the healing coming.
Ring clown taking it out. Knuckle sandwich.
enjoying a meal with children and saying
Gotta clown that away.
Okay, I saw the rice. I thought there might be more steps.
你睇下 target over there.
joining today's daring
Rings
food
close.
adventure, Cambodia
Still have a minute to mess
Savvy,
around.
a culinary explorer at heart, sharing his cuisine with the world. But more on him later.
Oh yeah, I'm instantly hooked. The fish is firm. It's got some
45
like,
seconds.
super fresh
The ring's pretty
coriander,
close.
There's chili. There's nuts. There's fried garlic. Ooh, outstanding.
It's got a nice bit of sourness to it. A little spicy kick.
Oh my gosh.
There's a lot of different textures and flavors going on here.
It is a texture sensation.
Rings near with 30 on the clock. Let's
the raw
move.
lake fish though.
Here they don't
We should
worry
go
as
there.
much because
I go
they
to-
have flora or gut bacteria that is a lot more
Robust.
White care package over there.
Gut bacteria as well. This for breakfast, 10 out of 10. The view's not too bad either. I believe we're on approximately the third floor.
Ring closing in 10. Sound now.
Right now it's dry season. It's not rained in a long time. And the water levels are good.
Let's go this way.
The rainy season.
Reload.
Home.
Season do you prefer? Dry season or the rainy season?
it's better for them to make money during the rainy season. You know, you get more boat fish and everything, so a lot more abundant.
And I'm curious.
Check your map.
Their food. This is
Head over there.
by the ebb and flow of the nearby lake Lake South. Cambodia's largest freshwater lake.
Our main mission today is to learn more about this food called prawn. It's a rotten fish dish, and I assume that making it into this rotten form must be some way to preserve it long term.
Most of the time, I get people to do that for me. Care package over there. Pull back in play.
Knuckle cluster out.
They're known as,
Reload.
basically, they,
Target tsunami.
60 seconds to light ammo. Reloading.
Now I need to carry my bandages round it. 45 seconds.
Juicing me shields.
These one things have cutting plans and fangs. They have to fight you. Take comfort in knowing you won't die. At least you probably
Ring will
won't.
be closing in 30.
True battery here.
Tend to avoid confrontation. So, if you get bit, consider yourself
Just giving my shields a
very
recharge.
Right now, like they're holding hands or
yeah.
something.
The ring,
Target's over there.
I need light ammo.
Snake and his family will join our final meal.
that's the one that bit.
Who's biting who?
Light ammo here.
But right now,
Rings close. 10 seconds. Hold on, you naked. Cheers, big ears.
only hours drive away from our current whereabouts.
Make it here.
Pulsating nucleus of local life. If you can't spot the changing face in your eyes, you might just by
Quick
following
ring
the
update
road.
for you. We ain't in it.
Light ammo here.
Sophisticated and uninitiated, the smell is rancid and repulsive. The best part, it's readily available in places like this.
My void nexus
I'm chewing on the salt crystals.
Yeah, you can feel the salt granules in there. It's got an kind of mushy, obviously.
Very much
The fish flavor is very strong.
It's very strong. I've had many a cheese board in my life. It is uncanny how similar that is to blue cheese. Even in the texture a bit. Sometimes blue cheese can be kind of crystallized and have little crunchy bits in it. I wouldn't mind a little bit of wine to go with it.
Right.
Do you have any wine? Maybe a Chardonnay? That was intense, but this is still level 1 of Prahok. Today, you and I are going to be trying a Prahok that's so old, rancid, and rotten. It's the pride of this one village woman who is making Prahok at her own house, and what I'm told is that it's swimming in maggots.
Oh my gosh.
I think we eat both. From the market, we have returned back to the village to this woman. This lady is the queen of Prahok. In fact, she has made the most extreme Prahok that you will find anywhere in Cambodia. Does she eat the maggots? How does
Everything falls apart.
the beginning of the Prahok making process?
You're fortunate. I have much to teach you.
Filleting their bodies, keeping the meat, and discarding the bones.
This is your
After
champion.
deboning, batches of fish are thoroughly mixed with salt, ensuring every piece gets a good coating. The salt acts like a natural preservative, keeping things safe and the flavor pop. Next, the fish basket under the salt trays for a full 48 hours.
Let's land here.
What sets her Prahok recipe apart from the rest.
Violence for science.
Quite
the catchphrase that.
Anyone want to take me out? Come find me.
Sun drying, the fish is smashed into a jar or barrel, where the fermentation process continues.
Here we go. Ready up.
3 weeks to 3 years, transforming into a local culinary treasure. Or what may be a not-so-numbing nightmare for me.
These are maggots. Is this part of the aging process?
She says that it's natural when there are maggots on it. Because the ones that don't have maggots, it makes them kind of
Two is better than one.
just the way she makes it is much more desirable.
This looks good. There's one small problem. I don't see any maggots.
I'm taking shots. Reloading.
First blood. Been down.
Yeah, nah, you did good. Artist did gooder.
That was all that remained of a pitiful squad. An upgrade. I've secured the banner. They get a second chance.
Remove some of the flavor, so you just manually pick out the maggots. Yes.
This is level 1 Prahok, no doubt. I think
Recharging shields.
maggot-infested Prahok. Question: is it safe for me to eat a maggot or two? Eating a maggot is generally harmful if they're ingested accidentally. However,
Already inside. Heads up. New kill leader.
an upgrade. Now to test it out.
Maybe some loot over there. Checking it out.
You only need a little tiny bit.
We overdose. So I'm gonna take a little bit of it, just kind of
Hold on.
smear it.
Charging shield.
And then maybe
The health is in shambles. Should pause to heal. Using to heal.
that I like. So I just did that right. Was thinking that this is gonna be my protein source.
Half the blood remains.
Like a flavoring agent. When it comes to trying to create a very deep, savory umami flavor.
1 moment. I'm crafting.
Umami, it's comforting.
So I want to get a little bit more into your story. You were in California, but then we moved to the U.S.
During the Khmer Rouge and Pol Pot times, my dad, he was
Check your map.
I was actually
Let's go there. You can use a portal wraith, a long, boring portal to the same world.
about a year old when I landed in the U.S. and I lived there for most of my life.
Spotted.
Sorry for you to come back to Cambodia.
For a long time, my parents suppressed the memories of there. I didn't know anything about the past because by then I became really whitewashed. And back in 2016, I was just curious.
Gonna pull that plan in place.
When I got here, I just felt at home here. It just felt like everything seemed so much clearer to me, my history. And from then on, I just made it my mission to learn as much as I can, try and put
Enemy at that location.
in these YouTube videos.
Got it.
As part of your experience since you've come back,
Reloading.
Remember those pesky water snakes? The ones that attempted to assassinate Savvy? Well, here's how they cook them up. First, exact revenge, swiftly and humanely. The snakes plunge into hot water, shedding their skins one last time. Meanwhile, the seasoning.
Right, target there.
Sugar, salt, MSG, chicken
Throwing North
bouillon,
Star.
garlic, and a dose of chilies. Marinate the snakes. And toss them on the grill fire until they cook.
guys, I got it.
As for our Khmer countryside meal, the Queen of Taha, your husband.
Earlier today, you were bitten by water bandages. And now you have the ultimate revenge. Now, right here, up front. What's that mean? Ooh, this is probably going to be another level of intensity that we haven't experienced.
Far range.
Clear through.
Replicator incoming. Reloading.
Reloading.
Typically did this.
Broken.
Let's put you in line.
Enemy shield broken. Void jumping.
Reloading.
Similar profile.
Hostile right here.
That was all that remained of a pitiful squad.
But then you eat it, and then you wash it down with some herbs, and you freshen your mouth, and then you want to go back for more. And that's what this is like. And I think it's been a big education for me when it comes to this mysterious and controversial food.
Activating a void nexus.
Look at the maggots.
1 minute. Enemy there. Enemy out there.
5 seconds. The ring in that time.
Reloading. Hold on. Recharging shield.
Fire. I shattered an enemy's shield. Reloading. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Toss it. Finish. Recharging shields.
Reloading.
Kind of chewy, smoky, salty, and this is actually something that you would typically eat with a big
Targeting that spot.
Some of the best snake I've ever had. I'm telling you, the countryside cooking in Cambodia is like next level. They really know how to work with simple and
I shattered an enemy's shield. Cut down an enemy. squad. Hardly a challenge.
One more squad. Bolt here.
I like the contrast of the very creamy brain with
45 seconds. Can you reach the ring at that time?
I see a head, a neck, a vertebrae, some feet and feathers. Try it out. My face was to show it, but I like it. It's good. This was the perfect appetizer.
I need sniper ammo.
Because they were going after
Power up.
considered to be part of their home. What about rats or rat farms? See how rats are raised.
10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Heads up. Package coming in.
Inside you'll see vendors selling sun
A phaser. Extended heavy magazine here. Level 3.
Kind of reminds me of
Go there.
Japanese beef jerky a little bit. The teriyaki flavor.
True. If you gave this to someone, they would not identify
White.
it as well.
Target there.
Myself,
Ideal.
Sure thing.
I think this is a good sign because if you're headed into a
Punching a tunnel.
have even food.
I set the portal.
Setting it above. White care package over there.
Unaware that they're going to be eating frog eggs today.
Hostile over there.
Welcome in right here. Looking very nice. Yes. Is that
Check your map. Getting help.
Replicator.
Opening fire. Reloading.
Taking fire.
You are the Apex champions.
love frogs. At every restaurant you go to, you'll see stuffed frogs on the menu.
Oh my god. I gotta say, I'm pretty conflicted.
Really?
Because this was like a big, beautiful bite. You know, it almost looks like some glass noodles with meat. But then when you bite down, you'll quickly notice that there are many, many sharp bones inside.
You just want to chomp down and chew really good.
What I usually like about protein is when you have like a big old turkey drumstick or
Sure.
even a chicken drumstick. That doesn't happen here. All that being said, the skin on the very outside of the torso, that's really nice.
The grung is what gives it that sort of scent.
Totally.
Almost like a lemongrassy floral scent.
The krung has been the theme of this trip so far. It is like the heart of seasoning or adding flavor to Cambodian food. You own a frog farm. This should be sacrilegious. I mean, you can't get high on your own supply. So how often are you actually eating frogs?
So he said that because he raises frogs, he actually doesn't eat it much.
Previously a construction worker, Somhan was inspired by success stories in the frog farming industry. Then he decided to start his own.
I kind of want to get into the process, and I also want to learn why you want to have a farm, but also why people in Cambodia want the frog meat.
Each pen houses frogs at different life stages. Frog life begins when the female lays eggs and the male fertilizes them. Somhan separates the resulting eggs from the adult frogs, and in just a few days, tadpoles emerge.
After 30 days, they lose their tail and they turn into little frogs. And then they move them to the next pen.
For 3 months, they're nourished with a diet of rice and egg yolks until they reach market size.
He started with about 30 pairs. Now he has over 1,000 pairs.
Then males and females are placed in separate pens, marking the start of a new life cycle.
These are the males. Let's pick one up so people can see it. Okay. All right, wow. Take a look at this guy. Huge. He weighs over a pound, I assume.
The most profitable aspect of this business is selling pairs of frogs to other farmers for breeding purposes.
What is the difference between an eating frog and a breeding frog?
It's not much difference. It's just some you keep longer so that you can sell as breeders, and others you eat. You get about $3 for a kilo of frogs versus pigs, you get about $1.50.
Oh, wow. Very interesting. So perhaps this will be a trend that continues into the future. You know, Greta Thunberg, she's out there. She's upset cattle are releasing flatulence. But frogs don't fart, I don't think.
No, I don't see any bubbles.
And so perhaps this could be a future meat source for the world.
We could be having frog barbecues instead of pig barbecues.
Yeah, or both.
Or both.
Together.
If you thought these male frogs were big,
He's picked it up.
wait until you see the ladies.
Oh, this one looks huge.
Often almost double the weight of the males,
Oh, whoa. It's very slimy.
with some tipping the scales at as much as 3 pounds. But these beastly beauties reach peak mass when they're carrying eggs.
Are these giant females being sold for food?
They will buy them to eat them, but typically they won't because they're so expensive. 4 times as much.
Because you and I are going to be eating some females in a giant frog stew.
I've never had a pregnant frog.
Yeah, and I don't know, are they all pregnant?
I mean,
I don't want people online to judge me.
yeah, they're all pregnant. They're all pregnant.
For this recipe, certain parts of the frog like the head, skin, and guts are set aside, leaving the body, legs, intestines, and another soon-to-be revealed part for cooking. Begin by placing garlic, galangal, kaffir lime leaves, and lemongrass into a pot. Season with salt, chicken bouillon, fish sauce, and sugar. Then add the frog pieces and boil. For the final flourish, stir in pickled lime, onion, some chilies, and culantro to enhance the flavors.
This is more what I imagined when I thought eating frog in Cambodia. Big old chunks of hip, quadricep, calves, forearms, some biceps, and then of course there's also some skin. Wait, is that skin? Oh, that's egg?
That's the egg.
Holy shit. This is epic. This is wild. One frog has about how many eggs, you think?
Maybe 10,000.
You speak English this whole time? I was talking so much shit behind his back.
Joining us, friend and fellow frog farmer, Chia Chanda.
Oh, wow. I feel like this frog got a Brazilian butt lift. That's satisfying. Big, meaty, fleshy, soft, succulent.
Tastes like chicken.
I think it's something between chicken and fish. It's got like that bold, thick meatiness of chicken without all that flakiness of fish.
And the broth here is what really shines. Because of the pickled limes, gives it a nice sour punch.
Oh, that's a great flavor. I always say for people who are trying to be a little bit more adventurous with their palate, I mean, this is like a 1 out of 10 on the craziness scale. That being said, this right here, I have no idea about. These would have been laid shortly, and soon those would have turned into tadpoles. Have you eaten this before? Bah, have you eaten this before? No, he's just saying what he's saying. This guy doesn't know English. Does he know what I'm saying?
No.
I knew it. Very fatty, kind of sticky, not a lot of flavor. I thought it would be more swampy or something.
It has a weird texture, slightly mushy.
Sticky and fatty, but mainly it's absorbed the delicious flavors of the broth.
It's really good, actually.
I think it's pretty tasty. I like it. How much to open a frog farm? I think I'm in. Do you think it takes less energy to raise a frog than to raise a cow?
Most definitely.
Okay, I think this is a groundbreaking discovery. We have one guy in Cambodia who says it takes less energy to raise a frog than to raise a cow. For me, that's good enough.
Me too.
But that's frogs, and not everybody wants to eat frogs.
No.
There's another alternative. Rats.
When you hear the word rat, the words food or dinner are unlikely to follow. These creatures are associated with city streets, sewers, and perhaps a plague or two. But what if rats were raised in conditions akin to cattle, fed on a select diet similar to that of pigs or chickens? The result would be exactly what you see here. Across various parts of Asia, rats aren't just seen as a survival food, but as a genuine delicacy. To learn more, we've come to a countryside rat farm in Battambang.
Could you go get your fattest rats?
Where this farmer is raising over 1,000 rats under careful, controlled conditions.
Oh my God, that is wild.
Mui Chalmers has been involved in rat farming for over a decade.
I thought New York City rats were like the biggest of the big because I assumed they did steroids in the sewer. But this rat, it's big, it's bulky, it has large drooping balls.
They call it kadal prang, which is a generic term for rats.
He was first inspired and intrigued by the rat meat he tried in Thailand while spending time there as a construction worker.
You can pet it, but just stay away from its mouth.
How heavy do you think this rat is?
1.5 kilos.
3-pound rat. This rat probably has an eating disorder.
Most of his customers are either rat farmers, food vendors, or people who happen to catch his flashy rat billboard as they drive by.
What is the process of raising the rat from a little baby rat to a monster like this?
They set up the areas for the rats to do their thing.
Intercourse.
After about 25 days or so, they have their babies, and then in about 3 months, they get to about this size, and that's when they can sell them. And they feed them a combination of corn, rice stalk, pig feed,
old pizza crust,
anything that's available.
However, if you thought these rats were big, wait till you see what else he has in store.
He grabs it by the tail. It looks ridiculous. this. It's so huge.
This is a bamboo rat, typically found in self-dug burrows near bamboo thickets.
Can I hold it?
Bamboo rats need only 3 months to reach their adult size, breaking the scales at 6 pounds.
Earlier he told me if it's gonna bite you, point its face towards the ground.
Yeah.
So the question is, how do I know if it's gonna bite me?
He said when it opens its mouth.
Oh, okay, which I cannot see from this angle. I'm guessing you can sell the bamboo rats for a lot more money, right?
Yeah.
Why not just raise these giant bamboo rats?
These are more expensive and most people won't buy it.
Too expensive.
Too expensive, right.
For the average market. We are sadly not going to be eating one of these today. I've had this in the past. I've had it in a hot pot. I think I even had something like this in Nigeria. But today, I want to focus on that common rat. You ready?
I'm ready.
To prepare the rat, the farmer first employs a unique method to remove the fur, using hot wax in lieu of hot water. The wax isn't cheap, but the results are impressive. Every last hair is removed, which is important since we'll soon be eating the prized rat skin. Think of it like a mini rotisserie pig.
Is that a common technique employed?
He learned it on YouTube.
No way.
After waxing, the rat is cleaned and its appendages and innards are removed. Now they're ready for marination. The marination is a blend of crushed pepper, shallots, garlic, MSG, chicken bouillon, home sugar, Chinese black bean sauce, and oyster sauce, all thoroughly mixed before being applied to the rats. From here, the rats will be cooked 2 ways. Course 1, roasted rats, secured inside a roasting net. Then placed inside a sweltering clay pot over charcoal for hours until the fat renders down and the delectable rat meat becomes juicy.
It smells like chicken thigh meat. A bit fatty and freshly roasted. Can I just grab it by the leg?
Sure.
Or you can grab it by the tail, which is stuck to its body. Thin pig skin on the back. It does look like crispy cracklings.
Wow. This one is kind of juicy.
That's ridiculously good.
It's actually really good.
It's very fatty. It tastes like it's almost been caramelized by roasting for so long. And then here we have the actual backstraps, the tenderloin. Oh yeah, it's slightly dry, but with like a slick of oil on the outside. Let me hit it with this country sauce.
That is a ripe tamarind paste with chili peppers and vinegar.
That's good. I almost can't believe it's rat. It's so tender, it's like falling off the bone. I mean, this goes beyond like survival food. If I lived in the country, I'd be like, oh my God, is it rat night tonight, please?
Especially in Battambang, it's a special treat to have rat. Even kids love it.
I guess the reason people get disgusted in the US is because their interactions with rats are in the city, and they eat trash, and they're scurrying around in dirty areas. But I guess growing up, I had pet rats for a short period of time, so I thought they were cute. And coming to the countryside, it just made sense that it's not like a dirty, repulsive animal, especially here. It's farm raised, and the way he's roasted it with time, care, and precision, it's good.
It's really transformed it into something that you wouldn't believe.
So that was our roasted rat. Now we're gonna try.
For course 2, grilled rats. Each rat is clamped between 2 wooden stakes, then grilled over charcoal, resulting in crispy skin imbued with charred flavors.
I'm gonna peel these wood skewers or clamps off of here. I mean, the skin is so fatty, it's literally sticking to the skewers, just like pork skin would. The tail.
You can eat it.
That's a bit much. Really? He eats the tail?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's very gelatinous.
A lot of bones. The skin just peels right off. I mean, this is like 5-star countryside cooking right here. It's just dripping
With fat, yeah.
in oily goodness. I can't believe it. Bro.
Wow.
World-class rat.
That's freaking good.
It's almost like too much fat. It is so juicy and fatty. So probably I do prefer the roasted one a bit more.
Right, you're running out a lot more of that fat.
But with both, I literally cannot believe my taste buds right now. I feel like I'm being deceived.
I am very surprised. I've eaten a lot of rat, but mostly field rats, rats from the countryside, but they're nowhere near as fatty and as juicy as this.
Yeah, they're basically homeless rats compared to these.
Exactly.
At the beginning of this episode, I was speaking on how rat farms could potentially save the world. There's a big problem out there, climate change. People are upset about cows. They have flatulence, and somehow that's making the earth hot. And so what some people think we should do is eat less cows or eat less meat in general. But I say rats could save the world because rats are much more efficient as a means of producing meat or protein for people. My question to you, sir, is do you think it is a lot more efficient regarding resources to raise a rat for meat than to raise a cow?
So Muran actually used to raise cows. He said that raising cows requires a lot more effort, a lot more time. They create a lot of bio waste. The difference is that rats breed very fast. It takes up a lot less room, and it's a lot more efficient to raise rats.
Here's the problem. My American brothers and sisters are, I hate to say this, they're disgusted by rat meat. They find it very off-putting. And so right now you had the chance to speak directly to my audience and tell them why they shouldn't be revolted by rat meat.
If you raise the rats properly, you don't going out and catching rats somewhere, you don't know where it's coming from, so you don't have to worry because this is meat just like any other meat. It's healthy just as if you were raising pigs. And plus it's delicious. They eat natural food source, eat corn, rice, that is legit, so you don't have to be worried about it.
Try rat.
And you typically eat rat with beer.
Cambodian beer.
I win.
What'd you win? A hangover?
A can. Let me see yours. You won too.
We won an extra can of beer?
We won a free can.
Cheers.
Here we go.
We should drink tonight.
Next, we're going to coastal province of Kep, taking on this country's shockingly affordable seafood.
Here, in order to hire a chef, it costs only $1.
But we'll also try seafood prepared by Kep's most expensive chef.
I'm not sure that they can do 100 times better than what we see here.
Our mission begins with a quick breakfast in the seaside crab market, where a local vendor is making up some fish pancakes. First, the meticulous task of deboning these tiny fish. And if you're gonna live in Kep, then seafood handling skills like these are a must.
So Kep was actually back in the early 20th century, a place where the French elites and the Cambodian elites would actually come and vacation here because of the beautiful pristine beaches. So after the Khmer Rouge, it sort of died off a bit, but recently it's been gaining popularity again. Here you'll find a lot of local Khmer people coming not only to hang out at the ocean, but also to come to the Kep crab market, which is renowned for its fresh seafood.
Under the force of steady, sharp blades, the fish fillets turn into a fish paste. Getting ready for some seasoning.
This is actually called pahatrai, which means minced fish. They mash it up and they mix it with krung. This is probably one of the most popular fish treats or fish foods.
The flavorful fish paste is shaped into flat discs. Then bubbling oil turns them into appealing golden fish cakes.
Wow. It's interesting because that fish they start out with, very tiny. And I believe they fry those, but you know, it's gonna be a lot of bones. This is a way to get the most oomph out of such a small, bony fish.
That's right.
The flavor is almost kind of meaty. It's not especially fishy at all.
No, you don't taste the fish at all. It's actually got kind of a slightly sweet and a little bit salty, not too salty, and then a little bit of tiny spice to it.
I like it. Is this something that people would usually snack on alone?
No, typically this is eaten with rice. I wouldn't consider this a breakfast food. No, this is more something you would eat for lunch or dinner.
Savvy is a Khmer American blogger who brings Cambodian cuisine closer to the world through his YouTube channel. By the end of today, he and I will get a taste of Kep's most valued treasure, the blue crab. And I'm talking a lot of them. But before that, there's much more to discover at the seafood market.
One thing that's really special about this place is the fact that you can buy raw seafood and someone will cook it up for you for very little amounts of money. To get a meal cooked is as cheap as $1. Our next move from here is to tour the market, take a look at what they have to offer, find some raw food, and have it cooked up by a local.
Okay.
Inside the seafood market, you will not find exotic sea creatures imported from all corners of the globe. But what you will find is 100% locally caught, and that's why it's so cheap. The seafood cooking options are many. Stingray, crabs, both big and absolutely tiny, snails and blood cockles, and fish of all shapes and sizes. They also have some of the biggest shrimp I've ever seen.
They're like this big. That part, right there.
Some say they even taste like lobster.
Are these Cambodian shrimp special?
Yes, those come from the deep ocean, so they're much tastier. They're sweeter and more plump and bigger.
These are jumbo tiger prawns, inhabitants of the Indo-Pacific Ocean, known for their potential to grow up to 1 foot in length. Chef P here is about to turn them into a mouth-watering dish, and she'll perform this feat for only $1. Soon we'll discover how she manages to turn a profit at such a remarkably low price.
$1 is not a lot of cash, so how many meals are you able to crank out in one day?
She begins by cleaning the prawns, removing their heads and deveining them too. Next, she expertly stir-fries them with oil and garlic until the meat is perfectly firm. She adds a touch of ground pepper, her secret sauce, and she finishes with a handful of spring onions.
Oh man, this one's so so big.
So I typically will rip the head off. There's like a lot of good stuff in there. Oh yeah, all that head fat.
That's pleasurable. The head is full of that head butter. It's a very rich flavor that comes from that melted down tamale. The organs that are inside the head. This one had a fat head. If I was a shrimp, oh man, there'd be a lot of head fat.
Then we move on to the body.
Oh my gosh.
Go.
Cheers.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's nice. You took the whole thing down. This is a two-biter. If a shrimp requires 2 bites, it's basically a lobster at that point.
It does taste more similar to a lobster than a shrimp as far as the texture goes.
It's got a nice springy texture to it, super meaty. It's absolutely slathered in that sauce. It tastes faintly like a chili sauce mixed with a ketchup.
It's like a Cambodian sriracha. It's a little bit sweeter. It has a mild chili flavor.
But not really spicy.
No, not spicy at all.
It's certainly not a preparation I've seen anywhere else in Southeast Asia. This is very big, very plump, and very satisfying. But our other dish, the oysters. Now, ordinarily, I'm very excited to eat oysters. These I'm not super excited to try. I will tell you why soon. But first, let's talk about prices.
Now you might be wondering how P makes a living if she's selling scrumptious dishes like this for just $1. It all comes down to volume and speed. Customers present the seafood, and she works quickly to crank out a meal. Rinse and repeat up to several dozen times per day.
So each day she makes about 30 meals on app. So each day she makes about $30.
Well, we're about to get one more on the books. Let's do it.
As a side dish, how about something a little more daring?
Oysters are, you have to be careful. They have to be kept at not room temp. Here, they clean it off in warm water, put it in a plastic bag, then let it sit in the ambient heat, which is about 90 degrees. A lot of people eat these raw.
Yes, I had some last night.
That's like playing Russian roulette with your guts.
And you only live once.
And you only die once as well. These have been grilled for safety reasons. And then they put some stuff inside.
Basically, when they grill it, they baste it with tuktaray kokong, which is basically fish sauce, vinegar, sugar, garlic, and chili peppers. And then they top it with some fried shallots.
Oh, that sounds great. Should we try some? Cheers.
Right?
It tastes delicious. It's super savory. You can taste that fish sauce immediately, and then you get the amazing smell, texture, and taste of those fried shallots. It's like the best way to spice up your meal.
Honestly, I could eat a whole tray of these myself. Like, I love oysters. For me, it's the tuktaray kokong. That combination is very Cambodian. I haven't seen that sauce anywhere else, really. It just reminds me of like Cambodian seafood.
This was a great start to the day, but from here, we're going to actually try to find the most premium seafood that they have in Kep. This is awesome. There must be 200 crabs in here. And after that, we're going to find the most expensive chef and compare their food to this. But first, we have to get ourselves some crabs.
Just 100 yards away from the crab market, you'll find the pier from which the market sources most of its seafood.
It's still early enough in the morning that we get to see when the fishermen come in and offload their catch for the day. A lot of that includes fish, but it also includes the specialty of this region. I'm talking about the blue crab.
Each day, a fishing boat may reel in 20 to 30 pounds of blue crab, adding to the collective daily harvest of 5 tons along the entire Cambodian coastline. That is a lot of crab.
Around this time, the fishermen, they go out, they set the traps, and then early in the morning, they'll come back with the traps full of crabs, and then she comes. These ladies act as the salespeople for the wholesalers that come from the market. She works with one specific boat.
She must have a trusted relationship with that boat. They know how much crab they bring. She tries to sell them for the best price, and they kind of work together hand in hand.
That's exactly right.
What's interesting about this place is the fish, the seafood, it all comes in here before it heads to the nearby market, where we already were this morning. So if you take the extra work to come here, you can cut off all the people at the market and get the best dibs on the best quality product. That's what we plan to do today as well. Right here we have the famous Cambodian blue crabs.
These crustaceans are widely found in the Indo-Pacific Ocean, typically feeding on small fish and bivalves. However, in Kep, they feed on a particular seaweed, resulting in a meat so exceptionally sweet that even Phnom Penh residents are willing to journey 3 hours all the way here just for a bite.
What is the most prized part of the crab? What are people after here?
There's actually ones that have eggs that are more delicious.
So I did see some of these had eggs on them. Let go of your friend. He ripped his friend's leg off. That's going to be a discounted crab. So this is the most prized part of the crab right here. The males have more meat, but only the females have these big dollops of eggs.
That's right.
Ma'am, I would like to buy some of these crabs from you, and then I'm going to take them to the most expensive chef I can find in Kep, and he's going to cook them up. But first, we need some seasoning.
Let me guess. Kampot peppercorns.
Bingo.
Blue crab and compote pepper are a legendary duo along the southern coast of Cambodia. But the compote pepper alone is cherished by chefs all around the world. In fact, it's known as the champagne of pepper. But seriously, it's pepper. Could it really be that good? Well, we're about to find out at a pepper farm known as La Plantation. Here you can see tall pepper vines sprouting fragrant peppercorns. 300 employees, 20,000 pepper vines, 27 tons of annual product. These are the numbers earned by the owners, French-Belgian couple Natalie and Guy, after 13 years of operation.
Then in 2010, we got a PGI. PGI is Protected Geographical Indication. It's like champagne or camembert. You have to prove that it's a unique product that you can recognize among any product. And this marks, a special terroir for compote pepper because of the climate, because of the soil, and the sea is quite near from our plantation. When you will taste it, you will recognize that it's quite unique aromas.
Can we try some out?
Yeah.
How's this? Is it ripe enough?
This one is quite young, but taste it, you will see it's full of flavor.
Oh, it has a little bit of a peppery scent, even though it's just in its raw ball form. It's not ground or anything. Let's try it out. Oh, crunchy. I was not expecting that.
But because now it's still young, so the kernel inside, it's not totally formed. That's why it's very crunchy.
It tastes a little more grassy, but it's got that background pepper taste.
Wow.
It's kind of powerful. It's right in the back of the tongue.
I don't have the vocabulary for pepper. I'm sure there's like a whole set of vocabulary just for pepper, but I can say that it has, yeah, maybe a bit like that. Like I can taste it up through my nose.
Kind of like that wasabi sting.
Yeah, it goes just beyond like a mouth taste.
Compote pepper is prized for its complex flavor profile, which features hints of eucalyptus, citrus, and mint. Depending on the processing method, these green peppercorns can become black, white, or red, resulting in distinct tastes and smells.
The question is, which pepper should we be using with the crab?
This one, the one you just tasted, the green one, and this one will pair perfectly with Cape crab.
Let's get that.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Chef?
Yes.
Put her there.
Thank you. Welcome to Cape West.
Meet the most expensive chef in Kep. His name is Sok-Hang.
We've been out hitting the countryside, getting you some fresh ingredients. Take a look at these. We were speaking to the woman who worked at the boat pier.
He says that the ones that have eggs that are more delicious.
These eggs, not good quality. Make it heavy for their seller. They make you upgrade.
They can charge more, They can charge more.
A blue crab in this state, often referred to as a sponge crab, indicates she's nearing the end of pregnancy. By this time, her energy and nutrients have been diverted toward egg production, resulting in meat that is less flavorful and mushier compared to that of non-pregnant crabs.
It's like a sponge. Yeah. It's full of water. Yeah. It increases the mass, and then they can sell this for more money?
Yeah. A meal made of these spongy crabs is destined to be a complete disaster.
Would you give this to your guests here?
No.
No.
Never.
That is, unless you're hiring Kep's most expensive seafood specialist. Then the chances of calamity drop by at least 20%.
To hire you for a day to be a private chef, how much would that cost?
Maybe I charge you 180.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
But it's 180 times the price of the other lady.
It's a lot different than $1.
I'm not saying you're not worth it.
Yeah.
I'm saying, let's find out.
Our $180 chef is cooking up two dishes, one with the sponge crab and another, better dish with the few good crabs that happen to be tossed in with the lot. Unlike the sponge crab, these female blue crabs still have eggs inside their apron.
How do I know if she has eggs on the inside?
You put it here, a lot of meat.
Then she's full of eggs.
Egg inside.
Their meat is sweeter and more flavorful, thanks to the nutrients stored in the eggs.
The lady by the boat, slightly less sophisticated when it came to judging eggs in general. I feel like I got bamboozled, a little bit taken advantage of, but I was uneducated, and now I'm slightly educated.
Next, our chef coats the crabs with a mixture of pepper, chicken powder, and flour. While the crab takes time absorbing those flavors, he deep fries a colorful batch of bell peppers, onions, and the compote green peppers. The fried wok says goodbye to the veggies and welcomes the floured crabs. Finally, the veggies and crabs are united under a shower of special Kep West sauce. The final touch of basil and coconut milk, and it's good to go.
I've been coming up hot for a minute.
So, I want to build up to the eggs inside the head. Shall we start with the leg?
Sonny, I want to show you my technique. I like to pull this guy off. This is what I call the lollipop. This is the best part.
Cheers. Oh my Lord.
That sauce is amazing. It's
that is the best bite I believe, in the entire crab. That is full of meat, and it's just been kissed by that sauce. The sauce is sticky, it's sweet, it's savory, it has such a wild, complex flavor to it.
I like to take a bite of the pepper before I take my next bite of crab meat.
Okay, yeah.
Give me a mouthful, and I'm going back in.
Man, that's good. The flavor is magnificent. Shamefully, I've never had the guts to just like eat the peppers off the peppercorn. I thought they already did their job of seasoning.
I believe a lot of that strong pepper flavor is lost from the stir frying, so you get a hit of it taking a bite directly.
Here we have the head. This is where we have the internal eggs rather than the external eggs.
So this is about 2-week-old eggs in there.
Cheers.
I can see why these are more desirable.
Very different flavor because those eggs have some oomph. They've got some personality.
A different texture than the meat, obviously.
Fattier texture. It's a bit briny, and it has some real like seafood flavor to it. A slightly fishy taste to it. What do you think about the chef's seasoning?
It's definitely a lot more complex than the $1 chef.
True.
There's a lot more depth.
It didn't come out of just like a generic plastic container that had a bunch of random store-bought sauces mixed together.
Right. It's very reminiscent of Indian curry, maybe because of the coconut milk.
Man, the balance between those fatty, briny eggs and then just the incredible flavors that you've imbued onto the dish. So good.
It's unbelievable.
But then here, you have something you would not typically use or serve to your guests. Here we have the crabs with the eggs on the outside of the body.
The spongy crabs start off with a similar treatment, but they begin to take shape with the chef's special black pepper sauce.
I have the tailbone of the carapace here. It's spongy, it's soft, it's strange. Oh, it's so funky.
Like, you know, like styrofoam.
Yeah, there's a biological kind of a mesh that's holding all the eggs together in one sack. There's no way to even scoop it off. I think you just have to bite it off.
Right?
Huh. So, the texture, terrible.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, but the sauce?
The sauce is so good. Oh my, I feel so mixed. I'm torn, I'm conflicted. The flavor is awesome, but then when you bite into it, it's hard to explain. It's almost like very, very thin bones or like very thin shell pieces that you can feel them kind of crunch as you bite down. It's like this weird mesh netting that holds all the eggs in place, and that's what you're trying to chew on. I think the lady down by the boat, unless she has some kind of special recipe, I believe she may have been incorrect.
Definitely.
I always encourage the supplier, the fisherman, don't take it, let it gone and make the baby away.
And that's something I wanted to ask you about. Clearly, when they're bringing in crabs, and many of them are full of eggs, that cannot be good for the sustainability of this profession. You know, when you have a crab with yellow eggs, that means in 6 to 7 days, they're gonna release. If they're darker, it means maybe within about 24 hours, they're gonna release, and those thousands of eggs have the potential to turn into new crabs that could be caught in the future. Are there any laws against keeping this crab?
But in a lot of cases, I believe people don't follow those laws.
Why do you think Cambodians here are not following these rules?
Some people, they need money, and the buyer like us, we don't know, we're going to release the baby soon, so we still buy. Lucky you bought this, nobody see you. Yeah.
Did we just break the law?
Yeah, apparently.
No, we don't know.
I guess one takeaway I have from this trip is going all around the countryside, there are more and more animals that are reducing in numbers, even tarantulas. The populations of tarantulas are dropping because of overhunting. Well, it's because people, they're not thinking about 5 years from now or 10 years from now. They're thinking about today. What is the best strategy to deal with this?
You need the people that are buying it to stop buying it, and also the government to step in as well. We're hopefully able to educate the younger generation that we need to think about the future because there's a lot more potential. But there won't be any potential if we take all the crabs out of the ocean.
Boom, guys, that is the end. Our final video here in Cambodia. Before we go, I want to say a huge thank you to this guy for joining me for 3/5 of this journey.
Thank you.
This is Savvy. Savvy you on YouTube. You can follow his journeys here in Cambodia as he explores food and culture and even more. Otherwise, guys, that is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next time. Peace. Let's go this way. See this? These stairs? These
Over
stairs?
there? Up the stairs?
These stairs, they don't go anywhere.
They don't.
They just go up.
Just up?
And then you fall off.
That's it? Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's
I'm
go.
ready.
You can run. I'll get there eventually. In this video, I will be eating every single banh mi I can find in the city of Saigon, Vietnam. But first, let's back up. Internationally, the two most well-known street foods to come out of Vietnam would be pho and the banh mi. Pho you've heard of before, a delicious beef noodle, but today we're focused on the banh mi. The word banh mi literally just means bread, but over time, especially internationally, it's come to be known as bread with lots of delicious stuff inside. Today, I'm going to be walking you through some banh mi classics that you must try if you come to Saigon, but we'll also be trying some very far-out banh mis. Banh mis you never knew existed. Let's get started. We have come right here to our first banh mi location. Now, if you have had a banh mi internationally, it's probably this right here. This is called banh mi tit tit. Basically just means meat. What's fun about this type of banh mi stand is that there's so many different toppings you can put inside. Let's go take a look at some of the ingredients they have. Here we have piles and piles of cold cuts. Right here we have a pork pate. This is pork floss. This is ham. This is a pork cold cut. This here is a beef sausage. This one right here is head cheese. And so this one is just called normal sausage. This is salua, pork loaf. Chilies if you want to make it spicy. Cucumbers in case you have to dip it and hate yourself. And right here pickled daikon and carrots. Banh mi preparation has begun and it starts with the banh mi bread. A personal sized baguette cut in half. First, it's going to get a delicious streak of pate, then some mayonnaise. This lady's moving fast. I'm trying to keep up. Then daikon and carrots. She puts on a variety of cold cut meats, even more sausage. Now the coriander, a little bit of spiciness with the chilies on there. Hit it with some soy sauce, and that is ready to go. That was about 10 seconds to make that whole thing. I hope you caught it all. We have our first banh mi right here, but first let's talk about price. This comes in at 25,000 Vietnamese dong. Sounds like a lot of money? False. That comes out to about $1.04. Try getting a banh mi in the USA for $1. Not gonna happen. You can see pate on top, coriander, the chilies, the meat. It's all stacked up beautifully. Try it out. The bread is crunchy, it's soft at the same time. The pate has a very savory but livery heavy flavor to it. I didn't even know that. I love it. One thing that there are chilies inside. Every other ingredient is spread out evenly across the
Come on, we got what? Follow me. I will cut a path.
And that means spicy. And they're asking, can you handle this? Because I don't want any lawsuits. If you're not distracted by the heat, you'll be overwhelmed by the delicious flavors. You've got the meat, you've got the crunchy bread, pate to give it some full flavor. Then you have the pickled carrots and daikon to make it a little bit sour. So all those elements together make it.
I'm the jump master. Focus.
Is our first
Fight.
banh mi, but we have many more.
Win.
Let's keep moving.
I'm the jump master. Lead them away.
This banh mi you can instantly because of the shape. It's a great diet. Cut down on calories.
Break this world.
Well, let's back up and learn more about the banh mi way. First of all, this sandwich comes from central Vietnam, and the name literally means bread stick. It retains the characteristic crispy crust and soft inside found in a regular banh mi. Let's see how it's made. It all starts with the banh mi. It's already been pre-cut. She puts on a little bit of soy sauce. From here, the saute, giving it some.
Let's make a mess over there.
Quail eggs that have been cut in half. Here, the cold cuts are going in. From here, it must go into the toaster to toast, and we will see you soon. Boom! We've got our banh mi right here. It's in a protective paper. I'm going to remove that right now and reveal the story of the long, thin banh mi.
First blood has been taken. Reloading.
Yo, can I get a res?
We're already in the next ring. Focus. Do not let them best you again.
The harvesters are now available. Here, take it off. He'll fix you up. Just giving my shit.
Into the banh mi pool for the first time. If you don't want to commit, try one of these. Let's keep moving.
My ammunition is nearly spent. I cannot let my cash run dry.
Creates a harmonious.
These bonds aren't easily taking fire.
Scripted by ChatGPT. We've just come inside and they have already
Charging shield. I've elevated my skills.
Together in some meat. The banh mi making has begun. She cuts it in half with a knife, grabs a generous portion of pork and piles it in. From here, onions and coriander, pickled daikon and carrot, some spicy chilies. Oh boy, can't wait for that. And then right here, this is what we're waiting for. That sauce is what's going to bring it all together.
You hear
So we
that?
have our banh mi
There's
right
a
here.
care package coming down.
Very different already because of the flavor base, the sauce. We have the pork and the sauce and then many other familiar ingredients. Nothing left to do. Try.
A useful tool. My ammunition is nearly spent. I cannot let my cash run dry.
And every time you get a hit of that sauce, you will wish that you asked for more. It's like sweet French onion soup, but mixed with more soy sauce and pork. It's incredible. This is my second favorite type of banh mi in Vietnam. My most favorite, I will leave you until the end, but it may not even be on our menu today. It's a secret banh mi that not everybody knows about. So this is banh mi AOA. We'll be checking out banh mi's you've never even heard of before. Let's keep moving. For this next bizarre banh mi, we have gone deep into the Bintan district. This is about a 10-minute walk from any main road. But if you happen to meander down the alley,
I need a backpack.
You'll discover a banh mi filled with mackerel. The next most fun part about it is the fact that the bones are still in the fish. It's not that I haven't tried this banh mi, it's that I never even knew it existed until this moment. It starts with the banh mi bread. She slices it open. Oh my god, a whole mackerel going inside. And then some onion and some...
An excellent selection.
Veggies. Coriander definitely needs...
Mobile respawn beacon here. Looting here.
Banh mi ka ka.
Wow, so kind. Thanks.
Banh mi ka ka. So in Vietnamese, gat means fish and ka means to braise. The way that this is cooked is simmering away in that fish for hours. Whole fish, head to tail, everything is there. Now, the big question is, do you start with a head bite or a butt bite? I know you're thinking, Sonny, you haven't been scuba diving where I've been scuba diving. All right, here we go. I taste tomato. The bones are actually thin and crispy. They kind of add to the texture a little bit. Oh, the fish even tastes slightly sour, almost pickled. It has fishiness to it. It's not as bad. It's just saying, if I had other options,
Found some
I would
extra
probably
supplies here, and
I'll even share.
before. On to the next location.
Backpack here. Level 2.
This place is called Banh Mi Minka. Minka is the name of the woman who runs this establishment where she has a load of different types of banh mi. What we're here in particular for today is banh mi shumai. You've probably heard the word shumai before, especially as it relates to Chinese food. The original Chinese version typically it's more like a meatball, and the meatballs she's serving here are stuffed with salted egg yolks. It's gonna look nothing like any shumai you've seen before. We're gonna go inside now and take a look. We've come into the kitchen. This is Mika right here. Nice to meet you. This right here is the shumai. Pork on the outside, and you can see that yellow salted egg yolk really popping out from the body of that. Before this shumai is served, it's put in a sauce like this. The sauce is very much like where we just came from, except no fish and lots of pork. So that is a special ingredient. Let's see how the sandwich is actually made. Step 1, grab the banh mi bread. Slice it in half. We get some lettuce put inside, then some pickled vegetables. And then right here, our meatballs, this shumai. Oh my gosh, 2 of them are put in. This thing is stuffed with meat and vegetables. That looks awesome. Now, we gotta bathe it in some of that sauce. Hit it with a little bit of coriander. Before this is ready, it's gonna go inside the air fryer. Boom. Nothing like
I might go to that Evo Harvester.
chair in Vietnam to eat street food. This is the shumai. Now, you can see the salted egg poking out. It is a lot of meat.
Your battery here.
I got about half of the salted egg yolk on that bite and a load of pork. These two really complement
Let me go get that first.
wet and juicy and succulent, and then the egg yolk is a little bit dry in a good way. It's a little chalky. From the inside to the outside, so it's kind of steamy and softer. Whereas my first banh mi today, it could cut the roof of your mouth if you're not careful. Like Captain Crunch. Remember Captain Crunch? It was so good.
Level 2.
I would definitely get a guess. Except for at our next
Replicator coming down.
eating something District 1. It's more developed, it's modern, it's cool. This place is called Banh Mi Grandma Lu. You see Grandma up there with her levitating banh mi. It's floating. The ingredients are all floating, and I expect the exact same thing to go inside. One-of-a-kind banh mi that you can only
Extra supplies here. Use them to your advantage.
That ingredient is unlaid chicken eggs. Huh? What's that? Unlaid chicken egg is an egg that's forming, developing within the chicken's body, but it never comes out. So when they slaughter the chicken, they see it, they grab it, they use it, they cook it, they put it in this banh mi. Let's go inside and take a look.
We have 1 minute.
All the fresh ingredients are displayed right here as you walk in. These eggs right here, these are the unlaid eggs. So you can see these little tiny
Just Isipy says, hey, add me up on Discord to join your live stream whenever you are streaming. My Discord username is Allison5.
We strategized effectively.
Basically have a whole brick pizza oven where they roast the banh mi. There's a wood fire on the inside, and I can see some banh mi's in there getting happy and crispy. I cannot wait. Let's see how they build this banh mi. Everything begins with our banh mi bread. We're gonna hit it with some mayonnaise. That's my favorite ingredient ever. From here, fresh coriander is going inside. Pickled veggies, and then this is our marinated whole chicken. If you're wondering which comes first between the chicken and the egg, in this case, it's definitely the chicken. Now that the unlaid eggs have been cut into thin slices, the banh mi. From here, some salt and pepper. The sandwich is complete, but it needs to be roasted to perfection inside the brick oven. We have our banh mi right here. Take a look. Whole chicken mixed with these sliced unlaid chicken eggs. That being said, this is delicious. Let me try it and find out. Here. That chicken is delicious. There's a lot of chicken in there. It's very juicy, very shaky. I've had unlaid chicken eggs many times in the past. It's one of my
care package incoming.
But I've never seen it cut open. And when it's cut open, it looks really interesting. It has this rim on the outside. It's a lighter yellow and then really dark kind of orange on the inside. I'm gonna take an egg bite and see if I can actually taste or experience the egg amongst all that chicken. Mayonnaise in there too, mixed with the sauce, mixed with the egg. Creamy, it's delicious, and it really adds so much to the texture when you're eating it. What's really surprising about the sandwich is if you go inside there, it's a nice place, but the price is right here. It's actually $1.60. That's wild. Grandma Lou.
Yo, can I get that bow or not?
No, Grandma. Will we still feel taken care of? Let's find out.
Appreciate it. I'll let you have the shield.
Next banh mi location, we're going round 2 with fish, but it's prepared in a completely different way.
Yeah, go ahead. You can pick it up.
The word jack generally refers to a Vietnamese dish made of ground or pounded meat or fish that's been seasoned and processed. That would be the cake. And here they have a very unique process for making the fish cake. Let's go check it out right now. The process all starts with this right here. This is the fish batter. So we need
Enemy noise out there. Gave up their position.
Once your cylinder is full, it's time for the extrusion process. You pull it down, and from the bottom, you see it ooze out like a
Wait, this skin low-key fire though.
that hits a sizzling.
This for me?
A little bit of a mix, and immediately you see it begin to puff up as it cooks. After a couple of minutes goes by,
Loop bin restocking complete.
ready to remove. He takes a
I appreciate it.
and he moves it over to this dish right here. And it's ready to go inside. White care package over there. Cooking, but usually when you get it.
Recharging shields.
Take my portal. Take my portal off.
This was lovely, but I have a match to win.
Lots of coriander, super fresh, spicy.
Let's move
With
there.
some chilies in at the end, very intense. The main thing about the fish is you would never guess it was fish. It just tastes like some kind of processed meat. Especially when you mix it with all the other ingredients, it would be hard to... One more bite.
There is a new kill leader.
Look at the banh mi bread. Look how amazing and magical it is. It's crispy and flaky on the outside, inside of it. I love it. It's kind of a show. It's like being a kid and having a Play-Doh extruder. It's so cool that he just gets to, and then a whole nest of worms falls out of it. That is banh mi chaka. At this point, I'm so full that I want to die. But we have 2 banh mi's remaining that you have to see. Let's keep moving. We have come now to our final banh mi location where we're going to try 2 different types of banh mi, and trust me, neither one is vegetarian. Let's go take a look at the grill. All right, so this place really gets cracking just a few hours before the sun comes down. So right here you can see the glistening, fatty, juicy, marinated pork. And then right now, she's putting on this. This is called bo lalo. This is seasoned Vietnamese beef wrapped in a betel leaf. Once that's finished grilling, that is going to go inside our first banh mi. Here they also have sausage and
Hello?
a more traditional fish cake right here. As long as an animal had to die for this banh mi to exist, it exists here. Giving that pork a little bit of a flip. Hey, don't worry about that.
Oh,
Just
hello?
everything here smells amazing. Finally, it's time to make our first banh mi with this right here, bo lalo. First, grab a banh mi from your banh mi wall and then plug that banh mi hole with another banh mi. Slice it in half. So first, she's going to be putting in pickled vegetables, then some fresh coriander. From here, she searches for the perfectly roasted stick of beef. It seems the appropriate number to
Drinks on me after this. Oh, not on me. Although that did happen once. Or 9 times.
Secret
We'll win this thing together. Never mind, guys.
I've got my banh mi and it has just begun to rain. This is what I love about Vietnam is that people can always adjust it. If you let the rain bother you, if you let it get to you
This is your champion.
It's gonna rain.
Pain,
The
death,
rain, let's talk about the banh
nothing
mi. There's
phases
a couple
me.
things about it that are very unique. One, the pickled vegetables, then the sauce at the end. You can just see, just by looking at the way the light reflected off of it, that it is sticky. And I'm talking, give it a bite. Delicious seasoned beef, sour.
Hit the jets, we're dropping hot. Let's check out that area.
Spicy, sour, everything except for bitterness. And we don't need any bitterness.
Let's check out that area.
Pickled veggies are must have. They give it some great.
Never mind. Let's reposition there.
Enemy landed near me. They're asking for tragic
First blood. FNGs always go first.
She found her piece. From here, she's gonna cut it up. Now for the banh mi. Put it open, add in some coriander. Now she waits a minute before putting it in. She hits it with some secret pickled vegetables.
I got eyes on this area. Enemy in sight.
She
Countdown.
said it looks so pretty, huh? And that wonderful sticky sauce is going on again. Now that is one heck of a banh mi. Let's try it out.
I was almost gone.
So delicious. Big,
And you, I'll find more.
piece of pork. This piece of pork.
45 seconds. The ring's pretty close.
Are online.
Isn't new killing me and making things messy?
The whole thing came out. She's nailed down these sauces. Between the pickles and between the sauce, it's so good. But this marinated pork meat, let's try this alone.
Close range. Wait, I'm using a Phoenix kit.
extra special extended food series. We're getting an in-depth look at Turkey's most outrageous street food.
This is one of the most unusual organs I've ever seen. I can't believe this is food.
But first, let's back up. Istanbul is the capital of Turkey, and it happens to be right on the border of Europe and Asia. In this country and in this city, you'll find especially when it comes to the meat. 300-pound meat towers. All the way
It's time to impress.
I'm like proud of this restaurant.
This city of 15 million is a food lover's paradise, populated by some of the most hospitable.
Introducing your champion.
There's a lot of brain.
And the perfect place to start your food journey is in the street. Turkish street food for 24 hours.
Time to stir up some trouble. I am the jump master.
Go grab one for breakfast. Cinnamon, chewy, ring cheese.
Show me your true nature.
Bull fucking shit.
Most of Turkey's borders are surrounded by water, and in those waters, you'll find these. One of the most unique foods in Istanbul, mussels, but with a little bit of a twist.
22 years ago, the owner of this establishment started on the street with his little platter, and he was so popular, or he got investments, or he went on Shark Tank, and then somehow he pitched them on making a whole restaurant with multiple flavors of mussels, and here we are. All right, let's go inside the kitchen. I didn't actually ask permission. Let's see if they get wise to what I'm doing. No reaction so far. Boom. And now I will.
Something's whispering in your ear. distracting you.
Once those are hot, they're gonna come
Silence
right out.
it.
All right, just like that. And right now you can see they also have some more modern muscle dishes right here.
My number one fan's watching, so you know I'll be fan-listic.
If you're a pirate in the 1700s, this is another course you might want to. So we have fried mussels and then two others right here. I want to stick with
Introducing your champion.
because they're hot and crispy. Not those who fall. I feel like this is something you would see at the Minnesota State Fair. It's on a stick, it's fried, but with it comes a very unique and interesting sauce. The sauce is full of breadcrumbs, garlic, vinegar, salt, and walnuts. Try it out. Sauce is slightly sour, really thick, very oh my god. This thing is, the way you cooked it is so interesting.
Follow me to victory.
So this is a more modern take on mussels, but it's a real traditional. We have the OG version. To be honest, when I first saw people selling mussels on the street,
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
for some way to preserve the mussel, because sometimes it can still get hot here. Now that I see inside, I see how it's prepared, it makes a little bit more sense to me. The rice is in there, and it shells like a little lunchbox, keeping it fresh.
Mussels or midnight must have the thrown back.
I secretly wanted to.
Already in the next ring. I smell victory.
I have located some extra supplies.
Here, a green lemon. In the sunlight, it's glistening. It balances it out a little bit. And I'm talking, let's try this mussel.
Optics here. Close range.
You can see if I remove the mussel, there is a load of rice in there. Oh, it's like a little taco. So you can see some of the seasonings on there too. The pepper, the cinnamon. When is the last time you had mussels with cinnamon? So this right here is
Decoy escape deployed.
since I was a kid. You guys different types of chilies. Garlic, they pickle pickles. Here we have carrots. They've got chilies. They've got small pickles. They just pickled a whole cabbage basically.
Now that's an upgrade.
And a little bit of everything. Kind of a grab bag.
Optics here. Close range.
Then there's the pickled fruits and even just some straight up pickled juice.
Some pickling I see going on in this establishment is downright reckless. I saw pine cones somewhere. You can't pickle a pine cone. You can't even eat a pine cone, can you? I want to try this first. This is an unripe plum. That's interesting because it tastes like a little sour apple. This is a pickled unripe melon. They begged me to slice it. I said no. So let's see how much I regret that.
The right moves. Take this one.
Very intense, different from a cucumber type pickle. I like it. I give this one a passing grade. Of course, much you can.
That's the way you have to be. No breath to study. No heart to calm. Perfection.
The weirdest among us have finished all their pickles and thought, I'll make some pickle juice, right? Here they have a cabbage bundle. It's like a pickled vegetable roll.
This is your champion.
Wow.
Hope you're not afraid to get your hands dirty.
They have like really finely minced cabbage and carrots and stuff in there. It tastes quite good. Here, finally, they pickled an entire eggplant.
Truth is coming, and I won't be stopped.
I'm going there. You would be wise to follow. We'll be well positioned there. That location interests me.
Enemy landed near me.
That location
They're
is
asking for church
Top choice.
This is a restaurant special.
Papa.
Evil harvesters are now
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
So he pushed it to the very tippy tip of this giant wooden ore. This could be used to propel a ship. Right now it's being used for pizza. Traditionally it's just going to be made with meat, but here you can see one that's been made with fish. No spices. They put some of the tail fat in there to help give it flavor, but really the meat has so much flavor already, it doesn't really need any help. It's just like barbacoa that I had in Mexico, and it is outstanding. This is like a meat masterpiece. One of the best lambs I've ever had in my life. I think I can feed myself from here on. Right here on my own. You don't have to have gloves, but I also don't want my hands to smell like lamb, because then I'm going to have straight. My favorite parts. I just want to eat it as it is, like this.
A good day to see Nick.
It's just so it's been sitting here for a long time, and it is still insanely hot. Put some neck meat on the cracker.
Introducing your champion.
Remember this, friends? I may kill you.
Imagine. I'm super impressed. It's one of the most interesting places I've ever been to.
I knew you trusted me. I am the jump master.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master. Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend. Hold your breath. If you have to breathe.
Over there looks fun.
Target landed close by. Can take lab.
That is the biggest piece of meat I've ever seen. It could be a meatball.
Even a meat tower must begin with a strong foundation.
The kebab man himself right now, he's building a
Hostile over there.
tower. Now, I used to think it was called doner kebab because the lamb or the chicken or the cow donated their body to the meat tower. Turns out, no, that's completely incorrect and stupid.
Doner kebab means to rotate. So doner kebab literally means rotating roasted meat. It can be served straight up.
Crafting. Monument already. I got some bad guys here. Like grenade. Arc star. Engaging.
Even more beef.
Back to bad news. Got up. Down that Care package. Engaging. Shot. Yo, cracked an enemy shield. Setting up a zip line. Charging up my shields. Care package over there. Care package over there. Can't believe I'm standing still. You're lucky, I like it. Nailed that whole squad. Gotta hop up here. Someone's fire. Reloading.
You're adding even more moisture to the wrap.
Shields recharging.
Charging up.
I want to walk you down with a little bit of this yogurt juice. Oh yeah, yogurt. Just in case, I want to get
Heads up, we're not alone.
just to really get the full essence.
Repairing.
Escape for any crashes. Target down. Last one down. And that's
Good job. Picked up our friend's MaN. We can bring them back. Repairing.
Tom kebab. It's probably the earliest form of rotating kebab, going all the way back to the 18th century. The word tom means spit.
Deadline time.
plan in place.
Was awesome.
Put the final char on the meat. Char moves over to
Spot on mark here. One for the taking.
this is really MaN.
I'm the new killer.
Oh, I'm sorry, love. Okay, this is the upgrade for me.
We should go this way.
Let's explore this one.
Well, inside of there is chicken. On the outside, they're using rock salt.
Chicken in salt, or tuzdan tavuk. It's a traditional Turkish dish originating from the Hatay region of Turkey. Here, it takes the form of a chicken stuffed with rice, then packed with rock salt, cooked in a huge wood fire oven, and finally served with a fire show.
I don't know how that could possibly taste good. You're completely smothering the meat with salt, but somehow it works. And I've heard it's one of the most delicious foods you can have here in Turkey. In the kitchen with Chef Omar, we've only got 3 elements here to work with: the chicken, some rice, and the salt. And the
Mine are made of steel.
In the chicken cavity. Now, it's not good to have cavities, but if you have to have a cavity, so this is already part of You've got some pine nuts and some almonds. Are you doing some kind of MMA move with the legs, getting them tied together?
This is
and
your
then now it's
champion.
time for the salt.
You know what I look like. Come
It
find
goes
me.
on top of the salt, and then even more salt goes around the
I'm the jump master. Samsonala, I'll find us a perfect disaster.
Follow me. I'm the jump master.
Loosely settle around the chicken. The chef is gonna take it away.
Eeny, meeny, miny. How about that? Looks fun over there. Vámonos!
This kitchen size does matter.
Mira, someone's out there. They're far.
As dead as this world's future. I leveled up. Firing on
Harvesters are online.
Reloading. Is here to play. Us throwing fuel on our fire.
Right here, got one. Firing! Throw an arc star.
Reloading.
Ring's closing. I like pushing limits as much as the next guy, but we gotta go. Down the road.
Picked an upgrade to give me the upper hand.
Reloading. They're not getting back up from that.
Spotted an enemy.
Right here, the taste on the find out and it just disappeared, and you just get that awesome texture.
Many squads nearby. On with you.
Combination of beef and lamb is really the best in the world.
Logged off my drone.
We've got trouble.
It's almost gone.
Bad guys.
Here's a gate for any crashes.
Crack the back up. Tiered one. That's one step close. Reloading. Fire. Yo, crack the shield. And that's all of it. Good job, compadres.
The lock's over here.
Enemy ship is cracked.
I've been downed.
Balance, something to go with it. Onions, herbs, this dip, when you put it all together, it's so dynamic and just completely and utterly delicious. Here we have yoga. Don't forget to put just a ton of oil in it.
We should grab that respawn banner.
In the middle, I'm gonna get this is like a smoky eggplant and yogurt together. I don't even like it.
Care package over there.
I'm back. Logged off my drone. Activating hardware reboot.
Chance is gonna be the next Beyonce. Triple threat. Already it sings about as well as she does.
We can respawn them with that banner.
Take a look in here. Like so many of the ovens that I've seen in Turkey.
Got the banner. I'm not giving up on them.
There's a wood fire right there. We've cooked many throughout the day already in a lunch service. So there's just
Signaling my drone back. This way, Kaza.
these things must weigh 10, 15, 20
Yup.
pounds each. It is radiating heat right now. It's very, very hot. When you touch it, you can still see some of these grains come off, but if you just touch it like this, it's
Choke that out.
that soon I'm gonna bring to my table and break myself. Or probably with a small hammer.
I was bored until you came along. Respect.
He's gonna put that on the rice.
It's cool. Sergeant Chief. Things far. I've only got an 8.
Onions and some Roma tomatoes. Now he dumps out everything. Then he's slowly and methodically massaging his meat. It actually makes it look even more bloody somehow. Aha, mixing blade.
We've reached the final.
Very happy with it. So they just put in chili oil and sunflower oil, and now it is much more easy to manage by hand. Here we have some spring. Consistency again by hand, which is important.
The games are anything but random. If your eyes are open.
You tried to feed my wife. Denied. She said absolutely not. Sir, testicular. Boom. So now we're in the restaurant kitchen. He's gonna make a portion like you would see if you ordered it in a restaurant. So it starts with a base of lettuce, some lemon.
Introducing your
on the sides,
champion.
And then he goes right in for the meat.
When you see,
you'll
know it's the end.
Out portions
Or a new
and then
beginning.
shaping it with his
It's all
fingertips.
relative, really.
These are exactly what makes it. Some parsley on top. That is the final product. So let's talk about the price. The price here is $4, which to me seems incredibly reasonable for Robbie Whitney. So are we getting savings? Are we getting scammed? I'll decide later. Now, what they
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
We already inside the next one.
Nutrients and full of benefits. But first, appetizer.
Take a look and try to guess. Not a ball shape right now, but these are balls. Oh, lamb. So they're like little.
Either harvesters are now available.
shot a tiny cat.
perfectly to cleanse the palate after having some balls in your mouth. I'm really impressed with the preparation here overall. It already did all the hard work of skinning it, filleting it, filleting. When I mean filleting, a test makes it good. So
Watch for them. New kill leader. Watch for them.
Fatty, but not like pure fat. Like it's gotten a little more dense from cooking it. Not very strong flavors, just a little bit of salt and paprika. I like it. These are fantastic. I think you can give this to people and they'll have no idea they're balls. So this is the other dish. It's in this hot clay bowl. These balls are butter. And so they're just completely saturated in buttery.
And bringing ruin gets a little easier. Max level. To be at the top of the world. Picked an upgrade to give me the upper hand.
Might be something good this way.
Check your map.
Let's go over there.
Champion
Check out that way,
Let's
friend.
go there. You could use a portal wraith. Long, boring portal to the same world.
I say we keep there.
Choose an upgrade. I'm itching to use it. Spotted the target in the distance.
It looks like a very straightforward method of cooking. He's going to slice these open a little bit, I think, so they cook a little bit faster. We're not going to give them a little bit of a flip. You can see already they have some.
Enemy over there.
I am taking fire, friends. Recharging shields.
Not sure. I think someone's targeting me.
Always ready with the ball. Isn't Neil killing and making things messy?
Reloading.
Setting up.
Reloading. Giving my shields a recharge.
I am repairing myself.
So one of the dishes we're going to get today is this here I go. Bread that is stuffed with that minced intestine and organ. The first thing he does is he takes these big long organs, he chops them up, and he minces them.
They're my grenade out.
So that on the flat top too.
Getting shot at. Firing. Patching myself up.
In the center, that is like
I am repairing myself.
Countdown. Next ring's not very close.
meat finish on the platter. That looks like food. Hit it with some oregano. Hit it with the red chili flakes. It's important to the platter.
Replicator ready, friends.
Can't wait to try it.
Repairing. The enemies are shooting at me.
Use that void nexus.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Going to our void nexus.
I'm void nexus.
Brown crunchy inside. It's heavy as heck. We'll find out.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Patching myself up.
Inside, yes, very rich, but just really nice flavors. I love this.
The ring's closing in a minute. We're not close.
So that
Hearing enemy activity that way.
I say we move there.
it's crunchy. It's awesome. The oregano adds a lot of flavor. There's the salt. The guy added cumin for days, but
45 seconds. Ring's far.
that's such a
close ring.
This is the new junk food. One of the best uses of intestines.
Right. Target. If I poke them just a little bit.
Unique form, and I liked it. That I knew
Let's pick up. Spotted an enemy there. Ring closing in 10. Someone
something about the lamb. It's young. It's
Why? Enemy over there.
all the other life. Chopping block. Bam. And here it is. And it tastes great.
If these daring dishes were
Rings coming in.
next, we're turning up the intensity with cooking techniques hidden deep in Istanbul basements.
Close the gate.
Looks like it has an alien face on that. A frightening journey continues.
Target over there.
When it comes to finding and eating bizarre foods,
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
the food here has to be halal, and that means no weird stuff. No bugs, no reptiles, no blood. But here, specifically at this restaurant right behind me, I think I've met my man. It's an organ. I'm not going to tell you which organ it is. We're going to go into the kitchen in a moment, meet the chef, and find out. A word about the chef. This guy's on TikTok, 8 million followers. He loves the attention. He loves the spotlight. He loves to host. Incredible food. Let's go inside, check it out.
Survey beacon over
Optics
there.
here. Both ways.
Here in the kitchen with celebrity chef MaN. This place is amazing. They have so many different unique foods, and some foods that are maybe borderline bizarre, which you're going to see.
Facing a gate.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Right. Got an enemy here.
Patching myself up.
Ring range.
Go through my tunnel. Go through my tunnel.
Not used to taking bodies off the ground.
I need help.
Getting healthy. I'm done.
I've been down. Returning to
even cache here.
Tastes like there's some cumin in there. Visually, it is.
I think we should move that way.
Pretty impressive. I'm taking a bite on the stomach side to see how that is. It's a little bit more soft and lemon is the secret. You just have to douse
my grenade out.
Opening fire on the enemy.
Pull back plan also.
I'm gonna go back to the kitchen now so the chef can tell me more about how he makes these lamb heads. Let's go. We're back for the final round right here, sir. This looks amazing. These lamb heads have been boiling with beef bones, chicken Yes, there's an expression in Turkey that says, I eat the whites of your eyes and
My grapples are
oh, he's opening it up. Inside the tongue right here. Up on the side, and then under the tongue.
Here you are, focus recklessly. I like that.
Some red chili flakes and some oregano, and then he's gonna put some lemon on it right now. There you go. That is fascinating and delicious. The lemon is a kicker because that is like almost pure fat, super gooey. So now he's peeling out the brain. You can see the brain peeking out, and he's gonna hit it until it falls out into his hand in one big lammy brain chunk right there. Take a look at that. Red chili flakes, oregano, hit it with some lemon. That is his move. And then please enjoy. Okay. Well, there's a lot of brain, very fatty, but the flavors are delicious. And I think I just made out with the lamb and then bit its freaking tongue off. I've never been fed by so many men. That was amazing. Testicular. Testicular. We've come here to this location. From the surface, it looks like a normal, modern, everyday restaurant. But what you won't see if you're a regular patron is that the meat is being cooked in the basement in a pit.
This is buryan. It's like Turkey's version of barbacoa. Lamb meat cooked low and slow, hanging from some sort of medieval torture device, roasting for hours, making the meat incredibly soft and succulent. Lucky for me, they have a new batch deep in their basement, and we get to see how it looks when it first comes out.
We're gonna go downstairs to check it out right now before they pull the meat out. Let's go. Follow me. So we're down one floor, but it's down even more than that, down to the B2 levels. This is a room, it looks like a vault. Come take a look. Underneath this huge lid, you'll find big strips of lamb hanging that have been cooking inside of this pit for hours and hours. It's a steel pit. The heat is radiating off here. And then you can see they sealed it shut with some kind of a mud that's kind of dried and caked on at this point.
These cooking pits can be anywhere from 6 to 12 feet deep. In order to retrieve the meat, you'll need a stainless steel meat rack, and even better if it's connected to an electronic cable.
I'm here right now with the owner, Levant, and he is chipping away at the exterior here. All the mud that's been dried and caked on, that is coming off. It's a beautiful garden shovel he got at a garage sale. They say want to sweep away as much of the dirt as possible so it's not going to drop into the pit or affect the meat in any way. This is the moment right here. Let's do it. 2, 3. It is like a sauna in here. Just a huge burst of steam came out of this thing. So hot. Wow. They literally have a cable machine so they can hook the lamb and bring it up. Oh, yes. Have you ever seen anything like it? It's tremendous. No. Oh, one piece almost fell off. They got to save it. It almost fell down into the pit. So this is all lamb. Oh, thank you. He's going to... It's so hot. So he just cut off a little piece for me. That's unbelievable. Super juicy, no spices. It's lamb, but it's not like overly lammy or gamey. Next up, we have the extraction. They are gonna carry this up to the dining room floor. This is gonna drip grease everywhere. I cannot wait to see how this works. Oh my God, that is over 200 pounds of meat. So far, not much oil on the ground. Up another flight of stairs. We're almost to the main level. All the customers are going to be shocked. They're going to see this giant work of art. Now the Passover. They hoist it up. They give it to this gentleman right here. There we go. We got to get it onto this final hook. Boom. Mission complete. Take a look at that. That is incredible. Right now we're going back down because something's still remaining inside the pit. This is a huge copper vessel filled with ribs, I'm told. Take a look at that. This thing is giant. All this right here is still bubbling away. This looks incredible. This is quite the tool. He here. This guy deserves a raise. Right now, we have all of our meat here in the kitchen. This is what everyone gets to see when they come here. The meat's hanging here. He cuts it off, he weighs it, and brings it over here. He's gonna cube it up on this piece of bread with a little bit of a salt. This is the braised lamb right here. A little bit of salt. Ooh. Both of these head into the oven to warm up a little bit before they're served.
While we wait, let's have a peek at one of this restaurant's signature side dishes, the perde pilaf, or curtained rice, a fragrant peppery pilaf wrapped in a thin pastry shell, then baked inside a cup-shaped mold.
Let me walk you through our side dish. It starts right here with a pile of dough that gets rolled out. Then we have these buckets here. They're full of butter, and then there's some almonds on the bottom. Put the dough into the bucket. Here, we've got the rice is full of pine nuts, currants, and spices. Then chicken on top, and more rice after that. Fold it over, rip off the edges, and that gets some aluminum foil, and it's gonna head off to the oven. Our bucket of chicken and rice has come out of the oven. It's cooked. It is looking nice and crispy on top. And he's gonna toss that upside down right here. Boom. Take a look at that. Flipped upside down. That is gorgeous. And out of focus. Take a look at all you see right here. First of all, more liquid yogurt. Over here, a walnut salad with tomatoes and real pieces of walnuts. Right here, this is how it's supposed to be. It's like a pineapple upside down cake. I want to break this down and figure out how it looks and it tastes inside. Oh, yes. That is epic. There's chicken, there's rice inside, there's even more almonds, there's the currants, and then a bread shell. Try it out. The outside is so toasty. It has a nice crunch, and then the rice is nice and greasy. It's so fun how they put some simple, straightforward ingredients together in a really entertaining and delicious way. Cleanse the palate. Here, two different types of meat. The skin, it's so interesting and unique. You usually don't see lamb skin kind of puff up and get such an incredible texture like this. Best lamb skin ever. The skin is so crunchy, the meat is so heavy. You can take the bread underneath. It is both your plate and an eating utensil. Take a little of this meat that is just falling apart. This is so incredibly soft, and it just has a texture like no other lamb I've tried before. But then we got this right here. This should be completely different. All the juices from that only meat dripped down into a pan that was sitting below. It ended up helping to cook this meat. Moment of truth, it's gonna be so different. Oh my God. A little bit of salt to bring up the flavor, and that is it. Not gamey, tender, juicy, but a different experience. It's more fatty. It doesn't have that crunchy skin. No matter what, it's just simply delicious.
To pair with an unusual day of eating, Turkey's most famous unusual dessert. A dessert that consists largely of pure cheese.
This dessert is something I've seen in videos, I've seen in movies, I've seen it in pictures. It's a cheese combined with sugar.
I'm talking about kanafe, and at this restaurant, they're making that huge.
Okay, that's also a dessert with cheese. No, it's a stretchy cheese dessert, and I've never been able to try it my entire life because where I live, there aren't a lot of Turkish restaurants.
All throughout the Middle East. It's a delicious
Welcome to the School of Hard Knocks.
soft cheese bathed in a
Dedicated to making knefe. Right now,
I did my hair for this. I thought I was looking good in the ring.
Like the Wheel of Fortune, and then he takes this big bucket of batter right here, and then he slowly dispenses the liquid down onto the steel platter, cooking it rapidly as it falls down on there. You see when it's ready, then he brings it over to here, and we have a huge pile of it. And this is going to be essentially
I'm the jump master. My favorite kind of fault.
I'm Jump Master. Let's give this a blast, eh?
This is going to be some heavy food. Making earlier, so now he uses he says the first part is complete. Next, smoke break. All right, so he puts on the fire. This is going to cook on here for about the next 10 minutes. And what's cool about this burn is not just that it's smooth, but it also rotates so it can cook everything evenly. I know. Why don't we just put a little engine on here and it can spin automatically? Well, they do have an engine. It's right here.
Follow the leader, that's me. Or not, whatever, I mean, as long as we win.
It's been about 20 minutes since we put everything on top of here. The base is already cooked all the way through. Now, add some more. From cow milk.
That's some champion, huh? Oh, someone got the party started.
This is the cheese right here. Try it out.
Longbow here. Alternator here.
Interesting. Then another layer of the breading to
Rings
go on top.
closed.
That's gonna get pressed
Extended
down.
sniper mag here.
So now we have this cooler butter.
Extended heavy mag here.
What's gonna happen? We're getting ready for a little bit of a flip. Check out this move. Step 1, he turns on the gas again, puts the lid on top, gives it a flip. Rings closed.
Evil harvesters are now available.
If you're ever wondering how extended sniper mag here, layers of brown on the top and bottom. That right there is how he's putting on a super hot sugar.
Rings near with 30 on the clock. Let's move.
All right, and right now he's pulling it out.
Boys, extra supplies here.
Best day of my life. Oh, it's so good. The cheese is delicious. It's sweet and salty and super stretchy. And here he's gonna put
10 seconds and the ring's closed. New kill leader. Soon to be me.
Look how stretchy that is. I knew it.
Wake up, ring's moving. That thing hurts.
Stretchy. It's so fun to pull and to chew on.
Just a sec.
And to top it all off, a very simple sugary syrup inside there too. Let's see what happens on right now, it's burning my hands. I know it's kind of one of the most unique. You got a little bit, right? I'm not gonna.
You got us a care package coming in.
If street side dining isn't your thing, no worries. Next, we're heading to one of the most over-the-top expensive restaurants in Istanbul. You've heard of Sultan, right? This guy, well, right now, I'm headed to his very first restaurant. A restaurant known for sky-high prices.
Take a look at this. They have an image of Salt Bay actually on the cutting board.
And far-out food combinations.
Oh no, look at this. He's putting cheese all over it. This is stunt food right here.
In our final video, I'm gonna see if I can spend over $1,000 at Salt Bay
Right,
restaurant.
care package over there.
There's so much meat here. I'm hoping I can come back and show you all this huge. Take a look at the wine. Boom, we've just come into the restaurant. They don't seem to care that we're shooting. Although the music is super, super loud. Good luck, editors. First look at the menu. On the first page, they have their gold steak. The most expensive thing I see here is the tomahawk, covered in gold. 500
Heading to avoid Nexus, Bob.
Not bad. I don't know. I think that same steak in the USA, I think it would be 3 times as much. If you get the non-gold version, that is under $100. Not actually. For round 1, I'm going to get the gold cappuccino. Then I'm going to get the most expensive starter I could find, which looks to be this right here. Steak tartare coming in at 540 liras. Editor, how many dollars is that? Boom, our first course is here. This is the steak tartare. Take a look at this. Of Salt Bay
The squads
actually
are
on the
gone.
cutting board. And then our
Let's have
meat
fun
is in
with the
shape of a
rest.
heart. That is a
Level and an upgrade.
And some crackers on the side. I need someone to do some
Chose an
sauté action
upgrade.
on this.
I'm itching to use it.
Very nice. I mean, if she did it the proper way, it would go just down her sleeve. Come take a look at this. What is a golden cappuccino? Well, it's a normal cappuccino, and then they put one slice of gold on top. Try it out. Piece of cappuccino. And try this out. This is so much meat for not that much money. Super delicious. Nice seasonings inside. A little bit spicy, savory, nice soft, gooey beef. I'm getting in the mood. Let's do this, baby. So listen, I just got terrible news. I asked them for the most expensive thing on the menu, the golden giant tomahawk. Guess what? They don't have any giant tomahawks right
New
now.
kill leader.
They have medium
Soon to
sized
be me.
tomahawks, and that costs under $100. So I'm gonna have to make up for this. Here, white wine. You have some very expensive wines. Let's try this. For Chablis, for Cru, Burgundy. That is a long name. Wine. Very nice. You guys I'm eating golden burger. On the menu, all it said was not a burger. That looks like a burger. It's not a burger. They just displayed it.
Shot fired, and there is me.
Here's the gate for any question.
golden menus, the cappuccino and the burger. But next, I'm gonna go with the golden asado. It says it's an 8-hour roasted, 24-karat gold coated, juicy, and tender pork. Right now, it's preparing our third course. I want to take you to the butchery area to show you all the meat this place has, although they don't have big tomahawks. Let's go. Right here, Sultane merch, real gold edge, protected behind a 1/4 inch of plastic. No one's getting in there. Take a look at this. Here we've got lamb chops. We've got some kind of a kebab here. This is just mini tomahawk. Here, sausage. I think that's just for decoration.
The ring's
and then we have
far.
some
Let rip.
tenderloin here.
Being shot at. Reloading. Knuckle cluster out.
There, but that's not for us.
Whoa, we got another squad here. Give my shield to recharge. Stuck in a snare.
Here we go.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster. Kill Bazumba with the bamboo.
He's gonna take the bones out of the rib now.
Reload. Being shot at. Go, grenade. Reload. Give my shield to recharge.
Oh, it's time for some salt. Oh, very nice.
Deploying knuckle cluster. Follow the load. Right down. Ready. Shot those. Gunfire. And they're hitting me. It's still so flat.
Fallback plan in place. You play recklessly. I like that.
Look out, grenade! Recharging my shields. Third shots fired and they're hitting me. Enemy shield cracked. Third one right here. Launching me knuckle cluster. Firing. Reloading.
Not used to taking bodies off the ground. Rings bodies.
Shields. Deploying a heat shield. Stand back, knuckle cluster firing. Gotta patch myself up.
And that's the gold dishes. There are cheaper versions. You don't get the show, but I refuse to not get the show. We have a couple more options here on the golden menu.
One sec, healing up.
Also known as
Spanish supply bin right here.
gold-coated wrap of lamb. You have to get lamb while you're here.
My fluid nexus is lost. Wanna bite me?
Gotta patch myself up.
I'm healing.
Deploying heat shield. Tossing out a heat shield. Healing up. You'll be right.
I gotta say, I'm starting to really like this golden color.
Not used to taking bodies off the ground.
That string's far. Hope you like exercise.
Let's take a look at these. I just want to grab like the cheapest one from the pile of all. And you can see the gold still on the rib.
Healing up. You'll be right.
Things have been
One
installed.
sec. Healing up.
Replicator incoming.
Oh my god. It's hard to improve on that. You want those vegan scientists will never be able to reproduce. There's this type of juiciness.
Bring spot.
Listen to heal.
Story, primal urges.
Healing up. You'll be right.
On the bone, super delicious. So this whole thing right here, it's like $200. It is not cheap, but I gotta say, this is that's the most I've had in my life.
Give my shield to recharge. Got some crafting to do.
Close ring. We've got 30 seconds.
Crafting, hang on. Medkit here. Healing up. You'll be right.
It's sparkling.
Just gotta patch myself up.
Give the medkit, man.
Ring closing in 10. Sand.
I'll walk it off.
Jump towel there. Let's hop on.
What I love here is there's no sauce, there's no nothing. It's gold and salt. I'm gonna dig right here.
Wake up, ring's moving. That thing hurts. Check it out. Care package coming in.
Bro, I'm totally out of supplies. I have 0 healing, 0 shielding.
This looks like, oh, that's a golden baklava right there. They have a golden layer on top.
Nice for me. I'm already in the next ring.
Oh no, Taya!
Soldier, pull my void nexus down. Oh, Chelsea's a motivator. Hey, we're already inside the next ring.
For making this happen. They are a food tour.
Gonna keep watch over here.
Assembled and around the world. So if it's for them, I wouldn't have found all these awesome, interesting, and unique places.
Bloody joker over
I would
there.
recommend doing a food tour. If you're short on time, if you want to get the most out of your time when you're traveling or on vacation, do a food tour and do it here with Culinary Backstreet. That is what we're doing. So thank you so much for watching.
Two enemy squads left. Let's teach him some manners.
Close ring. We've got 30.
envelopes full of money. Smart.
I also brought my actual tour guide license to show that I'm legit.
This is never gonna work. Alright, she's gone inside. She's talking to somebody inside, and she is gone.
She said okay.
She said okay? Yeah! Alright, so right here, the steamer is open, and you can see there are tons of rolled noodles inside. Then we get some sesame sauce, and then some sweet hoisin sauce, and then the sesame seeds on top, and then a stick Yes. And then sauce being added as well. These noodles are giving me anxiety over here. I can't believe how fast she made those. Okay, let's go eat. So here we have our dish. Come take a look. Now, you may know the first way they're making it cost so little, perhaps a lack of protein. It's just a rice batter that they spread, steam, and roll up. After that, they're just piling on a load of different flavors. Although I heard that there's some animal lard. The cheapest part of the animal. Our first course of the day. Let's give it a shot. Oh my lord. It's sweet, it's savory, it tastes like...
Time to put some lead downrange.
Is this supposed to be this sweet?
Yes, because of the hoisin sauce. This is our like kids' favorite breakfast and
Trying to be delicious, very unique. When I just saw like the plain rice rolls, I was like, oh, that's not gonna have any flavor. But really, they piled on the flavor here. Got a little bit of everything. It's basically peanut butter and jelly noodles, right?
That's exactly right.
This is your champion.
Food experts. For noodles, super cheap. But next, we're moving to a location where they're serving the oldest noodles you will find in Hong Kong. Boom, and we have come to our second noodle location right here. Virginia, tell me more about it.
We're at a one-ton noodle shop, and it started in 1946 as a street cart vendor, and then in 1961 it's moved over here.
This noodle shop is recommended on the Michelin Guide. They're known for is
wonton noodles.
What do you think makes the wonton?
Show no mercy. Relocating. Slightly dead.
Flavorful and delicious, and it's the first thing I want to eat when I come back to Hong Kong.
Let's go inside and check it out.
Watch it. Hostile landed near me.
Top planet close by. Can get loud.
I've located some extra supplies.
Right here in the hot water first. So let's just put a broth right here. This is made with pork, but there's also dried flounder, dried shrimp roe, and bacon roe. Lastly, take out the
First blood has been taken.
Really spread out. Factoid wants to keep her distance.
A new kill leader. We have our target.
We should all get in the ring. Teams stick together, right?
Wonton noodles are probably my favorite noodles in the world.
Wow, I didn't know that. Overfull? My wife is here.
My wife is holding the camera at the moment.
I hope you're buried in a more respectable outfit than that.
To it. Cheers. El dente noodle. Looking through each chopstick full, you can feel each strand of noodles breaking against your teeth. Roughly speaking. What fascinates me about the broth is that they're using dried seafood, they're using pork bones. That's how you get a very layered, complex broth. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so savory, and these little green scallions that come with it imbue so much flavor. Next, we're going to the wontons. They put 5 plump, beautiful, wrinkly wontons inside. That's such a good wonton. Oh, I'm in love. Wife, give it a shot. Let me know what you think. It was good. It's really good. I'm gonna take one more wonton. I can taste pork, I taste the shrimp really exploding inside. So this is one of the best bowls of noodles I've ever had in Hong Kong, but also in my life. But we're not done here. From here, we're headed to a 1-star Michelin-rated noodle restaurant that specializes only in noodles. I know what you're thinking. That's not 3. Yeah, but it's a lot better than 0. How many do you have? Sorry, I'm getting defensive. Let's head there now. Next on our noodle journey, one of the best noodles you will find in Hong Kong. And you'll find it in a mall. But some French guys who own a tire company say it's really good. And the noodle we're going to be trying here is called... We all remember that from our childhoods. Wait, what? What kind of noodle is it?
Rice noodle, and they make it fresh daily. They put in a wok, and they stir-fry it.
Fantastic. I believe this is going to be my first time ever trying this noodle. Let's head to the kitchen now and check it out. Good.
It's also the first ever noodle shop in Hong Kong to receive a Michelin star.
Say again?
It's the first...
So right now we're walking through the restaurant and heading into the kitchen where they make this stir-fried noodle dish. Entering through this door, passing by the dim sum station and the chef right here next to the wok station. Sir, let's get into it. So we have all of our ingredients right here, including beef. These are the beautiful rice noodles. We have yellow chives. We have scallions. We have onion. And then we have bean sprouts. Step 1, put oil into a crazy hot wok. Then he hits the beef with a little bit of oil and slides that gently into the oil. My God, he's basically deep frying the beef at this point. Glorious. Next, he grabs the onions. Those hit the oil too. So that gets put to the side. We're not going to be eating all that oil today. The next step, we have the bean sprouts and then the rice noodles. Oh, look at that technique. Just making it dance. Scallions are going in. A little MSG, salt, and sugar. And then we've got some yellow chives. He tosses back in the meat with the onion. Keep it moving, keep it moving. Hit it with a little bit of sauce. That is homemade soy sauce he just put in, and that gives it all this beautiful color. The dish has completely transformed. He lights it on fire. That was some lard. Alas, the dish is complete. Just look at that sheen. Right here we have the final product. It looks amazing. Thank you, chef. All right, folks, we have our noodles right here. Even after doing this all this time, when I set up lights in a random restaurant and eat with my wife filming me with the phone, I get a little self-conscious. I feel like people might be looking at me, judging me. But here's the reality. I want you to know if you try to do something similar to what I'm doing right now and you're worried like, oh my God, people are judging me, guess what? They are. Especially me. Probably me the most. Let's eat. Okay, I'm gonna start with the beef. The beef is thinly sliced, super lean. Virginia says it comes from the butt of the cow. Is that right, Virginia?
Correct. It's the most tender with beef flavor.
Okay, I'm not sure who told her the most tender part of the cow was in the butt, but that's what she thinks. Let's find out. Wow.
Was I right?
That's tender. It's almost somewhat spongy. There's a strong taste of soy sauce in here. Let's mix up these noodles and get a nice big bite. Oh my God. Wow. The noodles are glistening. You can see there's a sheen on these.
The sheen and the glisten is from the lard they use at the very end.
Ah, see? Lard does have a purpose. Aside from soy sauce, there is that flavor, that smokiness that comes from the wok. I think people call it wok hay.
Wok hay, the breath of the wok.
That's definitely what I'm tasting, some wok breath. Finally, I'm told this is a hot sauce that I should be trying. Cheers. Oh man, very sour, salty, and a lot of heat. This is really an incredible plate of noodles, and it costs $18.33. So this was a fantastic noodle experience, but not our final noodle experience, because we're gonna be trying next the most expensive noodles we could find here in Hong Kong.
Off to King's
This
Canyon.
location right behind me doesn't actually seem like they would have an expensive bowl of noodles. It looks like just a typical run-of-the-mill Hong Kong diner. But in fact, here they have a bowl of noodles they're selling for $58. Virginia, how are they getting to that price?
It's the beef.
Which part of the cow is the meat coming from?
It's a very specific part. Let me try to demonstrate. Now, if I were a cow, so it's between the ribeye and the brisket, and it's like 1%, and you only have it on both sides, so there's only 2 pieces of it, and it's fresh beef.
No, please stop. Let's just go inside and take a look. Boom! I have stepped into the noodle room, and I'm here with the noodle maestro himself, and he's about to embark on this beef noodle mission. Let's get to it. It all starts in here with the beef. I mean, that is exactly what Virginia describes. We come back into the noodle room, and then he gets the cleaver out. Time for some serious business. Wow, that thing's sharp. So he's carefully taking off some of that lard. Now, he's cutting thin slices of this portion right here. This is gonna cook instantly in the hot broth. The next move is to grab the noodles. This is a thin, white vermicelli noodle. Puts it in the basket. It only takes a moment before those noodles slide right into the bowl. He blanches some greens, not knowing that I don't actually care about vegetables, but he does it anyways. The veggies go on top of the noodles. Now the beef heading into the basket and being dropped into this beef bone broth. It only takes a moment of the searing hot broth to just barely kiss the beef before it's already cooked through. He brings the beef back and plops it on top of the noodles. He hits it with a little bit of garlic oil and then more of that beef bone broth saturating the noodles. Green onions on top, and that dish is complete. Now the chef is pouring some soy sauce and a bit of chili oil. Thank you, chef. Ngoi sai. All right, folks, we have our final noodle of this video. Virginia, how did you find this place?
I went on the internet and searched most expensive bowl of noodles, and then there was an article that was very divided about this bowl of noodles. So I was like, ooh, maybe Sunny should try.
Wow, controversial. I will tell you in the end if I think it's worth it. First of all, he did not skimp on the beef. Look at the marbling on that. It's like a nice netted texture of fat and protein. I'm gonna give it a little bit of a dip. Let's give it a shot. Super salty. Oh, it's spicy too. And then the feel of the meat is super satisfying. Oh my God, I better eat some more meat. There's so much meat. Aside from the beef, this is a beautiful, rich broth. Not very salty, but it has a lot of beefiness to it, but I like it. Meanwhile, I forgot it's a noodle tour. I'm gonna take some with the beef. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of sauce, pick up some beef and some noodles together. The noodles are delicious. They're actually keeping their shape pretty well for being a rice noodle, and they're soaking up all that broth, adding even more beefiness and a little bit of balance to each bite. This is a tough call. Would I, in my normal life, spend $58 on a bowl of noodles like this? I'd probably be tempted just to get the typical like wonton noodles or something like that. Regarding whether it's delicious or not, oh, it's delicious. Regarding the price, I'm not so sure about that.
After spending some major money on this city's most expensive noodles, I'm ready to double down on my culinary investments. Next, I want to see if I can spend more than $100 on Hong Kong street food in one day.
But there's a problem. Street food in Hong Kong is dying. Here, they don't call it a street food stall, they call it Dai Pai Dong. Decades ago, they used to be everywhere, but these days, only a few remain in the city.
Next, I'll eat at 3 different Dai Pai Dong street food stalls, spending more money at each one I go to. And by the end of the day, I'll order the most expensive food on the menu at this late night location.
We've arrived at our first Dai Pai Dong right behind us. Virginia, tell me about this place.
We're at Bing Ki Ta Dong. They've been open since the 1950s and they've never moved. They're open from 7 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. So they specialize in breakfast food like instant noodles with pork chop.
The entrance to the kitchen is right behind me, but outside we can already see some of the ingredients they're using for this breakfast. Right here, a big stack of eggs, and then right here you can see a bowl full of instant noodles. We're going to be getting some instant noodles soon, but first take a look at the action going on in here. So right here we have plates full of eggs, and inside of here we have pork chops. Oh my God, will you take a look at that? Shining, shimmering, splendid. Right now she's putting pepper on top, and then she put some dark soy sauce in as well. Soon I'm gonna be trying out the noodles they make here, but first I wanna see their breakfast sandwich. Right here we have some already grilled up Spam, and then we have what looks to be Spam and eggs. Everything starts right here with a fat slice of white bread. Bread goes in the toaster. She's picking out the toast with a chopstick and rotating it every few seconds. Be sure to do this step with a wooden chopstick and not a steel chopstick. From here, she actually takes a single piece of toast and cuts that in half. She slathers it with a little bit of butter. She hits that with Spam, and then she hits it with a scrambled egg, top it, cut it in half, and that sandwich is ready to go. So that is how you make the sandwich. Now we're gonna check out the noodle. She puts the seasoning packet into the soup. Right here, she has some lettuce, some broth, and some noodles. And then on top, she puts an egg. Right down here, we have the pork chops getting scooped out of a plastic bowl. She puts chicken wings onto the plate next, and that is leaving. And just like that, the food has disappeared. I don't know what's going on. Boom! Our first meal of the day. Today I'm attempting to spend over $100 on Dai Pai Dong food in Hong Kong. Well, this is probably going to be the cheapest meal of them all. First of all, this sandwich right here, $3.50. And then somehow these two go together. A bunch of meat and then noodles in a bowl. That costs $5.90. So right here we have a thick, fatty piece of Spam. This could have been put on the griddle 15 minutes ago or 15 days ago. I wouldn't know the difference. And then on the other side, a unique looking omelet. This looks like a fantastic breakfast sandwich. It's full of all the things you want in a breakfast sandwich. Breakfast meat, breakfast egg. The end. Let's give it a shot. Oh, that's good. It mostly tastes like greasy, processed, delicious Spam and a little bit of egg. It's real like junky comfort food. How do I say this in a nice way? It's Spam. Spam is, you know, I grew up in a trailer house and we always had Spam. It's very affordable. Wash it down with a little bit of milk tea. And then we move on to our noodles. When I eat these, Virginia, do I put the meat back inside? What do I do?
It depends. Do you like a little bit of sauce and soup with it, or do you like it just dry?
Okay, so it seems you can go either way. I've got an egg on here. Come take a look at the anatomy of this bowl. They put a layer of blanched greens on top. Am I looking forward to that? No, I'm gonna put that to the side for now. But then underneath that, we have this kind of semi-clear broth, and then the noodles. Then here we have the pork chop. Oh, that's wild. Super delicious, tender, and I would bet $1,000 they put the ramen seasoning into the pork chop.
It's like a black pepper sauce.
Maybe I lost $1,000, but it does taste almost exactly like ramen seasoning. From here, I want the ultimate bite. Oh, this is potentially too much. Oh, it's so good. I love it. A classic street-side Hong Kong breakfast. The noodles are nice and soft. The egg is tender, yet warm, even though it was fried a minute ago, yesterday. I don't know. They do have chicken wings. They just have a whole assortment of random meats. Let's try out this wing. It's real good. Super salty, a strong taste of soy sauce. This is our first location. This is a fantastic start to the day. But from here, we are going to 2 more Dai Pai Dong. The next 2 open up in the evening. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit, get our hunger back, walk around, and then head to the next location. All right, folks, we are headed to our second Dai Pai Dong location. Now, this is Stanley Street, and in this section, there are a bunch of different Dai Pai Dong set up. Some are from the morning, they're closing down now, and some are just getting started. We had the breakfast food, and now it's time for some dinner. The next Dai Pai Dong Virginia has selected is right there. Why do you like this one, Virginia?
Because they started in 1948, and you get to eat outside, and it has that really crazy atmosphere. And it has the wok hei.
Wok hei.
Wok hei.
Wok hei is the unique smoky and charred flavor imparted to food by cooking it in a hot wok over high heat. Or like Virginia says,
The breath of the wok.
This morning there was clear, distinctive breakfast food. What makes Dai Pai Dong night food different from the breakfast?
Morning is fast food. Instant noodles, bread, things like that. At night, that's where the action happens. That's when we're gonna have that family-style meal. Clams and black bean sauce, eggplant with like fish, lots of seafood, anything that hits that wok, like fried rice, fried noodles.
Boom, I'm in the kitchen with Master Lamb right here. And guys, you have to take a look at his mise en place. This is all the sauce and ingredients he's working with. We're gonna be starting with shrimp and eggs together. He hits the wok with a little bit of oil. Then in go the shrimp, just frying away. Now he strains out the rest of the oil. So essentially those shrimp have been deep fried. Coming in next, he splatters the egg inside the wok and gives it a little bit of a stir. In with a little bit more oil, he tosses it around a little bit. And just like that, our first dish is complete, a shrimp omelet. This guy moves like lightning. He has to because he is the only cook for about 20 different tables here. Guys, take a look. This is a pigeon. What's amazing is some of these Dai Pai Dong actually serve pigeons. So this guy could technically be on the menu. He has no idea how much danger he's in right now. One of the first things you'll notice about the menu here is that all the food is very protein-based. It's mostly meats from different animals. Everything from pork or goose intestines to the food you see in front of me right now, an omelet that is full of shrimp. Let's give it a shot. That's delicious. It's a delicious, well-whipped classic omelet that has nice bouncy shrimp inside. It's so good.
We usually eat this all with rice.
Low carb, baby. The thing is, this person deserves a lot of credit right here because this is like the prep chef. That guy is getting the order and then giving little bowls of shrimp or meat or whipped eggs to this guy to then cook up. He's kind of propping this guy up, making him look like a hero. These are clams cooked in a black bean sauce. Wow, look, that clam has a double muscle and this one has none.
You use the clam as a vessel to pick up more sauce if you want.
You guys like how I have Virginia here as like a literal food coach walking me through how to eat this, all the while not sitting at the table with me or eating my food. It's called having boundaries, right, Virginia? She's saying to use the shell as a spoon. You can see it right there. There's some onion. Actually, there's some literal bean that is black. Okay, let's give it a shot. Oh man, it's so delicious. It is a fermented bean, so it's super savory, full of umami flavor. This is the ideal drinking food for a couple of reasons. 1, it's protein. 2, it won't get you full right away. 3, it's salty as heck. I love it. Let's try our final offering right here. I'm told this is a chicken kidney. Now, I didn't even know chickens had kidneys. This dish starts with oil. Next, we have the chicken kidneys going in, getting deep fried in the oil. He strains out the kidney and puts the meat back into the wok. From here, we have some green peppers. And just like that, that dish is complete. And now that I'm looking at it, is that a kidney? I'm gonna give it a shot and see what happens. Oh, it's crunchy, kind of like a chicken gizzard, but it's definitely not a gizzard. That had to be a liver. Wait, isn't that the coxcomb? There's no way this is a kidney. Here's the thing, I got a whole plate of mystery chicken organs here. We are really close to China. You have to be careful with your organs, even if you're a chicken. I mean, this probably came from a botched transplant. So those are our 3 courses for this Dai Pai Dong, but what about the price?
The eggs are $8.33, and then the 2 other ones are $10.90 each.
Altogether, it comes down to $30.13. So from here, we're headed to our final Dai Pai Dong of the evening, and there we are gonna have our most expensive meal yet and see if it's possible to spend over $100 on street food here in Hong Kong in one day. Let's go find out. We have come to our final Dai Pai Dong. Everybody is drunk except for me. That makes me sad. Virginia, tell me a little bit about this place.
This place at Poppin, they started as a lamb brisket noodle place in the 50s and 60s, and about 5 to 6 years ago, they turned it into a stir-fry nighttime Dai Pai Dong, and it's crazy.
I see the cook right now has a cigarette hanging from his mouth. That's incredible. You know your food is good if it's got a little bit of cigarette ash inside. That adds that perfect amount of umami. What I'm gonna do here is order the most expensive thing they have on the menu in an effort to spend over $100. Let's see what it is.
Let's do it.
This is our first dish right here. It is shrimp. So this is our wok chef right here. He has the salted egg yolk, and he's chipping that away and putting that into the hot wok. All that is salted egg yolk. Wild. That is mixing up with some oil, and he's making a delectable sauce. Right here, he puts in salt, sugar, and MSG. The shrimpies are going in the salted egg yolk, and that's gonna get mixed up real nice. He tosses the shrimp about, he does a quick 180, and then he puts the shrimp on the plate just like so. And just like that, dish one is complete. This guy is an animal. Yeah. Oh, who's drinking now? It's me. Beer, apple cider, YouTube. Right here we have two courses. Immediately to my left we have salted egg shrimp. What I don't know about this dish is how to eat it.
You break it off, you suck out the head juice, you can also suck out the salted egg yolk.
Thank God she said salted egg yolk after saying suck off. These shrimp, not that big. Pretty medium size, but I'm gonna twist that head off, and you can see the fat and the goo from the head. I'm gonna give it a suck. You know, the head fat with the fat from the salted egg yolk, it's a lovely combination. It's not a lot of sustenance or calories, but it's a lot of flavor. Let's give it a taste. Delightful. Bouncy, salty. The egg yolk is slightly chalky. It has a very unique flavor. So let's talk price. Our shrimp dish right here, as petite as they are, costs $18.97. Meanwhile, the food that resides in here, it's $42.05. So what inside of here could possibly cost over $40? Well, so the first ingredient to this dish right here is chicken, and then we have the second ingredient, that is eel. He has some MSG, salt, pepper, and then some cornstarch too. This wok is blazing hot. He puts in some oil. Right here he takes the chicken and he tosses it in. Chicken is just frying away. Up next, the eel. Slop it in there. So right now we have chicken and eel frying together. This is a wild combination. Oh my God. Right now we see him stringing out all the oil. The chicken and the eel are fully cooked, going back into the wok. He hits it with a little bit of wine, sending the fire ablaze. A splash of water. Boom. Vegetables, green peppers, onions, more soy sauce, MSG, salt, sugar, oyster sauce. That is complete. Now all of this heads into a giant clay pot. Then they put on some greens, put a lid on top, and that is ready to go to the table. Virginia, why do chicken and eel go together?
It's like very common clay pot rice toppings. We just like to throw everything in a pot. It's delicious. Why not?
She doesn't know. But if you look inside, you can actually just see it's really bubbling. There's kind of a thick brown gravy on the bottom. At first, what is chicken? Okay, that's definitely chicken. And then you've got thicker pieces like this. That is the eel. We'll come back to that later. Close it up to keep it warm. This is the type of food, if you're gonna be here for 3 to 4 hours throwing back beers, this is what you get. Like these ladies behind me. They've been here since yesterday, and they're still going hard. Come take a look at this. It's still hot, which is a good sign. You want that chicken to be cooked all the way through. It looks gorgeous. Let's try it out. Oh, that's good. Plump, fatty, warm, succulent, hot chicken. On the outside, it's just a sticky glaze of delicious flavors. What are those flavors? Chicken is one of them. It tastes very strongly of soy sauce. And just, a beautiful blend of ingredients. But the chicken is the most normal part of this dish. I got a nice plump piece of eel. You can see the skin on the outside and then like these 4 quadrants of meat. The notion, the idea of eel felt a lot more weird, but now that I'm looking at it, it looks pretty dang good. That sticky sauce, it doubles as a deadly napalm. Oh my God, it stuck to my skin and burned me. But otherwise, delicious. Sometimes it's good to mix a little bit of pleasure and pain. It's that same delicious, savory, sticky soy sauce on the outside, but the flavor of the protein is completely different. There's a lot of minerality to the seafood. The skin is thick and somewhat gummy and gelatinous. So these are our final 2 dishes here today. The goal initially, when we set out this morning, was to spend over $100 on Dai Paido street food. But have we achieved that goal? Well, next we're gonna add up everything throughout the entire day and let you know. Let's find out. Today we started with the goals of $100 street food, but how much did we actually spend? We spent $100.55. Now you know. I told you we would do it, and we did it.
After spending more than $100 on Hong Kong street food, I realize I've set my sights too low. Next, my aim is to spend over $1,000 on just seafood throughout the city. From affordable markets to the most insanely priced seafood you'll find anywhere in Asia. But first, fishbowl.
Let's do it.
That's what that's supposed to be. We've come to our first and cheapest location of the day right behind me. Here, this place is famous for all types of seafood. Their menu is huge and they're open 24 hours a day. Right now it's morning time. It's breakfast. It's the perfect time to eat some balls. My favorite shape of food. Let's go inside and see how it's made and let's see how much it costs. Right here we have entered the kitchen. My man, he is the chef and he is right now preparing a load of wontons. Those look good. Maybe I'll change my order. All right, let's do it. I'm following the chef over here into the corner. He has a random drawer full of fish slices, balls and slices. These are in the hot water right here. He wets the bowl. Looks like he's got some rice noodles, and those get blanched in the hot water as well. The rice noodles are tossed into the bowl. Boom. Balls in the bowl. Boom. Fish slices also in the bowl. But right now this bowl needs some flavor. How about a little bit of broth? And then a little bit of lard? He put his finger in it for some reason. This woman right here is about to garnish our bowl. We have some green onions. That's the garnish? Okay, the garnishing is complete. Thank you, chef. Ngoisai. So we have our bowl right here. This is what you get early in the morning. 4 balls, 2 slices, garnished just in a spoon, and then noodles underneath. Don't let that be your first bite. I think you should mix it in perhaps. Virginia, why are fish balls so common and so popular in Hong Kong?
So what happened back in the day is if people didn't sell all the fish, we don't waste. So then they make it into a paste and then they add a filler like some sort of starch.
I gotta say that was quite a sell for fish balls. Old fish meat and mixed with binders and formed into a ball. Right here we have the rice noodle. It's soaking in this broth. Is it a pork bone broth?
Pork bones and fish bones.
All right, let's try it out. Oh, it's so good. The broth is incredibly hot. Even though it's been sitting here for a few minutes, I can hardly handle it. Oh, that's good. Super savory, salty. You can taste the fish bones in there. I like it. But enough with the broth. We're trying to build our way up to these fish balls. First of all, fish slices. Cake. It's kind of bouncy. It has a ton of flavor inside. It tastes like delicious processed fish. I gotta say, for under $5 in Hong Kong, this is a heck of a deal. May I remind you that later in this video, we're gonna be spending over 100 times this much on a meal. So this is just the beginning. I have my bouncy fish ball right here. Dense and soft at the same time, full of flavor, warm. Oh, that's nice. So this is our first course, super inexpensive, but next we're headed to a fish market, a seafood market where we can actually pick up the food that we want to eat and bring it to someone to cook it. Let's move. Boom, we have officially arrived at the fish market. I am excited. This place is wild and it's packed with action.
We're in Samshui Po. This is Bay Home Market. This one just tends to have a really big seafood section.
Oh my God, this guy's carting around live seafood.
The people that come around here are gonna be the local residents, but there's also a lot of restaurants. So come to their favorite vendor and grab their seafood of the day as well.
So from here, I'm gonna be exploring the market, seeing what kind of seafood they have. Let's get started. The first thing I see is prawns that are still jumping about. They're very lively. Right here we have mantis shrimp. These things look gigantic. They have some of the biggest clams I've ever seen right here. They've got lobster. They have humongous razor clams. Oh, and they have crabs. Boom. Take a look at this guy. That is a big mud crab. That is about as big as they get. They don't get much bigger unless you find them around Fukushima. We've come to another stall. Here, he's mainly selling fish. Look, they even have a species of headless fish. I think that fish got in a car accident. My favorite thing about this place is this right here. A cage full of frogs. They're known as Chinese edible frogs. Much easier to eat than the Chinese inedible frogs. Don't stress out, guys. Wow, immediately they tried running away. All right, that one has my name on it. There we go. He's wondering, he's like, what the fuck is going on? Look how big those calves are. What is it, Samoan? All right, I'm gonna put him back for now and take a look. I'm gonna put him back for now and take a look more around. I'm gonna put him back for now and look around some more. There we go. All right, we've come to another stall. Here they have so many cool things. Shellfish, snails. This is a golden snail. Take a look how fat this snail is. What a treasure. Perhaps this should be our first meal. Here, I want to show you this. These are abalone. What's great about these abalone is that they're still alive. You can see that they're moving in the shell. What's even better is that later today, at the most expensive seafood restaurant we could find in Hong Kong, we're gonna be having abalone that have actually been dried for a long period of time. These abalone, they cost hundreds of dollars. But first, let's pick out some foods here.
Our first seafood pick for meal 2 is this log of extremely long razor clams.
Oh, yeah, nice. Oh my God. They're so long that they have extra appendages sticking out.
For our second seafood, I'm diving into the amphibian bin for 3 of these plump Samoan frogs.
The big question is, are frogs a seafood? I say yes, because they like to live in the water or hang out in the water. At least they like to be wet. So we've come upstairs to what looks like a giant cafeteria. Here there are loads of restaurants making different seafood dishes, but you can also bring your own seafood up here and have them cook the food for you. Right now, Chef Sandy is getting started on our frogs and our clams. Oddly enough, she's using a razor to cut open the razor clams. Maybe that's why they call it a razor clam. She gives everything a little bit of a bath. Next, she meticulously cleans out the sand and the poop from the inside of the shell. So today we're going to be having our razor clams with some glass noodles and garlic. Beautiful. Oh, then this right here is the garlic sauce. She has to carefully make sure to get it inside of the shell so it'll flavor the meat as it steams. Now we're headed back into the kitchen, and these are going to head right into the steamer. So that will steam for about 10 minutes, and we'll see those soon. We have our second meal of the day right here in the form of 2 different seafoods. Let's talk about money. The price for 3 frogs, only $5. But this over here, $23. That's just for the raw ingredients though. To get everything cooked, it also costs an additional
$23.08.
Let's talk about flavor, starting with these guys right here. This is a classic recipe in Hong Kong, so I'm gonna take this massive bite and toss it back. Cheers. Oh my God. The clams are super delicious. The right amount of chewiness. There's a big load of noodles on top, and then that garlic paste. It's a powerful flavor. It's so good. So Virginia, most of the people who are up here in this kind of cafeteria area, are they bringing their own seafood or are they just ordering from the menu?
Right now is a work day, so people are just ordering on the menu. They're doing something really fast, on the go, and then they're gonna get out.
Is it still mostly seafood here, or is it a big combination of options?
It's a big combination of options, especially for lunchtime. At nighttime is when we're really gonna do these like family-style seafood dishes.
And that's when the beers come out. But for now, Coke, cane, so we can stay awake until tonight. Next, frog. She's preparing a hot wok right here. She hits the frog with a little bit of cornstarch to make it nice and crunchy. And she literally just tosses in the frogs piece by piece. It's a dangerous game. Now it is time to remove all the frog parts. Oh. And then she puts it back in the fryer a second time. From here, she's putting in a combination of powerful flavors. We've got onion, chilies, garlic, ginger. This is steaming fish soy sauce, plus a little bit of fish sauce. Even more flavors. This one happens to be a little bit of sugar. Then she puts the frog back in. Right here, she has some fried garlic and the green onions. Everything is now in the wok together, getting nice and happy. Take a look at that crispiness factor. Those look awesome. Remember that massive, juicy frog calf we saw earlier? Here it is again in the fried form. Cheers. Yeah. She just put a little bit of cornstarch on there, and that's enough to give it a little bit of a crust. It is an amazing savory flavor and just some very tender, delicious frog meat underneath. I really like it. Oh, is that a rib cage?
Oh, the pelvis, that's my favorite part.
Yeah, me too. Oh, on frogs, yeah. I feel like we're just warming up. This is our second location, but we've already spent over $50. We're on our way to 1,000. Will we get there? Let's find out at our third location, coming up after this, obviously. We have come to seafood location number 3. Now this is a whole big complex of different aquariums, tons of live seafood, crustaceans, and fish, plus a load of different restaurants to cook that seafood up for you. Virginia, how does this place work?
This place is called Lei Yun Wen. This place is the place to go with a bunch of friends. You want to have about 10 people, you order 8 to 10 different seafoods, and you eat it at nighttime. It's definitely a meal where you're going to be spending a little bit more money.
Let's go take a look at what they've got. So we have come to our live seafood location with Alice, who's going to help us take a tour of what they have available here. Shall we take a look? Yeah. First of all, they have a vast array of colorful fish. And then over here, we have something very special. These are some huge cuttlefish. Oh, there it is. Look at this monster. Wow, it's barking. What's in here?
This one is abalone from Africa.
Really? Come take a look. It is a big, thick creature. The abalone hit different whether from South Africa or North Africa, anywhere. Let's talk about these. So this is a mantis shrimp inside of here, and it's so dangerous it can actually punch you and cut you. It can even punch through the plastic. Has this ever hurt you? No.
After reviewing several more seafood options, I've made up my mind, opting for this mammoth spiny lobster.
Look at the horns on this guy. This alone could stab you like a double-horned unicorn.
Now let's weigh this baby in and see how much it costs.
So in Hong Kong, this is how you weigh the seafood. It's a very old-school method, but it's tried and true. In the end, after doing the math, this guy right here costs $205. Not cheap, and that does not include the cooking. So we're headed to the kitchen next to see what the chef does with this bad boy. All right, folks, we are in the kitchen right now with Asan. He is supremely excited. You can tell he's doing the peace sign and everything. And then we have the lobster. equally excited. Step 1, he completely removes the tail. This is really the prize of the whole thing, and soon this is going to be utilized in a very unique dish.
Next, the chef chops both the head and tail into smaller sections. He gives them a little bath and prepares for the next steps.
All right, guys, we can't show the chef here because he's wanted for evading taxes, so let's just cover his face up. All right, so right now we have our lobster pieces, and we are at the wok station.
First, deep fry the lobster chunks in hot oil until they turn a bright, beautiful orange hue.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Next, prepare some wheat noodles with chicken stock, salt, and butter. When they're done, let the noodles rest on a plate, waiting for the lobster.
Now he puts some oil back into the wok. He hits it with some secret stock, and then the lobster goes in as well. Next, he's taking cornstarch and putting it in the ladle right here, and that goes inside to help thicken everything up. I've never seen lobster prepared like this in my life.
Finally, the chef reassembles the lobster, making it whole atop a glorious mound of noodles.
Have you ever seen anything so majestic? Just 3 chefs working together, one who has to hide his identity from the world. So many secrets in one man. Oh, all that remains is this delicious, flavorful sauce. Thank you, chef. He smiled at me. I can't show you, but oh God, that was close. Thank you. Virginia,
Yes.
take a look. Don't taste.
Okay.
How's it look?
Majestic.
Coming back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Are you gonna share your food?
Yeah, totally. So I'm gonna start with this because it looks epic. Right here we have a big portion of tail. There's kind of 2 elements here. There's the texture, which is slightly sinewy, a little bit tough, but then there's that sauce. It is a delicious, savory, deep flavored chicken stock that pairs beautifully with the seafood. All right, now let's get to those noodles.
You could probably use the shell and put everything in the shell.
Oh, that's a fun idea. I want to do what the lobster would have appreciated, which is making use of its body. Let's put some noodles right here on the shell. Let's toss it back. Oh, that's delicious. That same super thick, savory sauce has influenced the flavor of everything on here. It's got like a nice little wheat noodle texture, but I think the big move right here is to mix that with some of the lobster. Right here, we have what I like to call the perfect bite. That was so good. Conclusion, this, good. In the end, the meal is unique and something I've never seen before, but let's talk about the price. The fresh raw lobster, that was $205, but to cook it into this masterpiece, that was an additional $40.
So all in, I've spent $245 on this meal, but my goal is to see if I can spend more than $1,000 on seafood in one day. Soon we'll be heading to a restaurant where the prices are not just double, but they're more than triple what I just paid. This restaurant specializes in crafting the most luxurious dried seafood dishes you can find in Hong Kong. But how can dried seafood be even more expensive than seafood that's fresh? To find the answer, I'm first heading to the dry seafood section of this market.
How is it possible that dried seafood could be so much more expensive than fresh seafood?
Because it takes so much work and it's very laborious. So at the beginning, in order to dry it, they actually will have to catch it. They have enough space to dry it, and it may take a couple weeks. And then if you were to eat at a restaurant, say a dried sea cucumber, then it starts from being dried like this, and then it takes about 7 days in advance to rehydrate it.
And so at the end of all this work, is the final product, does it taste better to have a sea cucumber that has been dried and then rehydrated?
It's a different texture. Like, so for you, you might think something is gelatinous or chewy, but we have more granular categories. It might be gelatinous but crispy, gelatinous but gooey. And then it goes really good with sauces because they might braise it in a sauce and then it just kind of takes on the flavor of that sauce.
Oh my God, I'm nervous, but I'm excited. And also, this is gonna be one of the most expensive meals of my life. I hope it's worth it. We have just arrived at our final and most expensive seafood restaurant of the day, a 3-star Michelin restaurant known as Forum. Virginia, tell the folks about this place.
We are here to try dried seafood, which is called hoi mei, which is basically flavors of the sea. They are most famous and well known for their abalone.
Today we're going to be starting with a dish that costs $100 and involves a sea cucumber. But after that, we're going to be trying something that costs $900. How do you get to $900? What are we eating? All right, folks, right now we are in a private room and Chef Adam is over here and and he is about to prepare our first course, which is the sea cucumber. The sea cucumber today is going to start with some foie gras, and he's kind of mashing it up, cutting it into smaller pieces. That smells good. Next, the sea cucumber. Oh my gosh. So the sea cucumber has been reconstituted and hollowed out, and now he's taking the foie gras and stuffing it inside like a delicious taco. This is a preparation like I've never seen before. So from here, he's going to take it away to steam it for about 10 minutes and bring it back. Alas, our first course has arrived. The price for this dish right here, 100 USD. I'm told you're supposed to eat it with a fork. Oh, what the? Whoa, that texture is wild. I'm gonna gently slide it onto the fork. Let's go for it. Oh my gosh, it's like I get it now. The act of drying it out, then dehydrating it, it completely changes the structure of the food. It's super soft, borderline gooey, but still very satisfying to chew through. Let's try one more bite. Inside, the foie gras tastes delicious, rich, fatty, and wonderful. I get the 3 stars now. This isn't just about good, consistent food preparation. This is like breaking new ground, doing something completely different at a very high level. And this is just our appetizer. So our next dish is the famous abalone. Right here, I have a plate of Oma abalone from Japan. All of this abalone has been dried out already. Each piece is over $2,000, and this entire plate is about $25,000. This is a down payment on a house.
As it turns out, $2,000 for a single abalone is a bit over my budget, so I'm getting the poor man's version of this dish, clocking in at a much more affordable $900.
Alas, our final course has arrived. The abalone is here as well as the fish maw, and the chef is about to take it away. It starts with the abalone going inside a big clay pot of premium chicken stock. Right here we have the bowl of fish maw. That is the fish air bladder. Right here he's got an abalone sauce that he's adding in, creating a beautiful...
And I go straight back to the lab, right after I wreck you lot.
And water, turning this thin stew into a thick gravy. Something we all have in the pantry. He gives it a little bit of time. Accept the challenge. Oh, thumbs up. Alas, the plate greens along with a tiny portion of rice because he knows I'm on keto. He plates the abalone.
This is your champion.
The fish maw. Chef, thank you so much. It looks amazing. Meaningless as you are. Virginian?
Yes.
So far during this trip, we've eaten a lot of food, but I thought this is a very special meal, so we should both have a chance to try it at the same time. $900, $900.
Oh, you're so nice. Oh, that's
Hold on to your belt,
stabilizer? How about skills? You might want to find you some.
Let's burn some thumbs this way.
No doubt it was an outstanding experience, but there's one thing left to do. We need to add up all the money spent on seafood throughout the day and see if we did indeed spend $1,000. Something tells me we finally hit our number.
Time's close. I'm up to 45. Plenty of time for a week. Ain't it?
attention.
Picked it. Ring's close and we've got half a minute, Newt. Might have a wee cat nap. And I'm back.
big as his? Yes. This is smaller than his. Any bigger one, just on the most giant one if it's possible. Beautiful. Thank you so much. We're feeling today, and I am very excited. First,
Grenade out.
Fluffy marshmallow that's pink. Oh, it's bouncy. It's not actually marshmallow. It's harvested unicorn.
My bad, I didn't mean to spam ping, bro. I was just trying to give you a feeling, yeah.
Cheaper than this, but we have to go find out. I'm also hoping we can find something that feels a bit more Asian.
Enemy here.
Okay, I found a
You're right outside the door.
find in Orlando, Florida, and that is squid. But it's not just any type of squid. Let's take a look at how it works. This is the squid grilling machine.
Shields to recharge.
For once, I'm being predictable. Last one down.
That if you brought this to your office lunchroom, they would pick you up. I love that they really dedicated machinery to cooking and slicing up the squid
I've upgraded
at Disney. Let's see if we can stretch it out like an accordion. Amazing squid technology.
I found our less friendly friends. Check your map. Hostile over there.
We should go there. People don't.
Smell can be intimidating, but once you get to know it, you realize it has a nice personality. I'm describing myself at this point.
The squad's left. We can end their worlds.
You have to admit, that was awesome.
It's not safe, y'all.
Chicken is soft and tender, very satisfying, super salty. I think that won't get you dehydrated, then buy more drinks. The final thing we have not tried is this right here.
Go here.
Food. Oh, yes, no plastic involved. What is that?
It's a chicken.
Chicken.
Yeah.
Thank you. It looks like many pieces of chicken may be folded on top of each other until it's taken on this weird geometric rhombus type shape. Thank God I went to school in the USA. I know the word rhombus. I also invested at Bitcoin at 60,000. How come we didn't learn about Bitcoin in high school, huh? A bit of lemonade
smells like victory. I love pretending to smell.
From some of the herbs they put inside. I enjoyed it. From here, I'm gonna finish the rest of this food. There is a lot more to see. We are
See your imperfections in your enemies.
Who owns this IP? I'm not sure. Anyways, the menu is right here. Everything they have here is fried, and we're gonna give it a shot. We're in a restaurant close to Derek. They have a food.
Think of your greatest fears. Now,
Look at those Disney characters.
I'm the jump master. I know where to land in this reality.
Mouse, corn.
I'm the jump master. No pressure, me. Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
Oh,
Alright, too hot.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, man. Okay, I guess I'll go here. Oh!
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Fuck shit in this house, bro.
Attention. First blood.
R301 here.
First blood has been taken.
This is food for young kids who have never had
Extended Unite here. Level 2.
Also, we're getting
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Let's go through these guys.
Let's make a mess over there.
Alright, let's go.
One. Nice.
Giving my shields a recharge. Look out, grenade!
Attention.
Another squad is on us. I have been down. Reloading. Shields are depleted. Recharging. I shattered an enemy's
Not used to taking bodies off the ground.
cut down an enemy.
Recharging shield.
Look out, grenade!
My
Down. Found by my enemy in the
guys, I'm out of ammo. Oh, Lord.
I'll recall you in a minute.
Reading up fallback systems gets you.
But yeah, put the void nexus down. Oh, Lord.
Why you gotta
What?
be
I'm
the
living.
It just feels wrong.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Got an enemy. Been down.
How many? How many?
Took down an enemy.
That's the one left.
You sure one? Two, huh?
Locks over here.
You're better? You're better?
God damn, bro. What the fuck was he killing me with? Eva 8?
He's one, he's one? He's finishing me?
Enemy spotted.
Sophisticated, savvy, sophisticated food reviewer. That said, I will order any food with a face or that looks like an animal or a Disney character. Case in point. Most of them
ammo
peel
here.
the paper from the bottom. It almost feels like it should be illegal, the fact that there's no pork in there. Look at that. It's maybe beans or sugar or some kind of a jam. The steamed bun is soft, moist, but inside, oh man, I was hoping for a mouthful of pork. I feel a little bit ripped off. For 3 of these little piggies, it costs $6.14. Not too crazy, but nothing compared to the abalone. It looks pretty excellent. 2 whole abalone right here on top, a big heavy rice base, and then she poured on this seafood gravy.
Safety's off, weapons free.
Carrot, shrimp, chicken. Cheers. I like it. I find that most of the food here today is somehow
and your enemies
a lot of salt, but not a lot of supporting characters to add to the flavor profile. It seems like they're trying to appeal to a wide variety of people that are from the Philippines and people that are here in Hong Kong too. Maybe that makes them water down the seasoning a bit. I take our vision, pick a lane.
Do you fear me, legends?
Right here though, abalone, one of my favorite seafoods out there. Please tell me they did not. You know what this sauce is? I just realized. It's like that chow mein sauce every kid had as a kid.
Show no mercy.
Sorry. I was watching the video.
I guess maybe the abalone is getting it there, but it's maybe $3 an abalone. So sure, why not? And last we have our final dish. This is our
Target landed near me. Hold me. I'm fatal.
Watch your six. Grenade bar. Half of one.
These chickens in a clay pot and kind of time it exactly right.
Got some extra supplies
really
here.
wasn't seasoned that well to begin with. Mr. Walt Disney is rolling over in his grave right now as we speak. Actually, he'd be shocked that they were even serving Korean food. He'd be shocked to have a theme park in Asia, period. So this is our final meal, and this is the most we've ever spent on $100. You know the total.
And after adding up all the money I spent on food today, the final amount is an astonishing challenge. My wallet is drained. Food in Hong Kong is truly addictive. From the street food to the seafood, from the very cheap to the ultra expensive. This city is wonderful. The next time you visit, be sure to give it a try and share your
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
Pull back in place.
Taking fire. Care packaging. Give me a second. Recharging shield.
White. Top.
Right. Spotted. Smoke out. Heads up. Dropping the thing.
Consider yourself lucky. There are more creative ways to die.
Boom, right behind me, our first location. They're serving a food called scallion rolls. Let's take a look at the menu. Option number 1, it has there's a noodle. I know that. It has pig. It has cheese. It has pickle, and it has noodles. Wow, that is. I've chosen the kimchi cheese because
My ultimate is ready. G7 Scout here. Enemy far off.
This is a carbohydrate. It kind of reminds me of when I was in Ethiopia. We used to drink the corn. It reminded me of Ethiopia. Yeah. In Ethiopia, they have big bread.
Now tell me what Trump has done to help the everyday American. He's doing the same shit Biden did, bro. Absolutely fucking.
And this one has cheese.
That voice in your head. Trust it.
So right here we have the stall owner, and these are the quail eggs. My gosh, she is cracking through hundreds of these quail eggs every single night. Right now,
I wish I did too. But at the end of the day, I don't have faith in any of our scumbag rich politicians.
she breaks off 8 of these quail eggs, and she hits it with a little bit of cheese. Put that in the broiler.
I'm the jump master. I'll cut us apart.
Right. You're supposed to stop the war, right?
Dropping in. Hang on.
Okay. Final offer to who? Zelensky?
Yeah.
Because Russia tried to take over. I mean, Russia started all of it.
Yeah, but then.
Farmer, better go now.
Huh?
The ring's closing in one. We're not very close.
Yeah.
Not like.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I think that the amount of money we've given them was so dumb.
I think it's dumb.
It's crazy, man. Like, yeah, it's unfortunate, man. Like, nobody ever brings up the fact that we gave them how many billions of dollars on accident. Remember that?
There's a neutral leader making things messy.
Yeah. I'm not pro fighting other people's wars.
Care package coming down.
But I am pro helping out the underdog.
Surely they're making things messy.
Like Russia holds so much power. But Trump's all buddy-buddy with him. That's what I don't like.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 3. Laser sight here. Level 3.
Oh, I didn't know you could break into these things, bro. That's fire.
Optics here. Close range. Why? Care package over there.
I wish we could just live in a peaceful world, but as long as money's involved, it will never be a peaceful world. Money's what causes all evil. And it's because we don't learn history like other people do, so we always repeat it. Constantly repeating history. And then for Trump to, do you see all the things that Trump's taking out of colleges? How absurd is that? Like, things like that Asian cultures do that's perfect is they make you learn about everything. You know? You learn about all of history. The pluses and the negatives. And he's trying to hide the negatives, which was slavery, which was, you know, what happened back in Africa and stuff like that.
Get you messy.
Yeah, dude, did you see how far he just jumped?
Choose an upgrade.
What's that?
New kill leader appointed.
Heads up. New kill leader.
Got him. Hit one, I'm pushing. Yeah, dude, they fucking suck. That squad pushed behind us. That was the one fighting them originally.
Replicator falling to earth.
Okay,
Summer when you go to a dumpster and there's a bunch of liquid on the bottom, but it's not just liquid, it's really hot liquid, so it's kind of rancid. It smells like that, and people here love it. Let's go for it. Whoa, that was intense. The stinky tofu, it really stinks. My whole mouth is just like a rancid cesspool right now. But beyond that, she put this chili.
Well, at University of Toledo, which is the college right next to my house, they've already implemented rules and policies. I can read off to you the statement they came out with and sent us, and I can tell you all.
45 seconds. That's a stroll.
Maybe not the most delicious, but definitely worth
Yeah.
it. We've come to our next location. Right here, a simple menu.
Yep. Hit one hard. I'm stuck. Hit one hard. I'm snared up there.
Take the portal.
Fuck me! Oh my god, no.
Next time you'll do better.
7 dishes lined up just so I get the perfect bite. All right, my very first time trying.
Damn. Here are all the classes that UT has gotten rid of, suspended this year. And they're not even just classes. These are things people, like, bachelor's degrees and stuff like that. They got rid of Bachelor of Arts, African Studies, Asian Studies, Data Analytics, Disability Studies.
We've come here for another food. Right now we're in the back of the stall. This is called guapao. Is that right? All right, a local person said that was correct and not offensive. Why is she holding a light? Anyways, take a look at this. Right inside of here, beautiful braised pork. It looks so delicious, soft and succulent. That is gonna go inside of our guapao. Okay, so right here you can see the bao buns inside. They're steaming. They look delicious. They're in a
I'll keep my squad mates insulated.
powered up and ready to go. Put some peanut powder in there. Then this is pickled mustard greens. And then finally the succulent braised pork in those soft buns. He's hiding it from me. Hit it with a little bit of cilantro, and then we got some more peanut, and that right here. Is that really how you say it? Okay, I feel racist the more I say it. But you gotta embrace that feeling sometimes, guys. Somebody's saying it right. Bread inside the vegetables. Fine, they're necessary for context. But what we really care about right there is the braised pork. You can see it's been soaked in pork color, probably because of soy sauce.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system,
chicken, a part that's often unappreciated. I have a feeling that our American asses are being exported out of the USA and to here where they actually appreciate a good ass. Let's get some ass. May I please have some ass? He said no. Okay, here we go. Right here, he's gonna scoop the ass into a colander. That is not nearly enough ass. Oh, he hits it with a little bit of powder. I've asked for even more ass. He piles the ass. He puts it on the scale. He weighs the ass. He hits it with a little bit of spicy powder. Yes. Oh no, I said spicy. Yes. He put even more powder. He puts it in a popcorn bag. And before I know it, my life has flashed before my eyes. Ooh, unnecessary plastic. That's for the ocean, and that is for me. Let's eat. All right, folks, this is the final meal, and I mean it this time. He said it was a whole extended family. So we got the hearts here. Here, obviously, asses, and these are very petite asses. Definitely Asian chickens. Not an acceptable joke. I am sorry. I apologize. Let's move forward. Now, he piled on the super spicy seasoning. Let's see how it is. Cheers. That's unbelievable. It's super salty, but it's also very sweet. Like it's been soaking in a syrup. That's wild. Good heart. Now, a lot of people, their intuition is led by their heart. But for even more people, their intuition is led by their ass. It is surprisingly small. I'm guessing there's no bones, but there's probably some like cartilage inside. Let's give it a shot. Cheers. Wow, like pure fat. It's crunchy on the outside. It's super fatty, like melting, like a stick of chicken butter in my mouth. There's a little bit of cartilage that exists inside. Some of the best ass I've ever put in my mouth.
So, after a full night of dining on street food, did I hit my goal of spending over $100? Sadly, no. So now, I'm turning my aim away from breaking the bank and toward binging on the bizarre. I've made my way to the northernmost point of Taiwan on a mission to seek out this island's most exotic seafood in a giant seafood market known as Fuji.
So here's how it works. This building is full of the live seafood. You choose what you want here, and then you go over here to the restaurant. Inside there, they're gonna cook it for you, and you can eat it. But first, we gotta find some seafood in here. Let's go. We have come to our first vendor right here. I would say in this market, there are about 25 vendors, and all of them have different stuff. So you really need to check out everything before you finally choose what you want to buy. Boom, right here. This is probably a Boston lobster. It's looking very lively. He was really trying to make a break for it. Imagine if he escaped and then got where? Buddy, you're in Taiwan. You're not in the New York, Boston area anymore. Speaking of lobsters, they also have these giant red spiny lobsters, rainbow lobsters, giant spiny ones over here. But my favorite thing about this place is the junk drawer of seafood that they have right here. So he's gonna show us some of the cool seafood he has right here. Guys, take a look at this and see if you can figure out what it actually is. This is eggs of a cuttlefish. It feels like grapes. So if you look deep on the inside, you can see a little cuttlefish swimming around. They have one more I want to show you. Oh, here we have a little puffer fish gasping for breath. Oh, and he's... Oh my God, he's puffing it up. I don't know if the fish consented to that. Wow, the little spiky things just feel like cartilage. It's not that painful. Time to put it back. I'm so sorry. Yeah, deflate, buddy, deflate. All right, let's keep moving. Boom, we've come to our next location right here. This is Shu Fun. Ah, ni hao. She, load of seafood right here. First of all, some of the biggest oysters I've ever seen in my life. That is huge. I have no idea what she said. Is there just one oyster in here? Just one? Can you open it right now and show me?
Okay.
So first she cleans it up a little bit. To shuck it, she shoves a knife in. She hits it with a mallet. She rips the top of the shell off, gives it a little bit of a spritz. I'm telling you, those Fukushima oysters are wild. She drains a bit of water, and then she says, hey, go for it. Nobody ever does this, but you can if you want. That sack right there is still breathing. Oh, it's alive. It's alive! I'm gonna, just like fruit by the foot. Wow, how's it? Oh my God, you can see my bite mark. Aphrodisiac, in effect. That might have been a mistake. It was so gigantic, I just wanted to know if I could fit it in my mouth. Next food. So I want to show you one of the local crabs here. This is a group of very active and lively Taiwanese crabs. Take a few of these, throw them in a hot pot, and you're set. But we're not here for this. I'm looking for something a little bit more exotic. Look at that mouth. He's like, am I not exotic enough for you? Take a look at what we got here. These are some massive creatures. Oh, wow. Look at them. This is very PG, possibly PG-13. So this is called Mellow Mellow, and it's interesting compared to other sea snails because it can hardly go back inside of its own shell. Most snails can retreat all the way, and this guy, he's not hiding from anybody. I'm gonna buy one of these Mellow Mellows, take it to the kitchen, and see what the heck they do with it. Boom, right now we are in the kitchen and this place is busy. Everyone's bringing their seafood over here to get cooked. All right, folks, it's time for some snail action. Oh my God, the mallet comes out immediately. He's beating the snail to death, and in the end, that is what comes out. That is our meat. This guy works quickly and efficiently. Absolutely no messing around. He's cutting it into different sections. Little bitty thin slices coming off of that giant Mellow Mellow snail. Right there, that is basically the snail's head, and I think that is the snail antenna. Oh my gosh, it's absolute seafood carnage in here. It looks like they threw the snail into a wood chipper, but I bet it's gonna be pretty good. Right here we have our snail, and then he puts it in a waffle of hot water. This kitchen is insane. There's so much action. I'm starting to understand why they don't usually let people come into the kitchen. This place is a storm. He gives the snails a little bit of a stir. Boom, take it out. Give it a little bit of a rinse. From here he takes the snail and puts it into a different container. He hits it with a little bit of veggie. He puts in some minced garlic, some chilies, and then some gravy, some more spices, more flavoring. This is seasoning. seasoning. Another type of seasoning. He gives it a little bit of a mix. It looks like that is it. Oh no, my snail, come back. The first official food of the day, so let's get into it. It's a ton of protein. That might be an eye right there. I'm more of an ass man myself. Let me find that crack from earlier. Maybe that's it. All right, cheers. That's pretty good. When you prepare snail in this way, it is insanely hard. So it's important to cut it into very thin slices. The sauce is amazing. A lot of the sauces here in Taiwan, there's something sweet, sugary, and soy saucy in it. Wife bite. Wow, I got this. See, mixed emotions. But let's talk about the price. For just the snail, it's about $15. If you want it cooked, here it costs about $6.20. Is it worth it? Hold on, I'll answer when I'm done chewing. Actually, I think it's delicious. Look, I'll tell you something that's not delicious. Do you remember those cuttlefish eggs from earlier? That stall vendor said I could come back and eat the egg raw. Do I want to do it? No. But I'll do it for you guys after I eat this whole plate. All right, we're headed to the man who has the cuttlefish eggs. Ni hao, my man. So he's got it right here, and he's taking the skin off of it, and now he's kind of stretching the egg. Oh my God, that is a baby cuttlefish in this amniotic fluid right here. Oh, it's inking. Oh, you made me ink. I'm gonna eat it. It's not much there. It's very salty. Wow. Kind of. Poor baby. It was born, it got to see the world, it got freaked out and inked, and then it got eaten by a giant. But at least it was seen by millions of people? 5 million people? 10 million would be nice, guys. On to the next food. Well, now that I've eaten a microscopic cuttlefish and its ink, I'm ready to cleanse my palate with a little bit more of seafood touring. Right over here, there are a bunch of Taiwanese sea eels. Right here we have the bag. And he's gonna dump it out into the bucket. Oh, take a look at that guy. People are so afraid of these things, they will not take it out and hold it or anything like that. They said they bite, and when they bite deep. I would be very impressed if it could jump up and bite anybody from there. Oh my God, is it coming out? These things are tough as heck. This soon is gonna go inside my body. Who's a real predator? I also have a deep bite. And we're back in the kitchen. In just a moment, the chef is gonna dispatch the eel. Let's see how it goes. Step one, he grabs his trusted cleaver. He aims for the neck. He studies the movement patterns of the eel. Boom, okay. And just like that, the eel has been decapitated. From here, he's gonna chop up the eel. They're gonna put it into this hot oil right here. This is the frying station. Boom, and just like that, after about 8 minutes, it is finished frying all the way through. From here, my man is loading up a load of different spices and seasonings. Tons of flavor. All of that goes into the wok. Hit it with a little bit of oil. And
You are not my target today.
Some sugar. And he throws that in the wok. He hits it with a little bit more spicy sauce. Right here we have cornstarch to make it thick. Boom. Soon that's going to become a gravy. Nice. He takes this thick, beautiful. This is pretty stunning, I gotta say. Take a look at this midsection. I don't even know if they took out the intestines.
This is your champion.
Turns out the chef pretty the eel? Absolutely not. Look, it's in little pieces now. So let's give it a shot. Cheers. It's just like this sweet glaze that's coating every single milky cranny of the eel. The backbone is right in the middle. All the meat surrounds it.
You can't beat the view from up here!
cooker. But check out this one. This is a starfish. Right here we have the vendor. Why do you have a starfish? Kids come here, another play box of seafood, and kids can come here, play with it, and then after it dies, throw it back in the ocean. It's fun. It's a starfish. Now let's talk about something I can actually eat. Take a look at this big, beautiful creature. Oh my gosh, look at its mouth. So this is known as a shovel-nosed ray. Oh, it's trying to flutter away. It's so cute. Right here, it has kind of a skull, a bony area that houses all the organs. And then from here, it's just spine. So there's meat all along here and here. And all of, oh, I think I just cracked its back. All of this can be consumed. How's it? How's it? She says yummy. That's the only word I know. Our food is in this.
The winner's out there looking for you.
The seafood punisher.
We'll find you if you let it.
Ray is being taken out of the bag.
Most always. Revenge is merely an opportunity.
I call this man the Punisher. I was not wrong. It is finished steaming already, and he gives it a nice scrub down. Oh, man, this is a real skincare routine right here.
Taking orders for after the game, fellas. We talking what? 60 steaks?
And just like that, our big beautiful ray has been reduced to a pile of meat. From here, the ray goes into the oil for a nice deep fry. After about 5 minutes, they take out the whole
Again? Again. Next ring is far. 快啲嚟啊！
And that is like basically falling apart. It's a little bit mushy. It's delicious.
1 minute until the ring closes.
I could put this on something else and it would become delicious.
Ammo almost gone. Heal. I'll find more.
Need to recharge my shield.
With caution. There are some big hard chunks in there, but overall, it's
40.
delicious. Let's talk about
Attaching myself up.
Evo harvesters are online.
Today, but I gotta say, it's not worth it because it's a lot of food. It's worth it because this is an
Patching
experience
myself
I
up.
will never have again. That said, I have an exotic seafood creature taking space, remaining in my stomach doesn't make any sense. That said, I have room in my
New
stomach
kill
for
leader.
one more creature.
Watch for them.
Let's go back inside for a 4th time and take a look at what we
Front
can
line
find.
here.
We've come to our final food vendor of the day. After this, I swear to God, I'm done.
An excellent selection.
First of all, slightly controversial. It feels gelatinous.
Flatline here.
And that's because it is a
Thank you. You got a sentinel here.
is this right here. Now I know what you're thinking. Wow, is that a big piece of
Take note of this.
No, this is a
Brings an excellent selection.
So that's the
Sentinel here.
What I really want to show
Flatline
you is
here.
the food
Got
we're
it.
going to be eating today.
Thank you.
Need for another? How's it going? Picked an upgrade. Now who to test it on? Seconds to the next ring. I don't like the pressure.
Sure, there's some bounty. When it comes to the flavor, there's not a lot of it. I hope I'm doing something wrong, but maybe this is just what people like. Over here we have our side dish. For an additional 95 cents, you can get this plate of assorted random cake for you. When I asked what he was going to be putting on the plate, he just said basically whatever I want to.
Everyone who gets meat here also orders this. A plate full of random and mysterious meat cuts. A medley of pork organs, including heart, liver, and intestine. After chopping, they take a dip in a bubbling broth. Then they're dumped out and doused with the sweet, mysterious brown sauce.
Come take a look at what we
New
got.
kill leader uploaded.
Soybean sauce. I don't know. Let's try that. Soft, braised beans. Right here they've got some liver. Liver's very good, a bit soft, not too livery. Literally look into this one. Inside, I don't see any remnants of just talking about.
From here, we're leaving behind the cheapest noodles and heading to the oldest noodle joint in town.
In China, their famous dish is known as dan dan noodle. I know this is a very famous noodle. Now let's go inside and take a look. Alright folks, I'm in the kitchen at our second location. This place is feeling
Looping restocking with utility countdown.
we have here, they're on a timer. That means when these noodles are ready and finished, they automatically come up. It's like an automatic fryer basket, but a variety of dan dan noodles. Of dan dan noodles. Let's get into it.
Texture that stands
Replicator coming down.
Bold, spicy, and savory sauce. The final flavor is complex, but the bold assembly is simple and
Rings
straightforward.
nearby, and they're still
Sprinkle with green scallions, a dash of Szechuan pepper, and buzz. Then we're ready for the noodles. The noodles head directly from the blanching basket to the bowl before they're topped with a pile of
Ring
savory
closes in 45, and I can practically skip right in.
Our single noodles for the day right here. You can see on top of the dry noodles,
Rings nearby. I'm so reliable.
Soybean paste, but it's also mixed with minced pork, so it's super salty. Then you have the pork flavor in there, so it's got some
Fallback plan in place.
dry noodles. So what we want to do is actually kind of wake up the seasonings and spices that are at the bottom of the noodle. I'm doing my best to really like rotate
Low on ammo. But if I'm more then.
in the bowl. Period. A little bit of minced pork, some of the sauce, a little bit of noodles. Give it a shot. Cheers.
Already in the next ring. Now to find someone to mess with.
This is really all about the noodle. And what's great about the noodle is it has a al dente texture to it. So it's not soft like that rice noodle that I really I can see why people like this.
Ammo's almost gone. You, I'll find more. Last two squads, I want to see their true faces.
Round 4, beginning ring countdown. Best noodles in Taipei, a place where the noodles are hand carved before your very eyes.
Boom! We've come to our third noodle location.
Replicator being delivered.
Lao Shandong. Not only
Replicator
that,
incoming.
additionally, the noodles are made by hand, not just one hand, several hands. You should see how many hands are back there. And it's in a mall. What's up with noodle restaurants in malls? Even in Hong Kong, one of the Michelin-rated noodle restaurants we went to was in a mall as well. There's something
Rings
different
nearby,
about
and there's
being in
still
a mall.
60
This
whole
place, similar
seconds.
to the last restaurant, has a long history. It started back in 1949, so it's also the oldest restaurant. This place is highly regarded for its beef noodle soup, and it has earned a Bib Gourmand recommendation from the Michelin Guide. Bib
Ring
Gourmand,
closes in
what's that?
45, and I can practically skip right in.
So right now I'm in the kitchen. This place is a right now I'm in the noodle making section. Take a look at these guys. These are thick cut noodles cut by hand. We're gonna see how the
30
process
seconds.
works now.
Rings nearby. I'm so reliable.
The noodle magic begins with flour, water, and salt, kneaded together until the dough is smooth and elastic. The dough gets its beauty rest, allowing the gluten network that's formed during kneading to relax. When ready, portion into smaller chunks. Then it's rolled out into thin sheets.
Rings nearby with 10 seconds to go.
You can get all of this right here. This is shredded pork. I gotta say, for the price, a decent amount of meat, but it's really all about these lavish noodles. Noodles I just saw made in front of my very eyes moments ago. In a moment, I'm gonna be biting into those noodles, but first, pork skin, or whatever this is right here. I saw them working on this as soon as I came in. It was coming out of big molds, and it looked like there was some kind of pork ear in here or something. It turns out it is a pork skin jello?
Pork jello, as I call it, is a savory treat made by simmering pork bones and skin in water, then combining it with Chinese five-spice until you get a rich and flavorful broth. As it cools, it morphs into a gelatinous texture, creating a porky bite of jello.
Not your typical type of jello. I like my jello usually mixed with strawberries, bananas, but why not with pork skin? Let's go for it. What if I told you that was lovely? Oh my god, that's really good. That tastes like a gelatinized broth. tastes like Chinese five spice. Mixed into a jello is jiggly, and then the skin is gelatinous. I was not expecting to fall in love with that today, but that's pretty dang good. I must cleanse my palate of this pork skin and get into this, starting with the broth. Give it a shot. A very gentle broth, very savory, a bit of fattiness. He put a big squirt of sesame oil.
The body slows, but a polished mind.
It's just under 3 chunky handmade noodles. The fact that he was able to use the rolling pin and maneuver this long. Let's see how it tastes. Cheers.
This is your champion.
It's got body, it's got bite, it's almost pillowy, and it really soaks up the sauce just perfectly. But this isn't just about the noodles. Here we have the shredded pork and the pickled vegetables. Perfect, flavorful, juicy. It tastes like pork. And then the pickled vegetables has some great bite to it. It almost feels like jicama. This is the most remarkable $3 today.
Follow me to victory.
can eat as much hot pot and grill as much meat as you want to for under $10. The only stipulation is that you only have 90 minutes. The other way they save money is on staff. Here you don't exactly have a server. You need to go out and get all the food yourself. That's like most buffets though, huh? Now, to go in your hot pot, they have over 50 items you can choose from. And what's great is you can just go scoop up all the ingredients you want to for yourself. But we are in Taiwan. I've never seen before. Let's go inside and check it out. Go from this wall over to that wall. No one does it more stinky than Taiwan. But does it really?
It's blood kid.
More stinky than that. Back here they have something really amazing. This is a blood sausage cake. They look like little
Introducing
brownies.
your
They have a load of
champion.
different vegetables. Here there's a huge variety of pretty standard protein. Pork, chicken, lamb, but that is boring. Instead I'm gonna opt for something like this. A huge watery tray filled with pork blood cubes. A little bit of this stinky tofu right here. Sausage, I wanna try that out.
Time to kill. Could be fresh blood over there.
Okay, you know what? It's just $7, right? I should take my time and not die. I'm gonna give the gizzard some more time. In the meantime, let's go for these duck intestines. Look at that. It's gorgeous. It's basically Italian pasta. The low-carb version. Hit it with a little bit of sauce and throw it back. Cheers. Oh, that's very nice. I think those have been braised for a while. They're slit open, very well cleaned. I don't taste any detritus. And listen, people in Taiwan not only appreciate duck, but all the different duck parts. Duck tongues, or duck head, or duck feet. Any part of the duck, they're ducking eating it. I'm gonna give this gizzard a second try. Cheers. That's good. Super crunchy, almost like eating cartilage. It's very nice.
Soon I'll be taking you to Taiwan. Check out what's inside this hot pot.
The spicy one looks amazing. Our little fish balls are floating to the top. That's probably how you know.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. Got pork chops tonight. Love
It
wine.
wasn't stinky earlier, but I'm hoping that the heat has unlocked the stinkiness. Cheers.
Introducing your champion.
It's
Why are you ready to wake up tomorrow with sore necks?
Let me cut that in half. That's a lot for this.
I'm the jump master. Sonola, I'll find us a perfect disaster.
Stay close. I'm your jump master. Let's go over there.
Blood in brownies. A little bit of rice and a little bit of blood. Cheers.
Spotted one.
The texture from that rice inside. That's not the seafood paradise. Let's take a look and let's grab some food. Boom, bowl of shrimp. They have crab meat over here. Even more crab. They have mussels. As you move down, you start to see more sashimi, raw fish, salmon, yellowtail. This is not only seafood, but also sushi. Usually when you go to a buffet and get sushi, it looks a little beat up. This, premium. It looks so good. As we move down here, we see some nigiri. I have to grab some of these. A deep, deep red tuna right here. It turns out here they have a searing section. So on the menu, you can order A5 Wagyu, you can get snow crab, you can get different types of fish. Could I have 2 A5 Wagyu beef and 2 seared amberjack? So right here we have the amberjack and the Wagyu, and he's just taking the torch right to it. Oh, but he's not done. He's gonna hit it with a little bit of sauce. I'm kind of overwhelmed right now, guys. They have over 300 foods here on the menu for you to choose from. Let's see what's over here. Oh, here they have a hand roll. You can get a scallop with crab roe or a bluefin tuna or uni and sweet shrimp. Oh, God.
Get a uni one.
Yeah, why?
Weird.
So first he takes the seaweed, he puts in a little bit of rice, he hits that with some cucumber, hit it with a little bit of shrimp, and then the uni going on next, some sauce, wrap it up, and that is ready to go. I'm kind of filled up with my first section. Let's go eat our first course. Course 1, right here, and it looks amazing. I'm gonna start with this. Very basic, hit it with some soy sauce. Cheers. Super fresh, very delicious. This is the Wagyu. Hit it with a little bit of sauce. Smoky, beefy, fatty, amazing. Here, amberjack. Once you think of tuna and salmon, amberjack is the next fish you should move to. Here it's been beautifully seared, and on top they put some different stuff. I don't know. Hit it with a little bit of that. Smoky and stunning. I love it. Here, a hand roll. Shrimpies, uni, little slivers of cucumber, which I don't love, but I'm gonna make it work. You know why? Because the whole buffet staff is standing right there. Watching my every bite. As a wild combination of flavors. That uni is briny and very rich, super creamy. It's almost too intense to handle. And again, surprising to find something that premium at a buffet like this. We're gonna talk about the price of the buffet soon, but I gotta say, so far, it's seeming worth it. Trademark. From here, we're moving on to the next buffet station. All right, folks, so that is a sushi section where we just were, and this is the Fresh Delight section. Right here, they have a lot of small bites, which is perfect for a buffet. You don't want to come here and have 2 or 3 things. You want to come here and have 50 to 60 things, if you're me. As we move down, they have some salads, cold cuts, cheeses, and then right here, we have the leg of a pig. It's a nice looking leg. I'm telling you, if you were hitchhiking and you whipped out that leg, you'd get picked up immediately. Right here they have a type of Swiss cheese, and she's gonna make it for me now. The way it works for display purposes is they wind it into this kind of flour, and then they put it on the platter. How pretty is that? As we move down, nobody goes to a buffet and wants to eat vegetables, but here they make vegetables look cool. It looks like a haunted house, but for vegetables. That being said, am I gonna try any of these vegetables? Absolutely not. We move now into the next section. This is all about the meat and the proteins. Right here they have some juicy lamb chop that just came off the grill. Right here they have grilled beef tongue with salt and scallions.
This is A5 euros for you.
How do I get that?
Okay, we can serve from here.
I just take it now?
Yep.
Oh my God, it just came right off the grill. This is amazing. As we continue down the meat section, we find even more. Right here, they have grilled eel skewers. And then right here, I've never seen this at a buffet. Grilled sweet fish. I think I'm gonna have to come back for that one. So this is what you have to be careful for. When you come here, look where there's nothing, because there should be something there. Here it says grilled king crab clusters. So we're gonna wait for that, and that will complete our meat plate. Where do I begin? How about with the tongue of a beef? Ooh, my tongue is about to taste this tongue, and it's gonna be a good moment. Juicy, warm, almost melting in my mouth. I love it. Speaking of melting, right here, they have some Wagyu that they just took off the grill. Super rich, super delicious. Let's talk about the price. For a buffet at this value, I would expect to spend $140, $150, but for lunch, it costs only $101. That's insane to me. Of course, it's not a price where you're gonna be coming here every day, but that is definitely accessible for people who wanna save up for special occasions. So tell me what you think. $101 here in Taipei 101. Is that worth it for you? I will let you know what I think at the end of the video. The answer is yes. Next, we're moving on to eel. It's just like melting in my mouth. It's so soft. There's like a thick teriyaki glaze on top, and it has a little bit of fishiness in a good way. Next, cheese flour from Switzerland. Switzerland is fantastic for bread, cheese, meat. That's it. I went there. Cheers. That method of preparing the cheese has made it almost fluffy. That's wild. From here, we're moving on to our king crab. That is a gigantic chunk of meat right there. This is like the sea bum of crab thighs. All right, let's break this open. It's still warm. Oh my God. Guys, have you ever seen anything like that? Cheers. Oh my God. Wow. It's so big, plump, beautiful, and juicy. Juicy. So here's the thing. If I was not making a video here, all I would be doing is eating that right there. Now, we have a lot more foods to see and a lot more sections to take a look at. Let's keep moving. All right, folks, it's round 3, and I want to show you a meat I've never seen before. At first, I thought it was beef. It is not. This is grilled chicken neck side. What? Leave it to folks in Taiwan to find a brand new thing to do with chicken. So yes, I will absolutely be getting that for my 3rd course. So now we're leaving the grilled meat section and heading to the fried section. This is all about different fried stuff. Right there, those are fried small sweet fish. I've never seen something like that at a buffet. I gotta try it. Behind me, they have a teppanyaki station where they cook up seafood on a flat top right in front of you. Right here, a load of abalone being cooked up. The abalone looks amazing. So right now he's taking the abalone, giving it a little bit of a cut, and transferring it to the station right here. Ooh, right here he has a handful of fat scallops that have been freshly seared. Right here he's got a plate. Hits a plate with a little bit of sauce. I got my freshly seared scallops right here. Seared abalone that we just saw being made. Look at this guy, smart. I think this guy used to work at Applebee's like me. Good order. Boom, round 3 right here. And this is a wild assortment of foods. First, let's talk about the abalone. Here they've paired it with a little bit of a liver sauce. Cheers. You need a second? You're good? It's so delicious. What I love about abalone is just the density of the meat. It's so meaty, and it has a delicious seafood taste along with that liver sauce. I'm gonna work my way up to these gorgeous giant scallops, but first, how about the side of a chicken neck? What I can appreciate in Taiwan is that they use every part of the chicken, even the cock's comb on the rooster, they eat that. Everything, including the side neck. Cheers. It tastes a little bit like the thigh, but you can tell it's not from the thigh. But it's a delicious flavor. They put some sweet glaze on there. I love it. Then we have this, a sweet fish. The only question left with this sweet fish is ass first or head first? Wife says ass first. Cheers. Oh, that's really good. It's crunchy. It tastes very oily. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of soy sauce. Very nice. This is the new fish sticks. Finally, a seafood that I think everybody adores. Right here, a giant seared scallop. Underneath, they have a thick, creamy sauce. Cheers. Bro. This is the most decadent, luxurious meal I've had in a while. I feel like once I leave this place and go back to my normal diet, I'm gonna become extremely depressed. 90% of the happiness in my life comes from food. The other 10% comes from alcohol. That said, I've got a lot more buffet to show you. Let's keep moving. We've moved past the meat section, and now this whole line right here is full of Taiwanese, Chinese, Cantonese, food from all those regions. First of all, they have this right here. It's a dish called Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. This is a dish that contains a lot of unique ingredients, including abalone and shark fin. This is a very iconic dish in many parts of Asia. I'm gonna try it out. Right down here, we have a big, beautiful, golden, crispy duck. And then right here, they have a plate full of that delicious, succulent breast meat. So I'm gonna grab some of this super fresh duck. As we move down, there's more duck action here. Here you can order a roasted duck wrap. So right here, there's a pancake made from rice flour and green onion. Then he puts on a sweet sauce. He takes some of the duck, he places that on top. He hits it with a little bit of cucumber and then some green onion and some lettuce. Roll it up, and that is how you make a duck roll. I'm told they have a second duck dish that I must try. It's a duck skin nigiri. So it all starts with the rice. They have the duck skin, and then they take their rice. It looks a little bit different than a typical sushi rice. And then, oh, this is gonna be great. He takes the torch and he makes that skin extra crispy. Wow. There's one more station I wanna show you. Here, they have a lot of different steam baskets. Oh, here we have a fish ma stewed chicken soup. And right here, they have steamed eggs. Also cool, but I'm not getting it. And then finally, right here, a variety of dim sum and xiaolongbao. Oh, look at that. It's so pretty. These are the famous soup dumplings of Taiwan. So I've got my dumplings, I've got my duck. Let's go back to the table and try it out. All right, folks, it's our 4th and final course, and I feel like I may have gone too far. First of all, the duck plate. This is something I've never seen before. A duck skin nigiri. Let's give it a shot. Wow, it's crispy. duck skin on top of sticky rice. And by the way, the sticky rice has been coated in a duck fat. I'm not gonna say ducking amazing, but it's very good. Oh, and then right here, the same breast that I have on my plate in this little Taiwanese tortilla. It's so good. I taste the green onion, I taste that sweet sauce, and I taste that juicy duck breast. Even they put some cucumber in there, I don't really taste it. From here, I'm gonna switch this with this. This is the xiaolongbao. Now, I'm told to eat this properly. I need to use the chopsticks, remove the soup dumpling, put it into this soy sauce ginger mixture, put it back on the spoon, and put that into my face. It's savory, it's got meat inside, quite literally bursting with flavor. Here, for balance, they also have a black one. It's yin and yang. An explosion of aromatic truffle flavor. Absolutely incredible. That said, we have one dish remaining, and that is Buddha jumped over the wall. So I'm gonna break the top off of this thing. Wow, this is already a meal right here. First of all, we have the lid. The puff pastry that was on top is very tasty. Inside the bowl, we've got mushrooms, cabbage, vegetables, ooh, and abalone. And supposedly, in here somewhere is a shark fin. Where is the shark fin? I had a quick PR meeting with the staff here. Now, usually in this dish, traditionally, there is shark fin. I'm told now that there's not shark fin. I'm going for the abalone. Cheers. A heartwarming, savory stock, and it's really just an experience because it may or may not have a shark fin inside, but somehow the mystery makes it even better. So this is course number 4, but next I want to show you their massive dessert section. So after a big meal full of meat and after getting gout twice in a row, it's time for some dessert. First of all, ice cream right here, 14 different flavors. Then we got a little bit of juice. It's not the same type of juice that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson takes. Get it? But still good. Right here, fruit. Yeah, fruit is dessert in Asia. Here they have an assortment of delectable chocolates and desserts and cake. They have flan, a little bit of everything. Finally, we are in Taipei 101 after all, so they have a dessert that looks just like this building. Look at that, a mini Taipei 101. That is 101 floors of pure flavor. Cheers. Crispy. And look, the inside is full of little offices and half-eaten people.
After going all in on 2 completely different buffets, I must say the expensive one stole my heart. I think it may just be the best buffet in the world. But you'll have to try it for yourself to find out here in Taiwan, the land of noodles, the land of night markets, the land of seafood, and overall culinary excellence. That's it for this one. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Peace.
In this video, I'll attempt to spend over $100 on street food here in Dubai, something that should be pretty easy to do in one of the world's most expensive cities, but there's a problem. You see, Dubai is a city of immigrants, meaning that fewer than 10% of the people here are actually native Emirati. If you're looking for Indian food, Pakistani food, Iranian food, that is easy to find. But today, I'll be digging deep to find the real traditional food of the Emirati people, starting with breakfast. Behind me, our first location, a humble breakfast eatery known as Al Shandaga restaurant. Not a huge restaurant. It's, did I say humble? That doesn't matter. What they lack in seating, they make up for with an insanely expansive menu, including traditional Emirati breakfast foods, something they call a donut, though it does not look like any donut I've seen. Let me go inside and we'll take a closer look. As we move into the restaurant, you can see the menu. We're gonna be starting with this, lekemat, also known in Arabic as lekemat. I know a little bit of Arabic. Good morning, we're about to make breakfast with my guy, Masu Rana. We got oil going here. Then right here we have the legemat batter. In a moment, his hands are gonna form some perfectly shaped balls. He gives the oil a little bit of a stir. He puts in a little bitty ball into the oil and it begins to fry. This guy is moving quick. Boom, boom, boom. Every 3 seconds, another ball. From here, he takes his spoons and he gives each of them a little bit of a flip. This is gonna be the perfect way to start the day. After frying, he takes it out, drains some of the oil, and moves the legemat over to here. Boom, behind me, Ali is gonna be assembling our legemat, starting with a date syrup going on our plate. Then he takes the fried balls and places those on the plate. From here, the date syrup goes on top of everything. Finally, we have sesame seeds sprinkled on top. And that right there is our final dish, except for we need to see one more dish being made. Where'd that guy go? Oh, there you are. Here we have a dish known as ragat, and it starts on this hot plate. We put a little water on it. Right here we have the ragat batter. He gets a nice big clump of batter, and he puts it here onto this hot plate. And that he begins to move around. Sections of it absolutely stick onto that hot steel. He grabs an egg, and he cracks that on top. He breaks the egg. He moves it around. Now, 2 wedges of Laughing Cow cheese. They get squished and moved around. What? From here, he takes a bag of chips and he scatters those around the entire pancake. Next, hot sauce. Here we have a Emirati fish sauce. And then, of course, a spatula from Home Depot. This can be used for removing paint, but also for flipping your pancake. He flips it twice, creating a perfect wedge. Right here, I'm having my first meal ever in Dubai. Emirati breakfast. Come take a look. This right here, $5. This right here, $2. I want to get started with this. Any special advice to me, or just go for it?
Go for it. Meet Kiani, a local food content creator born and raised in Dubai. Today, he'll be my Emirati guide for this Emirati street food.
Cheers. It's really good. You see, perfectly fried balls are insanely crunchy on the outside. They're fluffy on the inside. It's so really good. The date syrup, oddly enough, reminds me of a maple syrup. It has a similar type of sweetness. I love it.
Emirati people make up less than 10% of the population here in the UAE, meaning here in Dubai, they're a minority in their own city. So I wonder how that affects being able to find Emirati food, rather than the more common Indian or Pakistani food.
Now it's very easier. Back then we just fluenced by Indian. Our breakfast at home, like each house is different, but you could find more Indian food than Emirati food.
So often when I see people showing food videos of Dubai, I'm seeing Indian food and Pakistani food, but I'm not seeing something like this. This is called ragat, the flat pancake, and what it's known for especially is what they put inside, which is Emirati fish sauce.
Yeah, this fish sauce is very unique. So it's fermented fish, and they keep it to the sun, dry, and then they smash it, they add some water and salt, and that. It's very different than what you tried in Asia.
It smells like a heavy amount of spice. It doesn't smell that fishy, actually. I'm gonna mainline this stuff.
It's gonna give you a heart attack, but go for it.
Cheers. Wow, it's so spice heavy. Fish is giving it some umami. I like it. Now we take a bite of this. Yeah, I've got a lot of egg, a ton of cheese, and then you get a little bit of this, which a heavy taste of cumin. I love it. This is our fuel, but we have a lot more to see, a lot more money to spend. Let's move. All right, folks, we have arrived here at our second location. Behind me, a grocery. And he has left. Okay, in this grocery store, there is a childhood snack that every Emirati person knows. I'm gonna go inside to discover which ingredient he's getting. Where'd you go, Kiani?
You find me only in the chips section.
He either said he's going to the chips section or the cheap section. Either way, I'm on board.
This is the snack that brings back memories. Chips and wine.
That's a different country.
We prefer the Omani chips.
Oman, they know what they're doing when it comes to chips.
Yeah.
But what else are we adding to these chips?
Come with me. The original Lebanon. This is one of the OG. And then we have the hot sauce. So these 3 ingredients combined together is going to bring back your memory.
Yes, my sweet, sweet memories of being a young Emirati boy.
First thing you need to do is you're going to shake it, and then you're going to open. First thing you need to do is you need to smell it.
Oh, like fresh ground coffee. Smells good. It smells like seasoned chips.
The second thing is you need to add this one to your chips.
Oh God, I can feel the coldness of the yogurt going into the chip bag. It feels like it shouldn't be happening.
The last ingredient, this spicy sauce.
I love that your childhood snack includes chips from Oman and hot sauce from the USA.
Now, to the last step is we need to shake a little bit.
Give it a little bit of a mix.
It's ready.
What's ready? What happened?
So first thing, you need to drink the yogurt.
Oh, okay, I get it. It's like a savory yogurt now.
Exactly.
A little spicy.
Spices comes from the chips and wine, and the spice level from the spicy sauce. Just bring it a little bit up until you can have crispy, crunchy chips.
Oh, I'm not sure about the crispy, crunchy part. Why do I love that? The chips are slightly soggy, but they've kind of soaked up the flavor of the yogurt. It's like a perfect tag team. Gosh dang. If I was in a weird psychotic Mr. Beast video and made to live in this convenience store, I never would have thought of mixing these 2 items, and I like it very much. The chips, the yogurt, and the whole bottle of hot sauce, which you can eat later on its own if you want to. $2. Not bad, but also not really helping us get to $100. That's why we have a lot of food remaining. Let's move. We have come to our next location. Right behind me, the Sambusa King. Now, if you didn't know, the word sambusa is a regional variation of the word samosa influenced by the Arabic language. So is the samosa in and of itself exciting? No. But here, they're giving it a bit of an upgrade. Let's go inside and find out how. Let's also get out of the sun because I'm gonna get skin cancer in 45 seconds. This way to the kitchen. We're not actually ready yet. Let me set up lights.
2,000 years later.
Right now, I am literally inside the Sambusa King. Kitchen. Right here, the sambusa. This is the king of sambusa. He has more than one type. First of all of this right here, vegetable sambusa. Beyond the vegetable, they also have this, a meaty sambusa. This is full of camel and shark. Which one do you like more, vegetarian or?
And the cheese salt, cheese craft, cheese za'atar, cheese with chips oman, and the pizza, prawns, and the mixed sambusa.
I think he just said every English food word he knew in a row. Is that what happened?
What?
Exactly. So, these are all raw. We gotta throw them in some oil, right? My guy Rashad is coming here with a huge platter and dumping it all at once into this wok. My gosh, that is a hot wok. Meanwhile, he's scooping up even more sambusa. That also gets put into the hot oil. More? How about one more? Perfect. Oh, almost perfect. So these are the veggie sambusa. Meanwhile, we have these right here full of every kind of meat on the planet, apparently. Each sambusa fighting for its place in the oil, like a bunch of Chinese people in a wave pool. Yeah, see? It's the same. The meat samosas come out of the oil, they get a little bit of a shake, and they head over to their final resting place. And our veggie sambusas, golden and crispy. Right here we have our meat sambusa. What we're gonna do soon is turn this into a bigger food. But I do wanna try this because I wanna see how it tastes. That's really good. Very crunchy. I got green chilies, I got a little bit of cheese, and perhaps some tiny little morsels of minced meat. It's outstanding. I love it. Here's what I've just learned from my guy Rashad. Turns out these are all completely different. So in the dish that they're about to make, it includes all these different varieties of sambusa. Some are falafel, some are full of meat, and some are just full of cheese. The great saucening begins starting with a white sauce. Right here, a spicy green sauce. Drips and drabs of hot sauce dropping upon the sambusa. A familiar ingredient in today's foods, chips oman, getting sprinkled on like fine slices of truffle. We have the final product and it looks amazing. Essentially what I would call sambusa or samosa nachos. The white sauce, they say it's a king sauce. I go, cool, but like what is it? And he said king sauce. And I go, oh, but like what's in it? And he said king sauce. Nice. Let's give it a shot. Oh, that's good. Crunchy, salty, spicy. I think the king sauce might be a garlicky type yogurt thing. The most fun part of this is that each time you pick up a sambusa, you have no idea what's gonna be inside. My guy, what is in there?
This one sambusa chicken.
Chickeny goodness. The green sauce, indeed spicy, sour, fresh, very salty. Let's try another one. You know what's in that one?
Za'atar.
Kiani, what is za'atar?
Za'atar comes with roasted sesame and sumo. They mix this with olive oil.
Za'atar. Very sour, but the crunch is losing out to all that sauce. Next, I'm trying my last one before we move on to the next food. That's something different. What's that?
This one, keema.
Keema is a delicious minced beef. It's seasoned, it's juicy. It might be my favorite so far. So those are the sambusa nachos. But my guys, we are in the sambusa kingdom right now, and there's more food to be had here. Let's move on to the next dish. Boom! I'm in the front kitchen now with my guy Mohammed, and he's about to make a dastardly sandwich. Step one, he cuts the hot dog bun in half. He splits it open, and he applies something called puck white cheese. From here, he takes a couple of sambusas, and he smooshes them against the bread. The Oman chips popping and being sprinkled on top of the sandwich. Now we have that white king sauce making an appearance, and the green sauce too. Finally, a hit of some spicy sauce. And that is how you make the Sambusa King special sandwich. Boom, we have our final food from the Sambusa King. Let's talk about the price. We're almost halfway through our day of eating, and I feel like I'm getting close to $100. Let's find out for sure. The first dish we had, the Sambusa nachos, $5.50. But this right here, my guy,
$1.50.
it is literally a hot dog bun with random ingredients from the kitchen. Let's give it a shot. That is Middle Eastern comfort food. What do you think? Give it a shot.
It's really good. I feel like I'm a king round.
Whatever mac is to you, that's what this is to folks in this area. We've got the vegetable sambusa inside. So it's got potato, it's full of masala, and it's got tons of different sauces on top. I love it. So far today we've had breakfast and a couple of snacky foods, but from here it's only going to get more substantial. And later today we'll be ending with an epic Emirati seafood platter. But next, what is our next thing?
It's also a Marathi restaurant.
But next, something else. Boom, we've come to our next location. Behind me, a restaurant known as Haris Al Farij. Now, Haris is a very
There's a one out there waiting for us.
similar years ago. There, they call it halim. Halim is a unique mixture of
I'll be where you least expect it. Do not suffer. The weak will be excised.
See what it looks like. This place is awesome. Wait until you see the size of this pot. This is the haris, and here we have the mixer.
This is your champion.
And he goes wild. Have you ever seen anything like it? Look at the texture of this haris right here. It is so thick and goofy. You cannot use an ordinary mixer here. You need something with 230 camel power. Can I try? Okay. I am so thick.
Do you fear me, legend? Target close. That is an ideal landing place. Follow me to victory.
Big boy food. Now that it is completely mixed up, let's just put one into a dish and try it out. All right, folks, right here we have the first real substantial meal of the day. We have the halim, or as they call it here, haris. I'm trying to give you a glass of food. It's hard to nutrients. Not only is it heavy, laden in carbohydrates, but also for meat on top. I love that you can mix two different ingredients together, beat the heck out of it.
Enemy landed near me. Magic ending.
Find a face.
Enemies firing at me. Hold on.
Recharging.
This is my favorite. This is very close to my mom. My mom, she made
Just wait until the ring closes. Good. It's enough. Ring's not that far.
At last, that is our final product. This is absolutely delicious.
Got our squad again. Another level, another upgrade. Getting only 10 seconds left.
Wow, something new.
Extended supply bin there.
Saturated and soggy. It's not dense at all.
Back here. Level 2.
Part of my mission today is to understand what is Emirati food. For you, what are the main influences of food in the United Arab Emirates?
UAE, it's most country in the world that has influenced by 200 countries. All the dishes like from India, from Lebanon, from all the countries. Basically, our mom, they created their own creativity. They made all Emirati dishes.
It sounds like you had all these outside influences and people took what they had around them, plus these influences, and that is...
Nice place. If you're there.
substantial from here. So let's keep moving. Let's try to hit that goal. We have come to our next location. Right behind me, it's a little confusing. We are essentially in an industrial part of the city. We're a bit outside of the center of Dubai, but here I'm told there's a community of Emirati people, and in this place that looks like
This
a
is your
warehouse, there's a
champion.
restaurant. This is a restaurant for the real Emirati people. We're gonna go meet the owner now. He's cooked up something special for us to see. Let's go inside and take a look. So this is the dining room. Beyond the dining room is the kitchen. Something. Okay, what? Aha. This is the owner right here. Hello, sir. Oh, there is something underneath this platter. I'm going to show you guys. Take a look. Oh, there's more stuff. Now we're going to
Fighter with land there. Again? Again.
What he's looking at is a whole lamb.
3.
pounds to the dining room. As you, oh, why are you making it look not heavy?
Round 1.
I promised that we were building up to something much more substantial, and here it is.
Rainzino9189 says, "Hello homie, I had a great joy when I came across your channel and game style, and I will love to be a friend and be the help of your channel to be top rated and well known and get affiliated. If you don't mind, kindly add me up on Discord, Rainzino."
Are now available.
One location and surpassed that $100 goal. We in fact did not.
So, where do you think we should start?
You can have shoulder.
Ooh.
Oh, it's very hard.
Yeah, it's got a whole bone sticking out. Oh,
I'm gonna get it ready for you.
no, hold on, that's your leg. My man, we have a whole sheep here, and I believe the sheep was not an amputee. We have another shoulder. It is
Extra supplies here.
and
Use them to your advantage.
all these
General
to the outside, and then as you open it up, it's your fatty. That's incredible. The natural flavor really comes through because the spices are very subtle. You're not getting that outside layer. The natural flavor of the lamb. What?
And we have tomato with
We're already inside the next ring.
rice.
Ah, okay, so I got meat and rice.
1 moment. I'm crafting.
Let's go for it. Raw onion. I gotta say, that's incredible. The meat is
Additional
like
supplies
it has
here.
some flavor. The texture is 10 out of 10.
Thermal stabilizer here.
You add in the
Standard stock here. Level
and then
2.
you put on this chili, and not only have it be a little bit spicy, a little bit of
There's
kick
a
over
new
it, too.
kill
It
leader
just
making
adds
things
some flavor.
messy. Care package
What's in the
coming down.
box? There's eyeballs. There's a lot of flesh and tissue still attached to it. What part do you like the most?
Extended energy magazine here.
It sucks that it
Level
only has
3.
one eye. This was a pirate lamb, I think. Let's dig it out.
Remove the eyes.
Oh, yeah. Remove the black part here, and then remove the eyeball.
Yeah, we don't want it.
So then what left is this.
There's the flavor into it.
Thank you.
Pretty good. Yeah, it's buttery and gooey. There's a little bit of
Evil harvester here.
outside. Whatever controls your eyes, that's what we just say. It was like eating a science experiment. Sadly, our land is not blind, but let's take them off to speak the final word.
That was very loud word.
Part of this
Leveled up and bringing room gets a little easier. Chose an upgrade. I'm itching to
you
use
skin
it.
on a potato and still eat them.
That's true. But when I was
How is it? It's very nice. It's like eating a grape. This leathery, juicy meat, and that meat is becoming a pate on the beef. Look at that.
Check your map.
Yeah.
Let's make a mess over there.
I'm a skin out kind of guy. He's a skin out kind of guy. Moving on. One more location. But we're gonna have our biggest platter. Let's head there now. Right now, I have 20 pounds of lamb sitting inside my rental car trunk.
Activating a void
Here I
nexus.
am. You see, Dubai is on the ocean, and that ocean. Platters. They can feed up to 10 people. Let's go inside and see how much their biggest seafood platter costs. Let's find out. All right, folks, we have entered the kitchen, and this is the platter that we're using today for the seafood. But seafood is not quite ready. Right here, we have some giant pieces of fish roasting away in the oven. Beyond the fish, we also have big shrimpies roasting on that flat top in a little bit of a cage. We're about to release them from their prison. Right here, mussels also baking. Soon, we're going to assemble all these separate pieces of seafood and bring them together in one refugee camp for seafood. So we can all lock in and sing kumbaya as they head down my throat. Right here, shark meat that has been minced and seasoned with a few other ingredients. So he takes a spoonful of that minced shark and he puts it into his seafood. Now he puts in some lemon juice, just a capful. Right here, he has a bottle of ghee. He puts in just like measuring cough syrup. And then here we have the masala blend, very flavorful. So he gives it a little bit of a mix. He grabs a lighter gun. Brace for impact. Okay, we're fine. We're okay. Look at the mixing. They call him Sir Mix-a-Lot. At this point, you've seen many of the separate seafood elements, but now it's time to actually build the platter, starting with the rice. Long-grained basmati rice. Some masala leaf. Here we have a second type of rice known as onion rice.
That way, I hear some enemies up to no
Right here
good.
we have all of the seafood and delicious platter. It starts with the sea bass. This is called a sea bream.
Here, a fillet of salmon.
Over there, he scoops it. Oh, who's that guy? Then he reveals the minced baby shark. Here, mussels. Next up, we've got shrimpies. Now he puts on some fried calamari. This thing is absolutely packed, loaded with seafood. I've never seen anything like it. And that, my friends, is how you make an epic Emirati seafood platter here in Dubai. We have come to our last location, and this is our last meal coming in at
Got a walking target over here.
hit that $100 mark, but we'll find out at the end. Tell me about this platter. Is this a common sight in Dubai?
You have one of the biggest seafood platters in Dubai. This is, you can find all the seafood in one place.
The last location, this location, we have a giant platter. Why is that part of the way
It's all about eating together, so that's the best part. And the second part is every part of the delicious meat on top of rice. Fortunately, you will not hide any meat. I will go with this. This is shrimp.
Replicator dropping.
That's oil too, right? Oil too. As if our food wasn't rich enough today. Thank you. When you look at the food here,
One of the interesting dish for us is food, supreme. What we're going to do is we're going to grab the shark. Here, you grab a beautiful piece of thing. You need to take it with the spoon because we're going to
I have located the extra supplies.
This is what I want.
Move here. Good place to start a scene.
We're close to the ring. We have 1 minute. Shooting. Reloading.
so next we have some mussels.
So the juicy side, just make sure you don't lose it.
Links nearby.
Target here.
30 seconds till ring closure. So close.
Is this road's future?
What the
Got a fallback set.
When you strip it out of the shell,
Come on,
you got
this way.
$5 underwear. There's no spice
Not used to taking
Eliminate
bodies
the
off
enemy.
Ring closing in. Samuna.
but still delicious. I'm going to go in the kitchen.
Putting the Phoenix kit to use.
Mandi rice. What's mandi rice?
So mandi rice is come from the bottom of the rice, and a lot of people it has to be cooked in 3-4 hours. So it's
Come on now. I designed it to hurt anyone outside of it.
Salmon here. That skin is actually really good. Blackened, seasoned salmon skin along with the salmon itself, and this seasoned mandi rice.
Firing. I loaded.
The rice is delicious.
That squad is as dead as this world's future.
I will drop you exactly in the hotel in the bed. I will ask your wife to clear the sun.
Always ready with the fallback.
In this supersized Lebanon food tour. Oh my lord, you're gonna get a taste of something you've never experienced before. Lebanese food is beloved around the world.
Ring closing in 45.
Our next location, it's right here. This place is serving, oh my god, look at this guy. Free bites.
Second squad, adjust your strategy.
Inside a bakery that's what
Enemy out there.
3 pieces of dough ready to receive some extra ingredients. Let's do it. First you give each piece of dough a little bit of a flip, and then and then he gives it
Shields recharging. My void nest is moving in. Will you beg me for another?
I think it worked perfectly right in
Ties bind.
He says the moment his company's gonna take it out, big deal, take over.
Taking fire. Reloading.
Pull back some flame. Hygia. Hold on.
Repairing damage.
10 seconds. The ring is close.
It doesn't really have any scent to it. Oh no, it does. It smells like turmeric. There's so many spices out there that you only ever get to see in a spice rack. It's already ground down, crushed, or
Time to bind.
This is how it goes. You win, you lose, you die. You know, I guess that's it.
pieces of deliciousness. There's nuts inside. It's fried. It's covered in syrup. It's the worst thing you can possibly eat if you're trying to lose weight. Wow, that phrase guilty pleasure, it exists because of this. It's so extreme, it's so sweet, it's so indulgent, it's oily, it's got crunch from being fried in oil. It's super delicious. I love it. I'm not gonna try every single thing here. I'm gonna put some of these in a bag and take them away. So I think we have to pay for this. I think. So it turns out in the end, they charged me $10 for that simple plate, which is, I don't know, maybe 5 times the actual price. So there is good overall hospitality. I think these guys were just charging me a challenge fee for the camera. But you know what? That's what you get when you don't ask the price ahead of time. Luckily, I budgeted for this. Let's keep going. Right here, pastry carts. 2 different pastries exist here. This has coconut inside. This one is just bread. This, the first, isn't that fun? If related to anything, even VidCon.
So long as you follow my
Here. Right here, you're gonna see what this man does next. My man, hello? He's gonna put a hole in it with his thumb, and then he puts in some time powder. He bangs it around, he fills up the whole interior, and then that's some pretty game
of cat
there it is.
and
It's a
mouse.
bread purse full of time. The time powder, there it is. It's collected in some areas, and let me tell you. I know in the background it sounds like somebody's screaming because someone kidnapped his kid or his wife or his whole extended family, but no, he's just trying to sell candy. That's the best. People love time. Think about everything. Let's go for it.
follow me to victory. I'm going there. You would be wise to follow.
Sloppy Joe mix, but it tastes like salt, it tastes like thyme, it tastes like doughy, delicious bread. And for the whole low price, I like it. Right here, you can open it up with the falafel. He's got a huge portion of falafel batter right here. He's portioning it, and then he's dumping it into this hot oil. Once it's all portioned, it's gonna fry in here for like 20 minutes. That looks healthy. This is being stirred about, and some of it is ready to be evacuated. Head to the chopper. No? Okay, don't. Go back in. Boom, now you can see the making process begin right here. It starts with the falafel going in. It gets lined up just like so, and it gets smashed. This man is very angry with the falafel, and then greens on top after that. Carrots, purple beetroot pickles, and then a load of tomatoes.
Mark my next location.
Just a waterfall of tomatoes going on top. And then if you want it spicy, you can get it spicy. There it is. That looks impossible to roll up, but somehow he does it. Look at this focus, this determination. He cuts it in half, and then that is ready to eat. Oh, sir, thank you so much. That looks incredible. Guys, right here we have a huge roll. This whole thing is a little under $3. We should call it $3 and take a
Zip line here.
cross-section, rolled nice and tight with that thin bread, and then you see the
harvesters
falafel.
are
Do I
now
know the
available.
purpose of falafel? I don't, because I don't really know. In my head, I feel like if you're a vegetarian, you're trying to like add some body to your
These bombs are easily broken.
Regardless, it does look appetizing. Let's go for it.
Releasing an arc star. Frag out. Down that one.
Shields recharging.
Fire! Loaded and ready.
I'm healing.
These bombs aren't easily broken. Throwing frag. Another fire. Reloading.
Saving it from the dryness of the
Eliminate the enemy. Move here. Frag out.
Max down lives.
Eliminate the enemy. Charging on my team.
very special because here
Target here.
Recklessly. I like that. Kill that enemy. That's an upgrade to give me the upper hand.
sandwich.
Charging on my shields.
Brain sandwich. And let's see.
Shields are depleted. Time. Oh, cracked an enemy shield. Target there. Extended light magazine here.
He breaks
Level
up the
2.
brain.
Cracked the badger shield.
A lot of brain.
Repairing
And
damages.
that right there, in fact, is going to get fresh.
Reloading.
And then you wait for that shit like
That was the last of that. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2. Repairing damages.
What? Got an enemy here.
See?
The time has come. He takes it out. He puts it up here into a microwave. Are we going to melt these brains?
Bound by my hand.
Bring it down here. He hits it with some seasoning powder. After that, paste. Here, he's got some
Repairing
pickles.
damage. Taking fire. This fight isn't over.
Sometimes
Get
the
up.
dessert guy charges you $10, but then this guy gives you a sandwich for free.
Not used to taking bodies off the ground.
Meal completed. It's pretty good. Necessary to make
I'm using this kit.
white garlic sauce that makes everything here taste so good. And then at the very end, we taste a little bit of that like really flavor that the brain. That's probably one of my favorite brain dishes ever in my life. Brain sandwich from here in Lebanon. A must try. We've come to our next destination. Our last destination is I'm getting behind me, a seafood restaurant. Nearby here, there is a seafood market. These guys
Got a
buy
mark
seafood from
nearby.
them, and they
Over
have their
here.
own little kind of mini market inside. We're gonna go inside, take a look at the non-alive fresh fish that they have. And get a look at the
They will be
see how they prepare seafood Lebanese style. Let's go in.
Our target is here.
See, it's kind of like a menu. Fried and grilled fish, fries, hummus. It is a very liberal country.
Eliminate the enemy. Opening fire. Reloading.
The most recently received fish.
Enemy close.
This one is beef, for example. Here we have these
Taking fire. Caught with no way. I got an enemy field.
I'm at max level.
Come on, compadre, get up. Come on.
Reloading.
I need light ammo.
Picked an upgrade. Fall back. Just you and me left.
Charging on my shields.
Our food has arrived. Take a look. That is fatouche, a salad with a bunch of fried chips on top, a fish, hummus, some salt, some tahina, fruit, shrimps. In addition to all this food, I also ordered a shisha, and this is a perfect appetizer. I'm ready to eat, guys. That is fine. The cocktail sauce is nice. It tastes like ketchup and mayonnaise mixed together. Not a bad combination. The shrimps are tasty, but the shrimps are just shrimp. Here's how you elevate it. You go like this.
Over there looks fun.
Now that's tasty. Now I got some notes of lemon and mint with the cocktail sauce with the shrimp all together. Very tasty. I demonize yet. I hope not
Mira,
right here.
we should
have
check that out.
fatouche. This is a
Check that out.
vegetables. Salad. Tastes like olive oil and vinegar. Bunch of different vegetables.
Faster.
You can use it as a chip. You can use it as a kind of protective device. Flies away from your fish. Whatever you want.
Rings right here, and I've still got a minute
Sword
left.
right here. I'm gonna take
Jump
some
that out.
with some lemon. Then I'm gonna hit that inside this hummus. Look at these decorations. The olive oil sitting on top of the hummus. This is Lebanon in one bite. Cheers.
45 seconds. And there's the ring.
The lemon makes it so zesty, flaky taste. The fish has some crunch on the outside.
It's a race to the... Faster, faster, faster.
So much flavor. When I think of eating in Lebanon, this right here is what I think. Indian spicy noodles.
There's the seconds. This match gets a whole lot smaller.
$28. That's all I gotta say.
I took a moment to sharpen my blade. Faster, faster, faster!
There's all different types of vegetables, roasted, fried, and then I look at something like this and I go, I don't know what it's called. Here we have
Yo, we should def check out that care package.
Wait, care package over there. access is lost. Wanna beg me for another?
This is the main right here. The chefs are still filling it up.
Enemy in the distance.
Rápido, rápido. Jump that out.
Starts from the beginning, probably some of those dishes on the table inside. Then I'm gonna grab
Reloading. Come on, compadre, get up. Come on, come on, come on.
Shields recharging.
Hide behind you. Enemy trap here.
It tastes a bit sour. Here in Lebanon, people are big fans of sour flavors. I've never had mashed potatoes quite like that, but not bad. Right here we have
Full right here.
It tastes like the spices you would have in a kebab, but it's all wrong. Then we have a little fish. If I had to guess, I would say this fish came from the Mediterranean Sea. This smelled fishy, and it didn't look like it was going to be fantastic. You cannot judge food by its smell, just like you can judge a person by their smell. Every girl in my 20s, I figured it out eventually. It's called deodorant. Nobody told me.
Do not falter. The weak will be excised.
That you can pull off. There's like a little bit of starch or something.
I just followed my grapple.
The texture is kind of like the inside of a pea. I do like it overall. It's just not a very strong flavor, and they didn't boil this in salt or anything like that. That is the lesser known part of artichoke. The part everyone knows, of course, though, is the artichoke heart. Oh my god, what am I doing? Am I doing it wrong? Is this food?
Introducing your champion.
Let's see if I say
Do you fear me, legends?
that part's not that good. Let me break this up. Hold on. Oh, when you break it open, it looks so good. That's filthy. I'm not gonna eat this. That was a terrific ending to our first course. Let's go to round 2, and maybe we can get more.
I'm the jump master. I know where to learn this reality.
I saw this quiche, but no, it's salmon baked in with perhaps eggs.
Show me your true nature.
This is looking like a very successful one. I found the bread section. Actually, this bread has fire.
Healing.
Leveled up. And winning you gets a little easier.
I am repairing my... Making contact with enemy.
Are now available.
Or one. Oh, wow, still fucking one. Fuck.
Another squad? What the fuck?
They do have some food from other neighboring countries as well. Let's try it out.
Recharging shield.
Tangy sauce and the fish is fish, but it's a nice combination.
We have 10 seconds. Move with purpose. You are not this beautiful. Get up. I got you, friend. Recharging shields.
You fucking kidding me, dude?
God damn it.
They were
just hiding there.
Let's go get some meat.
They were just hiding there.
Focus. Do not let them best you again. Attention. Package.
Cooking, that is going to go on top of here. So here we have vinegar and onion together, some chips, and some lemon sauce too. Thank you. All right, we're going to walk this to the table because it is too hot and too heavy. I'll be back for you. I'm going to get more. What else we got here? Now everything is open. It looks tasty. We've got rice. We've got kebab on the dia. Here we have rice with very nice. The chef at the beginning of the day said this is a very famous, very delicious sausage, so why not have one? Sir, thank you. Welcome. This is enough for course 3. Let's go. Right here, he literally had to assemble it for me.
Chickens or anything but that. If your eyes are open.
These thick greens that almost look like seaweed or sauteed.
On your mark, lady. I'm about to start some fun.
Sour from the vinegar and from the onions, but I like it. A lot of cinnamon flavor. And tasty overall.
This is your champion.
Nice big old.
Pay attention. Taking note of my techniques will benefit you.
I'm the jump master. I'll find us a perfect disaster.
Okay, what's going on here? Sausage. Come take a look at this.
Better run and hide. Let's go there. You can use a portal wave.
Killed an enemy. Reloading. Frag out. Healing up. I heard. The ring's closing in a minute. We're not close.
So we have a plate right here. This is some major meat. We have also, this is the lamb or shrimp that have been They've already split the back, kind of making it pretty easy to get the rest of it off. They split it fine, basically. I should say mostly. I found some poop still.
Don't worry, my brother. I got you.
This is called this is a garlic cream sauce. It's so intensely garlicky that if you had this on a first date, they would divorce you and you would have to pay alimony somehow, even though it was your first date. So if you really like pure, intensely garlic flavors, that is the one for you. You cannot just have meat alone in Lebanon, you must have it with bread. I got some more of this bread right here. Most people just kind of eat with their hands. In this scenario, they would take some bread, they break off some meat, hit it with some of this delicious, garlicky, creamy, boom, and throw it back. Cheers. I grew up in Minnesota, not much lamb. Plus, you know, in the U.S., if you get lamb, what do you get? Lamb chops. And it's something that my family you're white trash. When I got McDonald's twice a year, it was like, oh my God. Mom, did you win a scratch off? We got McDonald's? I got 2.
Just a game. Lucky you.
like because it's really here.
Introducing your champion.
Right around, peel it off.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
Delicious and seasoned chicken, still pretty moist. Breast was quick on breast. But this meal, to me, doesn't work well if you don't have the sauce. It's like trying to eat these shrimp without
We should land there. Have faith in my strategic mind.
We do this for science. Hostile spotted.
We should go there. I go there.
Up and away, you see.
First blood. Someone's having fun already.
Throwing thermite. Grenade deployed.
New kill. Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Enemy here. Hooligan reviving here.
Recklessly. I like that.
Give my shield a recharge. Taking a knee. Patching up.
No dying today. You have to get back to yourself. Champion lay down a gate.
Okay, after experiencing this portable buffet, I'm ready to splurge at the
Recharge shield.
one-of-a-kind dining experiences.
Check it out. This is breakfast, everybody. Two of them? Is that for someone else? Oh, Joe is now. I thought it was the only one. All right, here's the big moment. They're gonna take it, put it in the
This was left. And me. Those are fun odds.
There it goes, drifting away. I guess I gotta get in there now. I'm now descending into the pool. And here we are, ready to enjoy our meal. I don't know how much. Oh, yeah. That's a pretty good amount away. This table could have held Rose and Jack. Nobody would have had to die if they had this on board. Let's get into it. To drink, we have orange juice, we have coffee, and then want to spice it up a little bit. This is also coffee, but it has tequila in it. I should have brought this myself. They didn't offer this to me. Oh, it's a perfect way to start the day. We've got local Lebanese bread. Over here we have a cheese tray with maybe 5 different types of cheese on there. Let's try this first. The best part is you can pee during your breakfast and nobody knows. Oh. That is the basic straight up cheddar, but I enjoy it. This is halloumi cheese. It's a very dense, salty Middle Eastern cheese, and it's one of my absolute favorites. Your teeth is very nice. Here, we got apples, strawberries, some melons, some big blackberries. It's a very nice, typical fruit salad. What else we got? Hey, faster than a week ago. Could have been an hour ago, but it looks good overall. Here we have some strawberry preserves. Take a little bit of that, throw that onto a croissant. Take some of the meat over here on this side. Turkey, ham, throw in a little bit of cheese. Look at that, that's a Lebanese breakfast sandwich. There's a bird right there. I don't think you should drink that water. Oh, besides this delicious Lebanese sandwich. I don't know. The jam or the jelly wouldn't work. Incorrect. It's very nice. Now, what is this even? It's like white granola. It's okay. This is white. Yogurt with no sugar at all. Let me take a quick break from eating and talk about the price of
being
this right here.
predictable.
In general,
Choose an
to be
upgrade.
quite affordable
I'm
in this
itching
country.
to use it.
To be floating and to be feeding 2 of you. $50. It's only $50 for all
Why?
this. And for this
Care package
experience,
over
that's
there.
wild, and I think that's shockingly affordable. Okay, we still have a few more foods to try though. Right here, chocolate pudding or chocolate fondue. I don't know. or Nutella. That's really sweet. I want to take this pancake, hit it with a little bit of syrup, hit it with just a touch of whipped cream. Just a little bit. Yeah, hold on. You have to be careful when you cut it, because if you cut too hard, you will capsize your own table. Cheers. Delicious maple syrup, thin delicious pancakes, and then a load of whipped cream on top. I was about to say I want to start every day like this, but actually I don't. It's a little bit cumbersome. It is a unique experience. It makes you wonder, where else could I be eating meals that I haven't been? Skydiving while eating, bungee jumping while eating, scuba diving while eating. I mean, there are many more opportunities to be eating that could be exploited throughout the day. That's all I'm saying. Want some pancakes with a little bit of OJ? That is breakfast. After this, we're gonna head to our room. I'm gonna give you a quick room tour, and then we're gonna be ordering some of the most expensive room service they have here. It's very unique. You don't want to miss out. Now we are inside the hotel. This is our room, and this is what $800 gets you in Beirut, Lebanon. Let's take a look. Let's start first with the bathroom. This thing is huge. Yes, there's only one sink here. This whole room is for showering. It's gigantic. There's a bathtub. I like this. You got a stool. You can be showering. Why wouldn't you have a stool in your shower? Over here in the toilet, normal toilet, right? But when you're done, you can move over to here. This is called a bidet. You turn it on, you drink from here. Psych, just kidding. This is for cleaning your butt. Here's what I don't understand. It's so unnecessary. In Vietnam, they have a hose right next to here, and you just put the hose back, you're done. Here. And then what am I supposed to do? Am I literally supposed to be patting up water towards the pee-hole? It seems unnecessary. But it's nice that they have it. I just prefer the hose. Let's keep going. Over here, we have closet space. Coffee maker. Here, coffee pots. Here, cups. When we first got here, they said, hey, free mini bar. And for me, that's like, ding, ding, ding. It's like winning the jackpot. We got in here, water, 7. You're not allowed to call it a mini bar if it's full of Pepsi and 7-Up. Right here, bed, desk, workspace, place to get stuff done. House hangout area. But look, that's not it. We have a whole area outside, including a jacuzzi.
Next ring is far. So much.
Oh, it's locked. Table for 2. This is
Attention.
They clean it out every time, right?
Replicator coming down.
You have some sunbeds. Get a little bit of skin cancer. Here, this is like a fantastic sunset hangout area. This is the pool, and then to the right, you can barely see it. That is the Mediterranean Sea. So this is the space. What do you think? Is it worth it for $800? I'm gonna go inside to check out the room service menu and order some food and see what they got. All right, I've got a hotel menu right here. I gotta say, I don't see that expensive of food. And the most expensive thing on the menu is which is a steak, truffle mashed potatoes, asparagus, a secret sauce. It's like $55. That's not that crazy. Take delivered to your room. I see sandwiches, I see Italian pasta, and then I see a lot of Lebanese food too. I'm gonna try to get some Lebanese side dishes along with whatever looks expensive. So I'm gonna order
60 seconds and got a ways to go.
Door in 30 to 40 minutes. I just heard the bell. The food has arrived. Let's check it out. Hi. Welcome in. Oh my God, I think we got
Ammo's almost gone. Closing in 45 seconds.
Oh, that looks nice. It smells really good. You're an animal.
Max level.
For yourself, and
To
they
be
say,
at the
so,
top of the
is
world.
that for 3 people?
Picked an upgrade to give me the upper hand.
Anyways, let's take a quick tour. This on the menu. On the phone, they asked me, do you want it well or medium well? Bless me. And then I said, medium rare, is that okay? And they said yes. I don't really blame them in this situation. It's tough to get medium rare because they have to like cook it and then bring it to your room and then it cools down. And as it cools down, it cooks more. So that's a stick. This right here is 4 different types of menza, including the kebab. This is an iconic dessert in this part of the world. Very delicious. Let's get going. They brought me 2 spoons and no fork. Thanks. Let's start with this. Steak tartare should be raw, but it looks like it's in gravy. It doesn't look like any steak tartare I've ever seen before in my freaking life. Let's try it out. Very sour. There's so much vinegar in here. I feel like it might have just cured. Incredibly sour. It's basically pickled beef at this point, but I kind of like it. Here we have the crab. Now the crab on top has these beautiful eggs. Good eggs. Now this is crab. This appetizer is like $6. I expected it to be just kind of mock crab. Cheers. Very sour, not like savory or sweet or any other additional flavor. It tastes slightly sweet, but it's just an overwhelming citrus sourness. I don't hate it. This is very unusual. Then here we have the mezza. This is probably stuffed with something probably lamby. This is the kedbe. It's fried on the outside and then beef on the inside, or maybe lamb. This one looks like a samosa. I've not had something like this yet. Take a look inside. It's like vegetables. Not bad. Mushroom meats and maybe some cabbage, and it's definitely sour for some reason. Cleanse the palate. Here.
Has two squads. I want to see the true faces.
Oh wow. I've been in Asia way too long. Oh, this is a weird salted egg yolk. It's not bad. They don't have that here. Oh my god, my wife is right.
My void nexus is lost. Wanna beg me for another? Replicator incoming.
Cheese in any dessert in the world. You can see that big middle section full of cheese. It's already cooled down way too much. Here, this is just a thick, delicious syrup, and you're supposed to just coat the whole top of it with this. This is gonna give it all that sugary
Close ring. 84 minutes.
with the bread. I'm gonna get a forkful. Definitely, there's no cheese pull, but it still looks delicious. A little pistachio on top. Cheers. Folks in Lebanon, they love cheese so much, and I love them for loving cheese.
Ring closes in 45, and I can practically skip right in.
They have a seafood restaurant here that is part of the hotel. We're gonna head there next and check out the most expensive item on their menu. Let's go in 4 hours or 5 hours when I'm hungry again.
30 seconds, and the ring's right there.
We've just taken a short walk from the hotel.
Right, care package over there.
Behind me, right here. It is called restaurant. Okay, that is probably Arabic, and I do not know what it says. We're gonna go inside and see if we can get a table. We did not make a reservation because no one answered the phone. Let's see what's up.
Ready to fall back.
The restaurant is interesting. It's a beautiful place. Right here is the resort where we're staying, and it's here at the restaurant. So we're looking at the menu right now. The two most expensive things I've seen.
How nice for me. I'm already in the next ring.
It's about $82, so that's about $40 a pound. Pretty expensive. And then they have lobster thermidor. Now, what is thermidor? Thermidor was the 11th month in the French Republican calendar. Huh? It's not about calendars, but it's showing pictures of lobster. So maybe it means like cooked in a little crock pot like this. It's tough to figure out. I want to have something epic that looks amazing. Which one is the Sultan? Oh, so that is the most expensive fish by kilogram. It is a tiny fish. No wonder he was like, what are you talking about? So what kind of fish? This is all shrimp right here, and then
package over there.
They brought these lobster, and they go, it's there. And I said, is this lobster right here? The black, very tiny piece of lobster. And it turns out, yes, lobster does not look fantastic. But right here, we have a big old fish that's been fried. It's still warm, and it looks crunchy.